today's video, you will build a production-ready AI e-commerce platform completely from scratch. We will implement features like guest cart and cart system, order tracking, rating and reviews, category, checkout, Stripe payments, admin dashboard, image uploads, and AI assistant. Throughout this 9+ hour video, we will use Node.js and Express for the backend, MongoDB for database, React for frontend, command code and AI coding agent CLI with powerful tools and commands like test, NCP, agent, resume, rewind, and more we will use to build throughout this project. TestSprite for testing end-to-end and validating APIs and frontend. All links will be in the description, and by the end of this course, you will have a fully functional e-commerce platform with real-world features. So make sure to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Now let's see the project demo. Once you land on the home screen, you'll see this beautiful landing page where you can see this carousel. So we have this carousel, we have these categories, so you can see all the category we have. You can see the deals, and then you can see more products. So if you click on any category like beverages, this will take you to the category page where we can switch between different categories. You can click on all, and this will show you all the products we have in the app. So here we can filter by deals only, and this is going to give you all products that has discount. And then you can also filter by in stock, and this is going to give you all products that is in stock. At the top corner here, you can filter by highest rated, and there you can see the products that has rating. You can also filter by low to high, so it's going to filter the products from the lowest price to the highest price. So to add to cart, currently I'm not logged into my account, and in this application we are going to implement guest cart system. So I'm going to add this product to cart. Let me quickly switch to best match, and then let me select any product. So currently you can see here has only one left, only 5 left. So we're going to keep track of all the quantity, and then you can see this product is out of stock. So I'm going to add this product to cart, and now you can see it has saved to the backend. And once I click here, you can see the products here, and there to get 0 delivery fee, you need to add more items that cost around $17.13. So I can also add product to cart. I can click here to add more this product, and this is going to increase the quantity, and you can see the price as reduced. So let me add another product. So I'll add this product. Once I add this product to cart, you can see that this product is added to cart here, and there we can go ahead and check out. Once you try to check out, this is going to ask you to sign into your account. So I'm going to sign into my account. So let's quickly first of all look at the details page. So here you can see this product which has no customer review, and there you can also reduce this product. If you want, you can click here to remove it from the cart. So I'm going to add it back, and I'm going to increase the quantity, and you can see that this is going to, let me increase it, and this is going to save to the backend. So we can click on this product here which has review, and there you can see customer reviews and the rating breakdown, and this is the related product and the rating at the top here. So before we check out or sign in, so I can also search for products. Let me say I want to search for a product. I'll just type in any keyword, and this is going to first find the product. And we can also see this product is added to cart, which is indicated here. So now I'm going to go ahead and sign in. So let me sign into my account. So I'm going to select my account. So once I sign into this account, we are going to merge the guest cart into the user cart. So I'm going to click on sign in, and once I sign in now, you should see this will update. You can see now I'm logging into my account, and this user is admin. So that's why the user can see the admin portal. So now we can go ahead and check out. So once I click on the go to checkout, you can see we have to select an address. You can fill in an address here. So I'll pick the one I already have. You have to select the payment method. So we have the card, debit card, and cash on delivery. So let's try out the card. So I'll select the card, and then you can look at the product, the delivery address. And once I click on continue, this is going to create the order and generate Stripe. So I'm going to fill in my card details. Currently, you can see the product, the delivery fee amount, and the tax. So I'm going to select the card. I'm going to just type in any number here. And once I scroll down and click on pay, this is going to trigger the webhook So I'll click on pay, and then once it is done, it should redirect me. And now you can see it has redirected me back to the home, to my app, which is, this is the order tracking page. And there you can see the order items, you can see delivery, and you can see the history. Then you can see payments method card, payment status paid, the subtotal, delivery fee, tax, and the total amount that was paid. Currently, this is not yet delivered. If we go to rating, we can see we can review this product because it's not yet completed, it's not yet delivered. So in order to set this to delivered, we need to go to the admin page. So let's go to admin portal, and in the admin portal, we can see total revenue, total order, total products, out of stocks, and then you can see all the orders. And this is the product the order I just requested for. And then we can go to the all order page, and there we can see the status is confirmed. Then we can click here to assign, and this is going to change the status to assign. We can also change it to pack, and then it's going to update the status to pack. Likewise, out for delivery. And then once you set this to delivered, this is going to be disabled. So I'll click on delivered, and there you can see this is now disabled. And once I go back to the store, if I go back to my order history, you can see here it's delivered, and there you can see the order tracking is completed. So if I go to rating and review, I can see all the items, these two products. So I can select this product, I can select the rating, and I'm going to say great product. And if I click on submit review, this is going to submit the review, and there we can see the review. So I can click on this product now, and you can see my review here. And you can see that the product stock has reduced from only 5 left to only 4 left. So we can go back to the order history, and if I go to rating, we can see we've not added review for this product. So we can go to addresses, and here you can also add new addresses. So in the admin portal, we can add new products. So I can click here to go to all products, and you can see all the products we have in the app. So we can click here to add a product. So you can select the category you want. You can use AI to rephrase the title and also generate the description. So I'm going to fill up the product. So I'll fill in the product name. So we can click on the rephrase button to rephrase the product name. So I'll click on this, and this is going to trigger our AI, and then you can see the product name as update. We can also generate the description, and this is going to generate the description for us. So I have the product price 27.99. So I can add discount. I'll just set it to 14, and then you can see 40% off the price, which the price is going to be 24.07. So I can add in a label. I can say 14% off. I can do save 14%. Anyone. So let me just leave it as save 14%. I've added a stock and unit. And once you put 5 stock here, it's going to show us only left 5 only. So I'm going to increase it to 7. And then you can add image. You can add the image URL, or you can select a file. So I'm going to select a file. And now you can see I've selected the file. So I'm going to click here to upload the image. And once this upload, it's going to upload to Cloudinary. And then we can click on create product. And once we click on create product, we can see the product as created. We can see the amount, discount, and sales. So I can click here to view the product, and we can see the product title, the image, we can see the discount amount, and we can see the original price which I added, and we can see the discount label. We also have the description here, and here you can see the related products. So you can also add to cart, and this product will be added to cart, which you can also view here. And lastly, we can view this product from light mode to dark mode, and here we can see how it looks. So I've created 2 folders here. We have the backend and the client folder. So we're going to start working on the backend. So I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to navigate into the backend directory. And then we're going to initialize npm. So npm init-y. And this is going to create package.json. So I'm going to clear the terminal, and then I'm going to paste in the commands, the packages we're going to use. So I'm going to install all the packages now and the dev dependency. So let me quickly paste that. And now you can see it here. So we're going to be installing, let me close this. So you can see clearly. So we're going to have bcrypt, cloudinary, cursor psl, cookie psl, cursor .env, Express, JWT token, Mongoose, Malta, Passport, Passport JWT, Sluglify, Stripe, and Zod. So make sure you install this version I'm currently showing on the screen. So let me just click on enter, and this is going to install all of this. So once it's installed, I'm going to also install the dev dependency. So I'm going to wait for this to finish. So now the packages has installed. So let me quickly clear the terminal, and let me paste in this too. So you can see the type. So we're using TypeScript. So we're going to use we're going to install the types. So say types bcrypt, cursor PSL, cursor express, JWT token, Malton, type node, passport, JWT node mon. So we're going to be using node mon here, and TS node, TS up, and then TypeScript. So click on enter, and this will install this. So once it is installed, we're going to create two files here. So let's first of all create tsub here. So we're going to say tsub.config.tx, and let me wait for it to install. So it has already installed the dev dependency. So I'm going to come into tsub.config.tx. I'm going to paste this here. So tsub is going to be used to build the backend into JavaScript. So we're going to pass in the entry file which we're going to create. So we're going to create an SRC and index.txt. So we're going to do that later on. So we're going to format it to CJX, and the out directory we're going to point that to Dix folder and others here. So let's quickly create the tsconfig. So the tsconfig.json, and click on enter. And there we're going to write out the tsconfig.json. So I'm going to paste this here. So we're going to be using the target ES2021 common JS2, and the root directory is going to point to SRC. The out directory is going to be this folder, and then streets, and then we're going to also add the include and exclude array. So we're going to save this now, and now since we're going to be using, we installed nodemon, so we're going to be using nodemon. So I'm going to create a nodemon JSON file. So JSON, and for nodemon is going to use txnode to run the TypeScript files in the SRC folder. So I'm going to paste that here. So I'm going to nodemon.json, and I'm going to just paste it here. So it's going to watch the SRC the folder, then it's going to ignore Dix and node module. Then it's going to point to the extension tx and JSON. Then it's going to execute tx node transpire only, and then it's going to point to the entry file, the entry backend server. So I'm going to close this, and then I'm going to go into package.json. We're going to update the script. So I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to just paste this here. So you see, to run the dev, we're going to be using sorry. So hopefully fix it. So we're going to use TSR points to the SRC index.txt, and we're going to format CJS, add directory dates, and then we're going to copy package.json into the this folder. And to start this out, we're going to use node-mon-dev this index.js. So we have this now. So we've created the packet, the TS node and TSUp. So I'm going to quickly create the folders here. We're going to have the controllers and the service route. So we're going to be using our coding AI agent command code, which is going to be our coding assistant we're going to use in building this project. So let's head over to the browser, and make sure you click the first link in the description. It should take you to command code, and make sure you sign up into an account. So I've created an account already, and then you can see that I'm already logged in. And let me go straight to the installation process. So to install command code is pretty simple. You just copy this command here, and let's head back to the code, and then I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to clear this terminal, and let's paste this here, and this is going to install command code into the project. So let's go back to the browser, and once we install this, we're going to then log in, and I'm going to go to test. So we can just click on the documentation, and this can take you to the documentation where you can read more about command code. So we're going to be using it in this project. So I'm going to be showing you how to use it. So let me go back to the studio and I'm going to go to test. So if you look at the beginning of the landing page, you can see command code with your test. So command code learns the way you code. So I have a test already pushed to command code. So we have the backend client and this. I'm going to just click on the backend, and then if I just click on this, it should open. And you can see this is a Node.js scaffolding test page command code generated for me. And you can see if I click inside the Node.js scaffolding, then you can see how the command code is going to scaffold my project, because this is typically how I usually create my Node.js project. So it has learned how I usually do it. So I'm going to use this Node.js scaffolding, the test. So I'll go back and I'm going to let's click on command code. You can copy this from here. So I'm going to add this in the description. So you can pull from from this user. So I'm going to go back to the code and let's see. So command code has already installed. So let me paste this here. Or let's first of all run command code. So the next thing you're going to do is to log into your account. So if you go back to the browser and let me go back to the studio, if you see, you can see command code login. So you can just do command code login and command code and start command code. So I'm going to go back to the code and let's start command code. So I'm going to cmdc login. So I've already logged into my account. So I'll just run this directly and this should run command code for us. So I'm going to say yes. So I want to run this, cancel this first. So let me exit this. So I want to run this outside the backend folder. So we can also use it in the client too. So I'm going to say cd, sorry, let me cd, and then we can just run command code and this should run here. So I'm going to click on yes. And now we can see that it has created a folder here. We can see .command code and this. And if we click on this now, you can see there's nothing inside here. So I'm going to I'm going to click on create a new terminal and I'm going to paste in the command I copied from command code. So let me wait for my terminal to display. Okay. So let me paste it here. So npx. Okay, so let me quickly copy the command code on. So I'll just quickly copy it. So let me clear this and I'm going to paste it here. So it's command code this pull. So I'm going to click on enter and this is going to pull this backend test from command code from my account. So let's wait for it. And now you can see Node.js scaffolding and this is good, looking good. So now we can go back now into where we have command code. So what we can do here, we can use this slash here and we can see command code offers lots of commands here. So if you run command, it will ask you to log in, or you can use the login/login to log into your account. So let's first of all run init. So this is going to initialize agents.md for this project. So let's click on enter. And now this is going to create this here. And you can see if we come down here, we can see project overview, code style guidelines, architecture notes, and common workflow. So this project, we're building an e-commerce platform, so we can update this with some information about our project. So I'm going to attach this inside in the description so you can get the agent.md. So I'm going to replace it with the one I have. So let me just replace it here. So basically this is just the project overview, a full stack e-commerce platform. And currently I don't have any readme about the project, so it's just going to look at the package.json to read about the project. So we can just point to backend, I'll say backend/package.json to read the available script. So for now, it's going to read the test stack we're using. So let's just save this now. And then I'm going to then ask, so since we have the Node.js scaffolding test, we can just ask it to scaffold the Node.js project for us. So I'll just pick a model. So we can click here to select the model. So currently I'm using DeepSeek V4 Pro. I'm going to select this and I'm going to set it to default. You can set it to max if you want. So let's just leave it at default here. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this to the right here. So it's easy for me. I'll just collapse this here. So I'm going to quick. So now let me access now. So I can just run. I'll just say scaffold Nodejs, the backend. So I'll point to the backend directory. So project. So make sure you add scaffold the Node.js project in this backend at backend. Read the project first. So I'm going to just do first here. And then command code is going to first of all read the Node.js. It's going to first of all read the agent, then read the test. So you can see it's going to read the test, and it's going to have all the context it's going to use to create the to scaffold the Node.js project for us. So let's click on enter. And then let's wait for this to run. So I'm going to just quickly close all of this. And now we can see that it has found, it has looked into the backend directory. So it's going to start first of all. So you can see that it has read the test for scaffolding Node.js project. So now it's going to, so it's reading the all the files available in the backend like I mentioned. So I'm going to wait for it to finish. And now we can see that you can see it has created a to-do. So you see create folder structure in SRC. So create utils, create utility file, get env, bcrypt, app error, create a config file. Then it's going to also create the middleware and error handler. So it's going to also create the entry file, which is the index.tx with health route. And it's going to also create git ignore inside the backend directory. So it's going to ask us to confirm. So I'm going to do yes. So I think if you want it to stop asking us to accept, so to accept, so I'm going to just use the shift command. So let me just click on enter first. I'll click on the shift command and then the tab, and this is going to accept edit on. So now you can see that it has created the folders here: config, controller, middleware, module. So if you've watched my previous videos, you know this is how I typically structure my project. So I'm going to wait for it to be done. So now it has created the .env. So you can see, the get env utils. So if I open this, let me move this back here and move this to the right. So we can see that the get env is responsible for getting the env from the .env, sorry, the value from the .env, and if value is not passed, it's going to throw an error, and you can see it here. So if we click, or if we go to env config, let me close this. Env config, let me click on it. So let me quickly wait for this to done with the whole process. So it is done with it. So it has completed the to-dos. It has created a folder, verified server starts with npm run dev, and it is done. So great. So let me move this. Let me collapse this now, and let's look at the whole project. So I'm going to go back again inside the backend, and let me collapse everything. Then it has also created the env. So guys, this is still moving. So it has created the env file. So I'm going to change this to 8000, and let's move this up. So now we have the node env port and frontend origin. So I'm going to save this, and then inside the SRC folder, so inside the SRC folder, if I go into utils, like I mentioned earlier on, the get env utils. So this is responsible for getting the env and if value is not passed, it's going to throw an error. So then we're going to go into config, and you can see env.config. So you can see where we're using the get env, and we're going to pass in the key value, which is port, and the port in node env, and then frontend origin. Then we have http config. So this is http status. So we have the http status, we have the OK 200. So instead of writing hard coding 200, 200 or 1 in the response status, we can just use it to make it readable, human readable. So that is the reason why command code had to create it the same way I typically create mine. So this is just it here. So we're going to collapse the config. The next thing we're going to look at is the middleware. You can see controller is empty, so it's the middleware. So we're going to have the async handler. So the async handler, this is just to wrap the controller, the controller try catch. So I think the way it created is not the way I prefer to create it here, because it didn't use try. It use promise resolve here function catch. This typically catch here. So I'm going to just use the way I like to write it here. So I've pasted it now. You can see the type async controller, and then this is the method there. So this is just so anyone to see it more cleaner, that we're using try catch here to catch any error from the controller and pass the error to the next middleware. And the next middleware is going to be the error handler. So you can see command code also created the error handler middleware. So if I click on it now, we can see this method here. So we are using Zord for validation, and that is why I had to format the Zord error. So let me remove this error issue and change this to issues. So now we can see the error stop. Now we can see the error handler here. This is the middleware. And if the error is an instance of Zord error, then we're going to just return HTTP. You can see the HTTP created here. HTTP bad request, and the validation failed, and the error code. We're going to look at the error code later on. And then we can see that it's also created a custom error. This is how I typically create my, so inside the controller, instead of using the rest, let's say you are fetching data from the user model and you're trying to check if the user exists, and instead of using the response or status every time, we can use the throw new. But the problem is that throw new, if you write throw new error, it will always fall down to the internal server error, to come down to the internal server error. So we need a way to pass a custom status. Like you can see here, we have the custom status code and the custom message. And that is the reason why command code had to create a custom error, so we can use the same way, we can extend from the error class to create our own class. And this is going to help us to have different exception for different use cases. Like for not found, you can have not found exception, like we can have bad request exception, you can have not found exception, just like that. And you can see that. And then let me just go into the app error. So if I go into the app error is located in the utils. So inside the utils, you can see app error, and inside the app error, you can see that it created a custom error code. This is how I typically create mine. So you can see it has the error code, and then we have the type, and you can see the app error is extended from the error class. And then it's going to just add in we have the message, the status code, the error code. Now we now extend from the app error to create an individual class, like the internal server error exception, the not found exception, with the fix hard coded status code. So I think this is, you should have used http status dot not found there, and there you should have used http status dot internal server error. And then you can see bad requests. We can also use http status dot bad requests here, and then not found, you should have used http status dot unauthorized, like this. And you can see that has exposed all of these error classes, and there the only way we can be able to return the message, the status and the error code is to listen, is to check for the instance of app error, and then we're going to then return this here. And if any of the error is not a validation error or app error, is going to then return as internal server error here. So that is it. So if I go to index.txt now, you can see that okay, you can see it imported the .env class. So without the .env, we can't typically get the envs here. So that's basically we have to import it here. And we have the express, the cause error. So we also add credential true since we're going to be using cookie, express JSON, then the cookie PSR, and then you can see the app.api/health. So I'm just going to just do /health here. And then we can import the async handler here. And let's just wrap the changes to async like this. And then I can just wrap this with it and the error should stop. You can import the type if you want to. And the HTTP status, okay, server is running healthy. And then you can see the error handler is the last middleware in this row. So this is going to help us to catch an error from the async handler. So we're going to have like app.use route for other routes we're going to create later on. So if we save this now, so I want to also add in the method, yeah. And I think this is fine now. This is fine. So we can try and run this now. So let's run the server. So I'm going to do npm. Let me cd into backend. And let me clear a terminal. And I'm going to npm run dev. And we can see that the server is running. Then I'm going to also let's create a folder here. I'll call it https. So let me quickly open this, the activity bar, and just go into the extension and install http yak. So install this extension. So install http yak here. So I'm just going to go back to http. I'm just going to create health.http, and then I can just say get http I think localhost 8000. So let's click on send. Sorry, I forgot to add health here. Save this and click on send now. And then we can see server is running. So let's close this. So we are done with the project setup. So we are going to go ahead and create the database setup. In this chapter, we're going to set up our MongoDB database. So we can just search for MongoDB Atlas and try and log into your account. So I've logged into my account and you should be able to be taken to the all projects page. So we can create a new project. So I'll click on new project here. I can give it a name. So I'm going to call this instantly. And let's click on next here. And this is going to, let's create the project. And now we can create cluster now. So I'll click on create. So now I'm going to select the free option here. And just click on create deployment. And now let's copy the password and create database user. Click on choose connection. And then let's select MongoDB for MongoDB VS Code. And we can just copy this. And let's head back to the code. And I'm going to just go into env here, and I'm just going to say Mongo URI, and I'm going to just paste it here. And we need to give this just say instance underscore db. It's fine. So we need to add this Mongo URI inside the config. So env config here. So I'm going to add it here. So Mongo URI. And let me copy this. Paste it here. Copy Mongo URI. Paste it here. So now we need to create database. So let's quickly create database .config .tx. So let's import Mongoose. And then I'm going to say export constant connect. That's a database is equals to async. And then let's use try catch here. And then we're going to say await mongoose dot connect. And we should go into the env and we can copy the env config. And I'm just going to say, so let me import this dot mongoose URI. And then we can just do console.log database connected. And if there's any error, we can just say console.log database connection error. Here we can pass in the error here, and I'll just to process .s is 1. So we can copy this now, and let's go into index.tx, and let's scroll down to, so we're going to just add async here, and we say await, and let's import the connect database and click and just save this. So let me cancel this and let me run this again, and the database, let's wait. So something is wrong. It said the value is not set. So let me check if I save this. Okay, so I think I added this in a .env example. So let me copy this and paste it here. So now let me cancel this and run this again. And let's wait for this. Now we can see database is connected. So now let's go ahead and then work on the models. So in this chapter, we're going to start working on the models. So let's go into the backend and inside the model. So let's first of all create a user model. So we're going to say user.model.cx. So we're going to use command code to just create the models. So for the model, we're going to have the roles, the admin and the user role. And I can just quickly create a folder here. So I'll have that inside a constant folder. So I'll just call this enum. So we're going to have more enums later on where we create more the remaining models, other models here. So I'm just going to paste this here. So we're going to have user and the admin roles. And this is going to just be the type, and then we can get the value here. And if we hover this, you can see user admin are here. So now let's just go into the user model now. And we can just ask command code to generate to write the user model, and it's going to also use the bcrypt. You can see we have bcrypt.util.tx, which is going to hash the password and compare the password there. So let's go into the user model, and let's go straight to command code. So I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and then I'm going to just quickly tag the file. So I'm going to say so let's so before we even start generating, we can plan this. So easy way to do this, you can just use /plan, and then we can ask command code. Okay, let's plan on the user model. So I'll just say I want so instead of I want to say let's work on the models now. So first the user model. So I'll just say the user model, we are going to have the name. So I'll say so we're going to have name. So before I put in the name, I'm going to ask it to extend, or sorry, to write the interface or type extend from document, which is from the document is from Mongoose, and then we're going to have the field. So I'm going to provide the field now. I say name, email, which is unique, and then it's going to have password. Then it's going to have rows, and think let's just add phone and avatar. That is fine. And then I'm going to also tell it to, let me just say, hide, remove the password on return, when returning the password, when we are trying to return the user data. JSON or object. Then it's going to also use the so I can tag it to use the, let's go to utils. So let me say backend slash utils, sorry, backend slc slash utils, and I'm going to just point to breakcrypt here. So hash the password. Let's say use it in the pre-save, and also add a method compare password. So let's click on enter, and you can see the command code now is in the plan mode, and it's going to look at what we've asked, and it's going to draft out the plan. It's going to use to generate or to write the user model. So it's going to also read the text like I mentioned earlier on. So let's wait for it. So now I'm going to say yes. So I should have also points to the rows like we added in the constant. So you can see that it has, okay, so the plan user model. So it's going to extend from document like I mentioned, and it has some other lines there. So let me scroll down and just accept this. So I'll say yes. And it's going to execute the plan. So it has changed this from plan to accept edit. And we can see that it has generated the user model. So we can see this here. So if I scroll down, and so it has added the method, you can see compare password, and does export the user here, user model. So it added user model editing. So we can just move this. So let me just move this here. I'll just remove both of this. So if you want to add it, you can just add the user model, or you can just remove it like this, and I'll just comment this up like this. Okay, I think it has made update. So let me just close this to see the updates. And let me go back into the user model. And let's see, I think it is done. Okay, it's trying. So I will just cancel because it's trying to run npm on there. So I'll cancel this. So now I didn't mention if you use the rows that we just added. So I'm going to go into enums here, and I'm going to copy the user rows here, and let's go back to the user model, and I'm just going to close this, and I'm going to remove this and just use user row from the enum, and I'm going to use the type first, and we're going to use the user row. So let's just scroll down to where we have this here. So instead of we can have type string, then enum instead of this enum. So inside this, I should have copied the array one. So I'll copy this one, and then I'm just going to replace this with it, and let's import it. And instead of this, I'm going to then use user. Sorry, I think it's user roles, yeah, dot user. So we can see that fix this error that was showing up here. And you can see that it say, okay, this, if the password modifier is going to use the hash value, which is coming from the bcrypt.tx. And then this is the method there. We are going to use this when we want to compare the password when user is trying to log in. And then it has returned the user Mongo's model, and it has added the interfaces. So I'll just change this to user model. I think it added user model here. I'll just remove this. I'll move this up. And let me scroll down and just remove this. So you can leave it the way you want, the way if you generated it. But I'm just going to leave it like this. This is fine for me. So now we have the user model now. So the next thing we are going to create is a category model. So I'm going to just create category dot model dot tx, and we're going to ask it to also generate this to create the category model. So I will come over here to command code. I'm going to change this to plan. So I'm going to say plan. So we can also use the shift and tab to change this to plan mode quickly. And so now, let's just use the plan command here. I just said, now let's create the category. Category model. And this model is going to have, so add the interface, extend from documents, and I'm going to say fields. Should we call it field? I'll say let's use fields in name, slug. So slug is going to be unique. I'll say should be unique, required, and required. Then we're going to have image URL, and this is going to be default null. And we're going to have description and is active. And I'm going to also tell it to on pre-save. So on pre-save is going to generate the slug. So generate this slug using slugify. So slugify package on the name of the category. So let's just tag in the category we just created. So this is inside models. And click on enter. So it's going to plan, it's going to write the plan. So let's wait for it. Now we can see that it wants to create a file. So I'll click on yes. So I pointed the file and I didn't see it. Okay, we're in plan mode and it's trying to say it can't create. So let me just move away from plan. I say okay, continue. So we can see that the plan now. Let me scroll down. I think it's trying to create a different. So let me cancel it. And I'm going to type this again and send it. Okay, yes. Now we can see that it's going to generate the plan for category model. So yes. Now you can see that it has created a file, and you can see it has added the pre-save. It has imported the software file we installed. So the problem here is that I'm going to also add this. I'll copy this and I'm going to duplicate this here. So the reason why I'm going to add this here is because we're adding required there, and because we slug is not going to be added when we are adding the slug, so this is going to throw a validation error MongoDB here. So I'm just going to add I think validate. Yeah, you can see it. So I'm going to add it. So, but this is not going to actually save it. It's just going to tell MongoDB that the slug file is available. I'm sorry, the slug is available before the pre-save is going to run. So now we have the category model already created using command code. So the next one we're going to work on is the product model. So before we start working on the product model is quite big. So I'm going to just show you how it's going to look. So I'll go back to the browser and I'm going to show you the one I've already worked on. So this is exactly how it looks. And if I go to products now, we can see the products. We have the image, we have the product name, we have discount label, discount price, we have the not discount price, sorry, sales price, and the original price. So we have two price. We have the original price and the sales price. So, but we also have the discount percentage. So if there's a discount percentage, then we're going to subtract the original price, which is this, for the percentage out of the original price, which is going to give us the sales price. But if there's no like this product that does not have any discount, we are just going to set the sales price to the original price. And then the product is going to also have rating. So the reason why we are going to add a field for rating, so it's going to be easy for us. Once the user rates, we're just going to update the product. So it's easy to fetch instead of querying the database every time we want to fetch products. Instead of querying the rating and review page and doing some calculation before returning the product. So it's easy for us to fetch the product with the rating. And basically that is what we're going to have. So let's go ahead and start working on the model. So I'm going to go back to the code and now we're going to create this. So let's create the product.model.tx. So now let's go to command code and let's just set it to plan. So we're going to tell it to, okay, let's create the product model. So for the product model, we're going to create so you're going to also add in the interface like we have for others. And this is going to have fields. We're going to have the user ID as a foreign key. So it's going to know that it's going to reference. So as reference, yeah. Category. We're going to have the category ID as reference. Yeah. So it's going to also have name and slug, which is going to also be generated. Description. So I'm going to add in unique here. So this should be unique. Description. Then we're going to also have images, which is string, array of string, sorry, array string. And like I mentioned, we're going to have original price, which is type number, sales price. And then like I also mentioned, we're going to have discount percent and then discount label. And then, like I also mentioned earlier on, that we're going to also have a field for the rating count, the review count, sorry, and the rating average. So we're going to say rating average. Sorry, let me change this to rating average and the review count. And it's going to also have the is active, and then it's going to add dates. 2. So for the, like I said, we are going to calculate the original price with discount percentage. So I'm going to mention it. I'm saying, so I'll say we will have a pre-save method, a pre-save, yeah. And this pre-save, yeah, we will calculate the sales price if the discounts, if the discounts or percent is valid, then use original, or let's say valid. So we are going to, let me remove this. I'll just say sales price. I'll say then create a method in the utils to calculate the sales price, the sales price is going to pass in the original price and discounts. Sorry, I'll say widths. What should I write? So I'll just say using the original price and discounts percentage. So okay, let's just send. So let's see what it's going to do. So we have two things it's going to do. It's going to I didn't point to the product model. So let's wait for it. So it's going to do a preset for two things, for the slug and the sales price. So let's wait for it. So it's trying to create it. Let's see. So I think it has created it. So let's look at it. So we have the user ID, which is pointing to a Mongo's type object ID. We have the category ID, name, slug, description, images, original price, sales price, discount percent, and discount label. Then the rating average, review count is active, created as and updated as. So we have the project product schema, which is we have the user ID is a reference to the user model, category ID reference to category model, the name required, stock required, description, images, empty array by default, original price, sales price. I should have added required, but it's set as default 0, and discounts. Discount label, the average, rating average, and the review count. So let's see. So for pre-save, it's going to say, okay, if modify name is going to use modify, and if original price, then it's going, and discount is going to calculate, it's going to pass in the sales price is equal to calculate sales price, pass in the the original price and discount percent. So let's look at it. So let me go into this calculate sales price and let's see. Okay, so discount amount, original price times discount percentage divided by 100, the mouth round, original price minus discount amount times 100 divided by 100. So I'll go back into the product model, and like we also said, since the slug is required, it's going to Mongo is going to throw the validation error. So we need to duplicate this. So I can just create a method and just pass all of this, or I can just copy this whole thing, paste it here, and just add validate here. and we can see the error as stop. So you can create a function maybe at the top corner here and just have this placed in one place. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So now we have the product model. Now we are going to work on the cart model. So sorry. So let's create in the cart.model.tx. So the way we're going to implement the cart model, we're going to have the cart model, we're going to have the guest cart ID and the user ID. So if I go to the client side, the front end, I'll show you how I did this. So let me inspect the developer tools here. And I'm just going to drag this here. So if you see here, I'm not signed in into the account. So, but I can add item to cart. So this is the way we're going to implement the guest cart system together with the user. So we are using one model for both of them. So I can add this item to cart now. So I'll click on this now. This is added. You can see the endpoint here. So if I scroll this, let me drag this down. And I look at the response. Okay, the response here. You can see guest cart ID, while user ID is null because the user is not signed in. So why we are doing this is the user can add item to cart, and immediately what we do, we are going to generate a guest cart ID, and we are going to attach it to a cookie, which is going to be sent to the client side. With that, we can be able to track the user cart. So upon the user signing in or signing up, we're going to update the model, the data, that is data in the DB. We're going to update it with the user ID, or we're going to merge it with an existing. If the user is an existing user, we're going to merge the cart together. So this is how we are going to implement the guest cart system. So now I think you understand it. So let's go back and let's create the model. So I'll go back to the code. And now we are going to ask command code to generate this. So let's put this in plan mode. Plan. So we're going to tell it to, okay, let's work on the cart model. So for the cart model, we are going to have the cart item. So we are going to have the cart item. Sorry, not the cart item, the cart interface, which is we're going to have the cart interface first. Then we're going to also have the field. So I'll say field. User ID, which is a reference to user model. Then we're going to also have the guest cart ID, like I showed you earlier on. Guest cart ID, which is default null. Yeah. Then we're going to also have I mentioned the user ID should also have default null. Then we're going to have the items. So items is an array of products of objects, which is product ID. So it's reference to product ID and quantity. So I'm going to tell command code that the the cart system supports both user signed in registered user or guest user. And last I'm going to say also add in timestamp. So let's click on enter and let's see. And I want to go ahead and create the model. So let's click on enter. So let me move this away from plan mode. So, okay, I'll say continue. So let's see the plan. We can see. So let me scroll down to the bottom. Okay, I don't know why it's always pointing to the user plan. So let me cancel it and just Okay, you can see it has generated the cart plan. So we can see item cart, product reference, and then the cart and document. So let's just click on yes. And let's see, it should create the cart models now. Now we can see it. So we have the products and quantity. We have the user ID, which is a reference to user model. And we can see no, so you can pass in the ID or no. Then we have the guest ID and the items here. So we have the product. Okay, this is for the cart item schema. We have the product and quantity here. We have the user ID, guest cart ID, and the item, which is default is empty array. And this is it. So we are done with the cart model. So let's go ahead and work on the other model. We're going to work on three more model: addresses, order, and rates and review. So let's work on the addresses model. So I'll just do addresses. Okay, address.model.tx. So address is pretty simple. So let's just add the plan here. So let's create the address, the user address model. So I'll just tell it to add the interface. And then for the field, I'll just say we're going to have the user ID, the recipient, name, and we're going to also have the user phone number, phone, street, and the city, state, postal code, country, and then we're going to also have in we're going to have in the is default. So we're going to know the default address and the timestamp. I think that's all. So let's click on enter. So let's wait for it. So now I want to create this model. So let me try and see whether it's going to remove this from deploy mode. Okay, yeah, you can see. So I just pressed Shift Tab and it's remove it from plan mode. Enter. Now we can see user ID, represents name, phone, street, city, state, postal code, country is default. Create it as now. So we are done with the address model. So let's quickly create the rating and review. So I'll just do rating review dot model dot tx. So I think we need to create the order because the rating and review would require the order ID. So let's create order first. So I'll say order dot model dot tx. So for the order model, we are going to have the address. So instead of pointing to the we're going to reference the user ID, but instead of referencing the address ID, we're not going to do that because the user can end up changing the address name. So we need to keep like a backup or snapshot of the address that was used to check out. So we are going to have to create an array object or something like that, where we're going to just get the addresses, the name, so the recipient's name, the country, and all that. We're going to save this in the order. Then we're going to also have in the item the products here. So we're going to reference the products, but we're going to also capture the pricing because the price can be changed later on. So let's go ahead and ask command. So it is going to be a lot because the other model is going to be long. So I'm going to just do plan here, and we're going to ask command code to create the order model. So let's create the order model. So the first thing we are going to have is the interface. So we're going to have the interface of the other item. So we're going to have the other item, which is going to be it's going to have its own ID, yeah, and it's going to have in the products. So I'll just call this fields the ID, the products, sorry, ID, which is going to be a reference to the product model. We are going to also have in the product name that we can keep in the image the original price. So we want to keep this we want to make sure we have the real data that was used, the product that was checked out. So we want to keep the original, the data that was used. So in case the product was changed, like images or anything. So just to keep the history. So I'm going to say discount percent and the sales price. So the discount percent is not a must, but the original price and sales price is important. And then the quantity that was. And then we're going to also have the order address. So I'm going to say order address. This would be a snapshot of the address model. Then we're going to also have in the order and status. So let me show you this on the client side. So let me go to the browser and let me log into my account here. So I've logged into my account, and if I go to the order now, order history. So we are going to have the order status history. So it's going to be an array. So this is going to help us to attach, like you can see here, we have the tracking. So if order is set to place, we are going to update the array, that is the status history. We are going to also add in a confirm status, the assigned status, the pack, the out of delivery, and delivered. So that is the reason why we're going to also add the order status history. It's going to be used for this updating, so displaying the order tracking. So let's go back to the code and let's just start it. So we're going to have snapshot order, then the order status history. So this is going to be fields and status. So we're going to create a status. We're going to also have notes. Note is optional. And dates. So let me add in the order status here. So I'll go into the enum here, and I'm just going to add in the status here. So it's not only the order, we're going to also have payment status. So I'm going to add them here. So let's look at it. So the first one is I pasted here is the payment method. We're going to have the card and the cash delivery. And this is just for the payments. I'll just drag it down here. So we have the payment status here. This is it. So we have the pending, paid, failed, and refund. We have the payment status, and we just created the array. So we're going to use it for the order model. Then we have the order status. You can see it here. We have the place, confirm, assign, pack, out of delivery, delivery, cancelled. And this is the type and the array of the order status, the values. So now we're going to point to this file here. So I'll say note, and let me just go order status. So order status, I'm just going to point to backend. SLC as in constant, constants like enums .txt here. So I think we are done with this part here. So now we are going to then create the order itself. So now the order model, or the order, let's just call it order model. Then we say this is going to have fields. The field is going to be user ID. We are going to also have order number. So order number is going to be generated. So order number, and then items, which is going to be the order items. And we're going to have in the address. So we can call this shipping address. And then we have the payment method, which is going to point to, payment method, which is going to point to the payment method, then here, then payment status, then status history. Then we're going to have subtotal and delivery fee, tax, then total, then timestamp. So I hope I'm able to point to this. Okay, yeah, backend SRC, constant, yeah. So let's click on enter. Let's see what the plan is going to generate. Now let's see. So I'm going to click on. Let me remove this from plan mode and let's see. So let me go to other model. So we can see product ID, name, image, order, ordinary, original price, discount percent, sales price, quantity, and the snapshot of the order address, status. You can see it points to the order status here. Payment method. Okay, we have payment method in the order. So the user ID, order, number, items, shipping address, payment method, subtotal, delivery, and total. Okay, this is for the order items. Yeah. The schema for the order items. The schema for the order address, for the shipping address. Then for the order status. Yeah, order status. So this should be default to place. So I need to tell it to update this, to set this to default. So let me just cancel this. So I'm going to say set default set default. Okay, let me see. Sorry, it should be it should set default. Okay, now you set it to empty. So I'll just say set set default. Sorry. Let me wait for this to load. So let me resume. So just to resume. Okay, this is it. Okay, so let's say let's say add default, and the default is going to be okay. Place order status plus place order status placed. So add status default. So we have note here default undefined. So let's click on enter, and you should add it. So let me continue. So we have the user ID, the order number. So we need to ask it to create a method to generate the order number, and we can add it here. So let's add it. So let me accept this. I'll say in the order schema order number create a method in utils to generate the order number. So I can tell it to use I'll tell it to use crypto. So it will be unique crypto random. So it will be unique. Add it in the order number object. So let me close this. Don't save. And let me go into order model now. So we can see it added the default here. I don't know why did it set order item schema ID to false. So I'm going to remove it. So it has generated the order number. So time, date, random. So let's click on save. So we can click on enter. So let's go back to the order model. So it has added pre-save here, pre-validate. So I think I can just add in this. So let me just copy this, generate order number here. And I can just add it here, say default like this. And I can remove this. I don't need this anymore. So this is fine. So let me go through it again. So we don't need ID for the order address schema. The status, we don't need ID for that. The order number, item, shipping address, payment method, then payment status, which is set to pending. So we can use the, let me go to the enum. I'll just copy payment status here. Dot pending. And for the, so I can copy order status. And I'm going to just replace this with order status dot list like this. Subtotal required delivery fee, so tax, and then total. So I think that is all. That is all. So okay, I also want to add in a field here. So this is going to be is reviewed. So I'm going to add it here, and this is going to be Boolean. So once the user review add a rating or review, we are going to set the item to reviewed as true. So that's when we are fetching the user all the user reviews, we can use this field to identify the ones the user has added a review for. So that's the reason why I added is reviewed here. So I think that is all for this part. So we can go ahead and work on the rating and review. So let me update this. Let me add in hyphen here. So now for this is not going to be too hard. So this is going to be the last model. So let's add plan. I'll say plan. I'll say let's and create the rating review model. Add the interface and the fields we are going to have in the user ID reference, order ID reference. Yeah, we're going to also have the order item ID, and then this is going to be unique. and required. Then we're going to have the product ID, and it's going to be reference, then rating, and then the comments. So rating is going to be minimum. Okay, I think you should know minimum 1, maximum 5. And comments. So let's say add timestamp. And let's click on enter. And let's wait for it. So let's remove this from plan mode. I'll just remove this and click on enter. And it should create the rating and review model. So it went ahead and create a new model for it. Sorry, a new file. You can see review model here. Okay, so I can just, let me just remove this. This is fine. So I'll just accept this. So let me change this. I just want to make sure I add in the rating review model. Okay, this is fine. So let's see user mode order ID, other item, and then the products and the rating and comment. So I think we are done with this. We are done with the models, and we can go ahead and start working on the authentication. So let me look at the other YouTubes here. Okay, this is fine. So let's go ahead and work on the Auth API. In this chapter, we're going to work on the authentication endpoint. So we're going to be using the passport, which we've installed there, passport, and we're going to be creating cookie and also JWT token. So we're going to ask command code to do that for us. And I think command code knows how to add authentication the way I normally structure it, because I think in the test which it has here, I think it has, okay, you can see JWT, passport JWT from cookie. So it has the knowledge of how to create auth for us. But we can just ask it individually to create one of them one after the other so we can understand it. So we are going to create, we are going to create inside the utils here. So let me just quickly create, let's say cookie.tx. So it's going to read it and going to create the cookie the tx here. And it's going to also create the passport config, which is going to use the passport JWT strategy inside the passport config.tx. So now let's ask this the command code to do that for us. So let's do that. So I'm going to use /plan. I said now we are going to let's set up passports. So let's say let's create the authentication auth API. So we will create the cookie file in the utils and passports config in a config folder. So let's ask it to do this first before the API, then the controller. Or let's ask it to do this first. So let's do this first. So let's click on enter. Let's see. So it's reading the text. It's going to be the env and then let's see. I didn't also mention, I should have mentioned JWT token. Well, I think it's added there. So we can see. Let me remove this from plan mode. Shift and tab and click on enter. And let's go to the utils here. So it created its own separate. Okay, it added JWT, JWT secrets. So you can see the cookie name, instance access token, and declare JWT. So let's click on enter. So it also generated. Let's go into the secrets inside the env. So the JWT, yeah. And let's wait for it. So that means I'm going to have to delete the cookie file I created. So we might update this, we might update the cookie details. Then add the JWT expiring in this. So I'm going to add it myself here. So let me wait for it to finish. I think it is done. Let's look at it. So it is done with the cookie. And let's look at passport config here. So it has the password config. It also use the user model like this. So I think it. Let me just cancel it. So I think it did well, but we're going to make some updates on most of what it did here, like the cookie. So I'm going to do it the way I prefer. So inside the env, add in JWT expired in. Then inside the env config, we're going to also add JWT expired in. Then, so let's update this cookie YouTube here. So I'm going to add in the same way we have this constant here. I'm going to just add in the expiry date, like I'll just say 7 days. 7 days. And let me just move this here. Then I'm going to also have in the type. So instead of this, I'm just make this an object. So we're going to pass in the response, and I'm going to also pass in, response and user ID. And we're going to add in the type here. So I'm going to just add it here. And I'll say cookie. I'll just pass in cookie here. So now here I'm going to say constant payload is equals to user ID. It didn't even use the JWT token. I thought to use it. So I'm going to say constant expire in is equals to, let's get env config dot expire in. I'll just set this to as time. And now we can then sign in the token. I'll say token is equals to JWT. So let's import this. So I'll just remove this and just say so JWT. And I say JWT dot sign. I'll pass in the payload. And then we're going to also pass in config.jwt secret. And we need to pass in audience here. I'll set this to user. And then we're going to pass in expire in. So now let me return the cookie. Response, why is it trying? Oh. Okay, let me remove this type here. Response, and then access. Okay, we can use access token cookie name. We're passing the cookie, the token, then HTTP true, secure. Okay, if so I'm going to just check inside env config. We have this here already. So let's just use the env config. So I'll say env node is equals to production. Then for same site, I'm just going to copy this. So let me copy this. So if in production, we're going to set this to strict. And let me just copy 7 days. And I think this is okay. So let me just say return. Yeah. So I think this is completed. So later on, we're going to add in the cookie for the cart. Or let me just add it now. So I'm just going to add it here. Guest cart expiry as, and it's just going to be the same thing with what we have. But we're not going to add in the token. So I'm just going to paste this here. So I can just duplicate this and just change this to guest cart token. And I'm going to use instance guest cart ID. Just paste it here. And then I can just replace this with it. And then replace this with it too. So just add it. It's the same thing. Just remove the token stuff here. So we're going to pass in the guest cart ID later on. So now we have this. Now we can go to passport. So passport config. So I'm going to also update this. So it has done some of it. But instead, I'm going to just separate this here. So I'm going to just say cookie extractor here. So we're going to just say requires cookie instance cookie or no. Then instead of this, I'm just going to pass in the cookie extractor here. And then I'm going to just pass in. So instead of this, let me just do env config dot twt secret and then audience user, and the error should stop. So let me see if it added this passport config in index.txt. Okay, it didn't add it here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this. So I'm going to do passport dot use. I'll just move this inside there. Sorry. So let me move this inside there. So we have the option payload done, and the payload is like the user ID. So let me just say sorry, payload user ID string, and then I'm just going to replace this with user ID. So instead of doing this here, I'm going to create a service and move this inside the service. So let's go into service and let's create user dot service dot tx, and then we can say exports constant find user by ID is equals to async user ID type string, and we can just paste what we copied here. So I'll just return. I'll just paste this in. So there's no need for this. So let me change this to user ID. So save this and we can go back now. So inside the passport config, and instead of this, I can just await find by ID, and then I'm going to say payload dot user ID, and let me import it. So this is fine. So what I can do, I can then do I can do default export default passport, and then I can do export constant passport authenticates JWT is equals to passport dot auth, and say JWT, and we can just say session pause. So now passport is complete, so I can just remove this. Then I can go into index.txt and let's import it too. So let me import it here. Import config /config /passport config. Sorry, not like this passport like this, and then we can add in app.use passport.initialize. So now we've set up passport. Now we're going to go ahead and create the we're going to go ahead and create in the API itself. So for the registration endpoint, register endpoints, the register service, then also the login and logout. So we can ask command code to generate the controller for it. So we can let's go to command and select plan. So we can say create the register API. So if you want command code to follow your format, like the way we have the async handler, you can also create a new command here. Inside the command code, you can just create a commands here, and any file you put here, like you can just say controller.txt .md, and you can just write the way you want to structure your controller. So I can just paste in this simple structure. You can use the $sign to just get in the value, like the input value from the user after pointing to the slash. So I can just do slash control, and here you can see controller here, and you just say register, and command code should just do exactly what is asked here to do. So just do the same thing here. So let's tell it to so I'm not going to use the controller for now here. I'm just going to tell it to create in the controller, because in the test, if I go into this script, it should know how to create in the auth. Yeah, you can see the endpoint auth controller and all of this. So it's going to use the knowledge, the content from the test to generate it. So I'm going to say let's create the register controller service and validator with let's say to read the user model, and in the controller return the cookie. So I'm just going to go into cookie.txt and just say set. So I'll point it backend src utils, and then I'm going to point into cookie.utils and click on enter. And I should create in the register controller service and validator. So it's going to read in the current file, so which I've already updated. So let's wait for it. So it has generated a plan now, and you can see. It's going to create a validator, auth validator, service, auth service. And now let's wait for, I'm going to remove this from the plan mode. So I will just press Shift Tab and press enter. And now you can see it has created the auth controller. So you can see that it's wrapped the async handler, and we have the async here. So it also added, so let me wait for this. So we already have the user service. Okay. So you can see it's used the register schema. So let's go to this one. So it's using Zord here. Email, password, phone, and avatar. And so for this instead of this, I'm just going to, let me just to I'll just copy this. I'll just replace this with this. So let me just return here. For the user ID, we can just do constant user ID is equals to user dot underscore ID and dot to string. And this should stop. So now let's check the service. So inside the register user service. So if existing user is going to, you can see it's using the bad request exception, email already in use, then it's going to create in the user and return the user. So let me click on accept here, yes. So after the service, it has created the route. So you can see auth route. And let's click on enter. So I think there's something in Mr. I didn't want to add this here. So what I'm going to do, let me move this. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just copy this. Then inside the route, I'm just going to index.tx. So you'll see auth route. And then yeah, I'm just going to pass this here and let me import from Express, import the auth route. And then I'm going to export default router. So now I can import this now inside the index here. So I'll just to API, and then I'm just going to say routes. From routes. So import this. I'll just copy it and paste it here. So that's where we can test the register. So before we test it, we'll ask you to create the login first. So let me cancel this from running. Then I'll tell it let's create the login logout, and auth status, return the request dot user, and I'll try to add the express underscore ID in the type folder. So it's going to create the types folder. So let's click on enter and let's see. So I'm going to wait for it. So now it has created the item here, the to-dos. So add express user type argument in the SRC type folder. So you should add it now. So let's click on enter. And now you can see it has added it here. So it's going to also add in the login validator schema, in the auth schema, in the auth validator.txt. So I think it is done with the controller and the service. So we can look at, let me click on enter. So I updated the naming. So instead of register user, I'm using register a controller register service. So we've seen what it did in the register and service and controller. So for the login controller, so it has the validator, email and password. And then we have the user ID. So it also return the set JWT auth cookie. The response and user ID have been passed, and the response here. So you can go into login service, and then it's going to, so what it did here is fetch the find the ID, the email, sorry, and if not found, just set invalid email or password, and if password is not matched, invalid email or password, and return user, which is fine. Then we can say log out, just use the clear JWT auth cookie and just return a message. Then for the auth status controller, so you remember it added this express and the and type, which it add in the user extend from user ID, from the user model. Now we can have you can see the user request user. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to constant user is equals to request dot user, and I'm going to add a method there. So it's just to format this. I'm going to also add if the user is admin. So I'm just going to copy to auth user, and I'll say if user, then I'm going to just pass in user, else no, like this. So let's click on enter. So let me cancel this. I'll just tell it to let him also create. Let's look at the auth route. So it added it here. You can see all of them here. And you can see it added the passport authenticate JWT because this endpoint acquired is protected. So it requires the user to be logged in to access it. So I'm going to ask it to create the HTTP, auth HTTP, and with all the endpoints in it. So now create the HTTP file like we have in the backend slash HTTPS for auth with all the API. So I'll just say add comment and add the base URL. So it's going to create it. And now we're going to test in our first you're going to sign in or register our first user. So let's wait for it. So now I need to accept. And there's one added. So if I go there, you can see auth HTTP, and you can see base URL, localhost 8000 API/auth, register, login, authenticated user status, and then we have the logout for current user. So we can test this out. So let's add this user, John example. So I'm just going to change this to John Gmail. And then let's click on send now. So let me make sure server, okay, server is running. So let's click on send. Okay, it's a base URL. I'll just use it. So I think this is wrong. I don't think this is correct. So let me try it again. So something is wrong. So let me try and copy this. I'll replace it. Save this. And let me click on send. And we can see that it went through. So the problem is the base URL is having problem. So we can see the user will sign up here. And if we click on HTTP here, you should click open session. You should see the cookie instant access token. So we already logged in, so I can click on this now. Send. Oh, sorry, this again. I don't know why the base URL is not working. Okay, let me see. So it's working now. Wow, it's working now. So you can see the user admin force. So if I send logout, we log out. So if I go to this, we can see parts here. So we log out. So inside Mongo's, you can add this extension MongoDB extension visitor, and then with it we can add in our connection here, MongoDB connection URL. So I'll just go to my env and I'll copy it, and then inside here I'll just click on connection. I'll click on connect, paste it here, and click on enter. I think it's not connecting, so I'm just going to leave it. So I think we are done for now. So we have the auth HTTP working fine. So, but there's one thing I want to also mention here is testing our endpoints like this is good, but we need to also test for several use cases, several occasions, like is the error message when we pass in the wrong password, they throw in the right error message and the error status code. Is the register endpoint or the login when you type in, like the login, once you type in a different email address, is it throwing the right error code and the error response? So there are several use cases you can try to make sure we are building a production ready application. So that is the reason why, in order for us not to manually write all this testing manually for all these use cases, we can use TestSprite to test this. So let's head over to the browser and then let's go to TestSprite. So make sure you click the link in the description to head over to TestSprite. So make sure you're sign up to your account. So once you click the link in the description, so I've logged into my account and we can go to the documentation. So we can click on view documentation and there we can see how to use TestSprite. So you can just go to your first TestSprite test and you can just click on, let's say we're currently doing API testing. Then we can just scroll down. API testing. We can see how to test the APIs here. You can go to overview and you can use the TestSprite dashboard. But we're going to use the NCP server here together with command code. So let me go to introduction here. So let's click on the NCP server and then let's scroll down to install NCP. So let me go to so we can test with Nodejs. And so where is the, so let me go back to NCP again, click on install NCP. So we need to get the API key. So let's go to dashboard. Let's go to where can we find the API key here? And let's click on this. Let's just say instance test. So let's create the API key. Let's copy. So I'll copy it and paste it in a file. So once you save, just cancel this. Now we can go and copy the NCP. So I'll scroll down. So go to order. I'm going to copy this. So copy it, and let's go back to the code. So before we go, can you just say help me test this project, and it's going to start testing. So let's go back to the code, and I'm going to paste it here. So we can go back to the browser and see how to add NCP server in command code. So I'm going to go to command code now, and I'll go to, I think NCP server should be here. So just if you scroll down, see NCP here. So this is it. So this is the command here. We have NCP command code NCP add. So I'm going to be using this because this is the way it's an object, so it's JSON. So I'm going to be using this. So this is how you're going to do it. You're going to copy it like this. So we're going to add it like this. So I'm going to do that now. So let's go back to the code. So I'm going to add them in one line. So I'll do that here. So I'm going to paste it here. And this is how it's going to look like. So I'm going to copy the API key. So I'm going to just pass in the API key here. And now we can run this command. So I'm going to add this in the description so you can copy this. I'm going to copy this. So let me quickly save this. I'll just change this to MCP. So it's easy for you guys to copy it. So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to open my terminal. I'll just click here, open a new terminal. Then I'm going to just run this. So I'll paste it now. So sorry, this is wrong. It should not be command. It should be command C. So let me quickly change it. Command C, and I'm going to click on enter. And let's wait for this. And now you can see that it has added the NCP server by script to the local config. So now it is done. Now we can go now inside here, and if I scroll to the bottom, so let me drag this. And if I do slash MCP, you should see TestSprite. So I'll click on this, connect, and it should connect to TestSprite. So let's wait for it. So TestSprite is connected. So I'm going to click on the escape button to go back, and now we can ask it to test or auth. So I'll just say let me just do tests the auth API with TestSprite SCP. Then I'm going to click on send, and then this is going to call the TestSprite MCP, and the TestSprite MCP is going to you're going to see it's going to create the now. So now you can see it has created the folder here. So we need to upload the PLD for TestSprite. So if I go to the browser, it's going to open. So let me go to the browser, and you can see it just open it here. So I can just pick backend code base, and if you require auth, you can use Vera token and stuff. So I'm just going to leave it like this, and then I'm going to upload the PLD. So I'm going to attach the document in the description. So I've added the backend PLD. So I'm going to click on continue, and now I'm going to click on OK. And I'll go back to the code editor, and let me see. Okay, it's timeout. So let me cancel this and run this again. So I think I took time before I upload the PLD. So let me wait for it. So I'm going to quickly So it wants to run, but my server is already running. Let me check my server is running. My server is running. Okay, let me see. So I've already uploaded it, and we can see the backend. Now it wants to create the code summary. So I'll click on outside, yes. And if you click on the code summary, we can see to read through the file, and then it has gone through the APIs we've created. Then it's going to create another file, which is TestSprite is going to use to like it's going to generate a file. I think this is it. Okay, not this. You're going to see another file which is going to, okay, yeah, this is it. So you're going to see the test case like test post auth register endpoint with valid user data to ensure successful registration. Then you can see another test case here. We also have for logout. We also have to check if the user status is returning 200, and then also the cookie. So I'm going to click on yes now. And let's see. So let's wait for it. Let's wait for it to finish. So it is done with the test. And if you look at the response here, you can see that all tests run 4 out of 5 tests. So one fail, I think, said is the test script issue. It checks the cookie name JWT, but the server uses instant access to compound. So I think at least out of 5 test cases it's generated here, out of the 5 test cases here, so all 4 of them pass, and I think that's great. So if we go to TestSprite dashboard now, if I go to NCP test, we can see so we can see all of these passed. Why this one failed here? So this is working fine. So at least 4 out of 5 passed. So this is fine. So let's go ahead and work on the next the product endpoint. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the product endpoint. So the first endpoint we're going to create in the product is going to be get all products. So the get all products, we're going to use that one service to fetch all products and also pass in the query params like the query, like the search query field, the pagination, and also filter. So let's go to the browser and let me show you from the already project already created. So if you look at here, we have one endpoint to fetch the deals. We have another endpoint to fetch all products. And then if I search here, let's say, let me just search in this, and another endpoint to fetch with the search keyword. And if I go back, let's click on any of this category. So we're going to also pass in the category ID, and this is going to fetch the products based on the category ID. And if we click on all, let's say the category ID is not passed, it returns all the products. And then you can also filter by highest rated and like this. So we're going to also we're going to pass all this inside the we're going to pass it to the endpoint. So let's go back to the code, and then we're going to ask command code now to create the controller. So the first endpoint we're going to do is the endpoints. Then we're going to create the endpoint to fetch the deals, product deals, that is a discount. Then we are going to create the service to create a new product. And to create a new product is only admin can create a product. So we're going to create an admin controller which we're going to add the create product service inside it. So let's first of all fetch all products. So let's plan this. Let's say plan. So now let's work the product API. So the first API is a product. Sorry, I'll call it get products controller service and route. So I'm going to say we're going to have the validator for the query params. And what are we going to pass? We're going to pass in the category ID, the pagination, so I'll call it page, and then page, let's say limit. And we're going to also pass in filter like has discount, discounts. And we also have filter by in stock. So in stock and minimum price, maximum price. Then we can also sort. So we can sort like I showed you. We can sort by best match, price low, price high. High. Then we also have highest rating. Then the last one is keyword. So I think command code should understand now. So we can also add skip. Let's say you want to add has more, so just say skip. So let's click on enter and let's see how command code. Let's point to read the product model. So let's click on enter. Sorry, I also forgot to add limits here. So let's add default. Tell it to add default here to 20, default 20, and for page we're going to set default 1. And I think everything should be optional. Yes. So I say query params, almost everything should be optional. So the filters are optional. So I think except the page and limits. So let's click on enter and let's see what command code is going to do. So it's looking at the endpoint. Let's read the product model now. And let's see. And I want to create a product validator. So I'm going to move move away from plan mode. So I'm going to tap in shift tab and click on enter. Shift tab and click on enter. So it wants to create product service, product controller, product route. So it has created a validator. So let's see. So we can see category ID, page limit, has discount, in stock, minimum, maximum, sort. So I think it has passed everything properly. Keyword and then skip. So let me click on yes. And now let's look at the controller. So get product controller. We can see that it has used the get product schema. And then let's go into the service. So I think I need to change this to service. Get product service. I'll just rename this. And let's go into the service, product service. And let me scroll here. I'll just change this so. So let's see what I did here. So you can see sort option, sort map. Okay, this is fine. So we have the filter object here. Then if category ID is passed, we just add it to the filter. If has discount is passed or is not defined, then we say has different than greater than 0, then 0. So we are passing filtering the discount percentage. So in stock, if not undefined, then we're going to use is active. No, so I think this is wrong. I'll just say if in stock, then we're going to filter stock count. And there I'm going to say we're going to use the greater sign, greater and 0 like this. So for this category ID, we want to make sure the ID being passed, the ID that is passed is a valid Mongo object ID. So I'm going to just add this here. So let me import Mongo's. So okay, let me just use it's not equals to undefined. Then for minimum price, maximum price, if not undefined, then we have the filter sales price here. So minimum price is not equals to undefined. Then sales price dot greater equals to minimum price. Then have this for less than equals to maximum price. Then for the keyword, we can say filter or name and description. I think this is fine. We can also add units if you want to add it. That's fine. And then since we pass in skip, we can have skip. If skip is passed, then page minus 1 times. Okay, if skip, we use skip, else we just use page minus 1 times limit. Then we get the product total, and we use the sort map, which is defined at the top here. Pass in the skip limits, then populates the category ID with the name slug, and then we get the total, the count, the product count. And then we can see the product and the total here. So we have this, I'll just say constant total pages is equals to. So I think that is all. We can also populate the, so not even populate, like select the particular field we want. Like now I can just say the select. So we can select name, slug, images, units, original price, so just pass them here like this. So it is done with this endpoint. So let's ask it to create the product deal endpoint. So I can collapse this now. And let's go back to the controller, product controller. And I think it added the routes here. You can see product route and then index here. So let's ask it. So let me cancel this. So now let's plan. So now let's create the product deals API. So instead of product, I'll just say get get deals or get product deals. Get deals control APIs. So we will just pass in the, or we can see the query param is limits. Add a validator for it, and return I think filter or find product that is active, has discounts. And I think descending order. I don't think descending order is, there's no nature. Discount and has stock. So we need to make sure the product has stock in the deal. And then we're going to sort by the discount too. So, and also select the fields. So let's click on enter, and let's wait for command code to create the endpoint. So now you can see it want to create the validator, it want to add this. I'm going to remove this from plan mode. So I'll just tap in shift tab and then click on enter. And if you look at the validator, it has already added, you can see get deal. And I want to update the product service. So I'll just click on this. And then I'm going to go to product service. Okay, it has not added it yet. So let's wait for it. Okay, it's want to add it now. So let me click on yes. So I don't know why it's doing it like this. So I'm going to remove this and pass it inside there. And I don't know why it forgot to add in stock count. Sorry. I think it's greater than 0. So let me click on yes. So I'm going to also add yes here. So this get product service we should have added is active. True. Like this, so it filters only product that is active. This sort map, we can move this inside there. So I'll just move it. Let me bring it in. Sorting option. So let's go back to the other service. So I think this is complete. We have the product. So let's check the controller. So let's go into product controller. And now we should see that's added this get deal controller. Pass in the use the schema which it created, and also the service, and pass in the query. And now the result is being passed here. That's the product. So I think that is it. So let's check the product route. So it has added deals here, and inside the index.txt you should see product here. So let me cancel this now. So the next API we're going to create is a product detail, that is product by slug. Remember in the models we have we have this log here. So we're going to ask command code to create an endpoint we're going to fetch using this log. And not only returning the product, is going to also return related product. So we're going to find product that is in the same category with the product that the user is trying to view. So I'm going to say let's create API. Let's create a get product by slug API. So this endpoint add API by slug add a validator so and in the service filter I'll find find product is active and also return related products say using the category ID and skip. So it's going to skip the current one. I just skip, or we can say not. Okay, let's just skip or not equal to the current product slug. So related products, we can limit it to 6. I'll say and select the fields. So let's click on enter. And let's see what command code is going to do. So let's wait for it. So it's reading the product service and all of the files. And now you can see that it's creating the validator. So I'm going to remove from the plan mode. So I'm going to say shift tab and then click on enter. And this should create it has updated the validator. Okay, now it wants to update the service. So click on enter. And then we can look at it. So inside product validator, we can see get product by slug schema. So it's updating the product now. So let's click on enter for the service. And let's go straight to the product service. So let me also accept the controller. So I don't know why it is always adding it outside of the method. So we have the slug. So find by slug is active, populates category ID name. So for the product detail, I'll just copy all of this field, replace it here. I'll remove this. And if no product, it's just going to say product not found. And then I'm going to also copy this. And it's active is true and not equals to slug. Then I'm going to just pass this here. So remove this. And now everything is fine. So related product. So now we can go to the controller. And we should see get product by slug with the schema, and this is also added here. So we are done with the 3 endpoints. So we're going to create one other endpoint to fetch the reviews. So we need to fetch the reviews, waiting at reviews for the product. So we're going to ask command code to do that. So I'm going to cancel this. I will say plan. Now let's create, say get product reviews API with validator. I think we're going to pass in query. Yeah, query params. This for the pagination, page, and limits. So I forgot to say API with the products log, then query param and limit. Then we are going to also I think we're going to fetch, let's just say fetch the reviews, and we're going to also return the I think we're going to return, we're going to also fetch in, I don't think it's fetch the review. It knows that we're going to return the pagination, then we're going to also return the breakdown, the rating breakdown. So use aggregates for it. So I think this is also fine. So I think we can just consent. So let's wait for it. So I'm thinking that the service should have been the review service, but this is fine. Let's just say yes. Oh, sorry, I forgot to move away from plan mode. So yes. So it has created the service, the validator, that's updated the validator, slug, page limits. You should have used the product slug here we have there. Gets put up by slug. So I think it is done. So let me go to the service. So product service, and let me collapse this. So now we can see get product review service, and now we have it as we find the product with the slug and is active true. Select underscore ID. We got the, if product is not found, return. Then we get the ID. We calculate the trying to get the limit, the skip, sorry. And there we have the review total, the rating. So we can see it here. And now this is the breakdown. So it loops through the ID, constant of rating, average, breakdown ID, breakdown is equals to count. So you just assigned it to the count here. So using the breakdown map. And then we're just going to return this array of the rating and count. So I think, let me see where he added this. I'll just copy. So let me see. Scroll down, and I think it is done. So let's go to the controller, and we should see get review controller, and then this route, we can see product route slug/review, And I think that is it. So we are done with the product review controller. So now we're going to create the endpoint, the service, and we're going to add the service in a new controller called admin controller. So this is for admin, or we can leave it, also add it in the products controller. So for testing, and then later on we can move it into the admin controller. So let's do that. So let's say as a plan. So let's create create product service, a create product API. So we're going to we'll pass in. So we'll get the user ID from request, and then the body invalidator. We're going to pass request body in the validator, and then we're going to let's just say the field or the body passed. So let me just add it here. We're going to pass in category ID, and then we are going to also ask in the name, description, image, URLs, which is going to be an array of string, and then the original price and discount percentage, discount percent, discount label, and I think units, stock count, and then the is active. So so make sure to check category ID exists, and let's click on enter. And we're going to also create another endpoint to fetch all products. So this is going to be for admin. So we have two service we're creating: the create product service for admin and the fetch all products for admin too. So it has added it wants to add the products validator. So click on enter. Sorry, this is in plan mode. So let me click on yes. So let's wait for it. So it is done with the it's done creating the files. I'm adding the code. So if we go down to controller now, you should see create product controller with the request user underscore ID, and we can see the schema that is added here: category, name, description, image, original price, discount percent, units, and others. Then if we go into product service, we can see user ID and the data. So category, so we check if category ID is valid, and then check if it exists, and then we just create the product, pass in the data, user ID, and then the category ID. So now this is great. So let's go into the product route. So we can see this here. So let's create the last service. So I'm going to also tell it to move this the controller, create controller into the admin controller. So I'll say let's create the get admin or get products for admin. So API. this service should be in the product service and create admin controller. Also move the get the create product controller to admin 2. So let's also try to add pagination to the get product endpoint API. So I'll click on enter and then it should start generating. So we can wait for it. So now it's generating. So I'll click on yes. So it has added the schema. So let's wait for it. So it has added a service now. So I think it's going to create the admin controller, admin route. And then we're going to click on enter. So we're going to later tell it to create the middleware, the required admin role middleware. So let's wait for it. So I think it is done. So let's remove the create. So let's click on yes. And you should say the admin. So it is done. So I'll cancel it. So we can see the admin route now added here. Product and then the create product. So if we go into index, you can see admin here. So we have the admin controller here. And we can see, so let's go into the product service. I'll collapse the product, create product, and then you can see get product for admin service. So this is great. So we are going to tell it to create the middleware for, I'll call it required admin. So let's ask it to create this. Now let's create a middleware require admin middleware. Check the user and then check the role is admin. So I'll just pass in backend SRC constant. I think it's a site in yeah. So I'll click on enter. I'll remove this from plan mode. So it's going to create the middleware for us. So let's wait for it. So now you can see it wants to create a middleware. So required. And if I go to require auth middleware, you can see if not user or user is not equal to this, throw forbidden exception. So it added this new exception class. So let me click on enter. So if I go to utils now, inside the app error, you should see forbidden exception here. So you should add it into the admin route now. We can go into the route now and we can see admin route. We can see required admin middleware. So this is great. This is great. So we are done with the product, all the product API. So we're going to ask it to create the HTTP so we can test it, then use TestSprite to test the endpoint. So let's wait for it. So it is done. Then we can say create the HTTPS. So I'll do backend / HTTPS for products and admin. So let's wait for it. So let's want to create it now. Say yes. Okay, sorry, I'm in the plan mode. So I'll say continue. Continue. So I'll say yeah. Sorry. I think I made a mistake. So let me remove the plan. Click on enter. So let me wait for it. So you should create the files now. So we can see it has created the file. So we can see products HTTP. So let me remove this. So we can see the get all products, filter by category, get product with discounts, search by keyword, get product with price range, discounts plus in stock products, get product by slot, and get products review by slot. Then we have the admin HTTP, which I'm just going to remove this. So get all product by admin and then create new products. So this is good. So before we test the endpoint, like the create new product or the product endpoint, we need to first of all create the category endpoint and also seed the category in the DB. So let's go ahead and work on the category. So let's go ahead and create the folder, the seed folder. So I'll create a folder inside SRC. I'll call it seeds. And then I'm going to create a file category .c.tx, and here I'm going to paste in the data. Like I've already already have the data, so I'm going to paste it here. So and the image URL. So we have the category, which is an array here, the name, the image URL, description, and it's active to true. And we can see all that here. So I'm going to add it in the description. So now let's ask command code to write the script for us to run. So this can be added into the DB. So I'm going to say, let's go to type, select the plan mode and say, now let's work on the category seed file. So I'll point to backend SOC seed and category .c.tx. So write a script to populate the category table. I've also had it to add delete. So delete many. So to clear the category first before insert. So before insert many. So let's go ahead and click on enter. And let me move this from plan mode. Or we can leave it in plan mode if we want. So I'm removing it from plan mode now. And let's wait for it. So it has located the category.c.cx file. And now we should write the script for us here. So let's click on enter. So it has imported the .env mongoose category model and also the env config. So let's wait for it. So now just now we can see the script here. So it connect the DB. Then we have the Mongo's category model to delete any existing data, and then we have the category model to insert the categories and exist here. So let's click on accept, and this is going to add this to the script in the package.json. So we should see and seed category. Now we can copy this and run this. So let's wait for it. So let's open the terminal and run this. So I'm going to cancel my server, and I'm going to do npm run seed category. So let me cancel this first. So I've canceled this, and then let me run this now. npm run seed category, and let's see. So we should see database connected first. So the database is connected, and now you can see that's added 9 categories into the DB. So now we're going to ask command code to create the controller, the category controller and service to fetch all categories. So let's do that here. So loop plan. Now let's create sorry guys, let's create the category controller and service. So say just one API to fetch all category. I think that is all. To fetch all category. I think I added is active, yes, and that is active. And let's click on enter. So I'll move this away from plan mode, or we can leave it. So you should go ahead and create the category controller and service. So let's wait for it. So now I want to create the service. So I'll move away from plan mode and click on enter, category controller, and then category route. So let me wait for it to finish. And then I want to add the route to the route or index.txt. I think that's the last thing that is remaining, so it should be done. So I'll wait for it to round up. And now I want to create the category.http. So say yes. And that is all. So let me wait for it to. So it is done with everything. So let's check this. So let me just drag this. And then let's go into. So the first thing we're going to check here is the service. Inside category service, we should see get category service sort by name. And so I don't want to sort by name, I'll just sort by, okay, let's see what's returned. And then we are going to go into the controller, category controller, and this is it. So inside the route, we have the category route here. added here, and inside the index.txt we can see categories here added here. So inside the category service, I don't want to sort by name, so I am going to just leave it like this underscore id. So the way I have it arranged is where I want it to display. So now we have this. Now we can go to HTTP. So let me collapse all this. Going to backend back SRC. Sorry, HTTP. In category HTTP, and then let me remove this. So now we can see the endpoint to fetch all active category. So let's make sure our server is running. So do npm run dev, and let's wait for this to connect to the database. So now we can see it is connected to the database. So if I click on this send button here, and we should be able to see all the category, and it's listed the way I have it in the seed file. So these are all the category. So now we can ask TestSprite to test the category endpoint again for different use cases, and then we can go ahead and test the product. So let me ask command code to do that. Okay, I'll just say now let's only test the category API with TestSprite MCP only. So let's click on enter, and let's wait for it. So I'm going to close this now, and want to check. So I just click on yes, and let's wait for it. So I'm going to tell it to cancel and say okay, I'll just say that our category is already saved into the DB. Just test the API, the category API routes with TestSprite MCP. So let me even check if TestSprite MCP is connected. Okay. Okay, now it's already running. And now it has taken us to the browser. So let me go to the browser, and then we can just set a code base, and we've already uploaded the file. So I'll just click on continue and okay. Then I'll go back to the code base, and let's wait for it. So it's going to generate a code summary, and then it's going to create the code summary now. So we can see future category API. So let us run the test completely, and you can see category endpoint test 1 out of 1, 200%. So it returned the active category endpoints. So we can just go into TestSprite, and then we can see it has done all of this. So now we are sure that our test was passed. So if we check and TestSprite dashboard, so let me go to TestSprite dashboard, and let me reload this. So we can see 1 out of 1 get active category sorted alphabetically, and this is work fast. So we can see the test detail here and the code that was run. So now we are done with the category endpoint. So we are going to go ahead and test the product endpoint. So let's go ahead and test the endpoints. Now we have the category. So I'll go into the category HTTP and I'm going to click on send to get so I can copy the ID. So I'm going to copy from snacks and I'm going to close this. Open my Explorer. Then I'm going to let's go to admin HTTP and I'm going to replace this with the correct category ID. You can see I've added the product, also added images, which I've already added to Cloudinary. And I think this is fine. So we can go ahead and send now. So make sure the server is running and let's click on send. So unauthorized. So I'm not logging. So let me quickly log into my account. And I think I'm not currently admin, so I'm not going to be able to, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to let me just log in. So I've logged into my account. I'm going to go ahead and change the role to admin. So let me go and change it. I'll just select this, let me confirm if this is going to connect the MongoDB. So I'll go into my env and I'm going to copy this. And let me go to this extension, which I've added MongoDB extension. And let me try and see if it's going to work. So it's not connecting. For some reason, I don't know why it's not connecting. So since this one is not working, I'm going to go to the browser, to MongoDB Setup directly. So let me go to the browser. So I've go to the collection. So inside the Mongo InstantDB, let's go into users. And this is test user, TestSprite added. So let me just quickly delete all of them. So now let me edit this and change the row to admin. Then click on update. Now the user row is admin. So we can go back to the browser, so to the code editor. And now I think I'm logged in. So let me try and test. Let me close this. Let me try and test the admin again. So I'll click on send. And we can see that it's work. So we're able to add products into the product table. So now we can go ahead and test this get up admin product, and this is going to fetch all the products which the pagination added here. So we can also go to product HTTP and then let's test this out. So we can also fetch all products filter by best. So currently I have only one product. So that is the reason why we're not going to be able to see. Let's just click on it and see. So we can see this now and filter by category ID. So I can just go to admin, select this and go back to product and pass it here. So let me quickly add a new product, like two more products, so we can use this to test the endpoint. So I've added some products already. If I go to admin, let's click on send all. So I've added products. We can see this product here. It has original price, added discount, the label. Why this other product does not have any discount? So it uses the original price as a sales price. So you see that it is working. Pre-save is working, and then this other product does not have fruit and vegetable. It does not have discount, and I think that is all the products we have. I think three products. So if I okay, four products I've added here. So now let's go into the product and let's test them. So we can send best match now. And this is going to just filter, I think, by the latest product. And now we can sort by lower price. So I'll click on send. Okay, has discount true. Okay, before that we can select we can filter by category. So I'll click on send and it should return only one product. We can see. So the category ID we added here is snacks category, and you can see that it fetched the product. So it has discount price to low. So I'll click on send. And then this one has discount, and the price here is I think 9.34. And if I scroll down to the second one has 9.78 and has a discount. Then we can search for keyword. So let me see the products. So let's say I'm going to search by this product now. So just type in BI, then click on send, and now you can see that it returns the product that matches the keyword. Then price range. So for the price range, let's do 5, or let's do 11 to 100, and let's click on send. Okay, this is not return any product. So minimum price 11. Let me do minimum price 8, maximum price 100. Let's click on send. Save this. Click on send. And now we can see it return the sales price 9.78, and this other one 9.34. And let me move back here. We can see price high. I think it's price high. So that's why we have this price here 9.78 as the first one, and then 9.34 as the second one because of the price high filter. Then deals. So if I click on deals, so it's going to fetch all the product that has deals. So we can see we only have 2 products. Then let me fetch it again. So I'll just copy this log for this product, and I'll just pass it here. Sorry, here. Save this and click on send. And then you can see that the product is returned. So we have the related product is empty because I have only this one product in snacks category. And then if I also add it here for the review, I'll click on send, and there you can see the breakdown. Currently we have 5. We have rating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the review is empty. So I need to take command code to filter to return days from 5 to 1, or in the front end you can just sort it. So let me just ask command code to make the response for the rating breakdown to return from 5 to 1, from the highest to lowest. So let's go into product service. Let me close this. So I'm going to point it. So let me bring in command code. So I'll say fix the get product via service breakdown to return the breakdown. Okay, to return it from highest to lowest. That is 5 to 1. So let's click enter, and it should go ahead and read the file, and then it's going to update this. So let's wait for it. So it has already updated it. Now you can see that it is using the array here 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we can save this. Server is running, and let's go ahead and test the endpoint again. So inside product HTTP, and if I click on product review, now you can see the rating now is returning from the highest to the lowest. So now this is working fine. So we are done with the testing. So we can just ask TestSprite to test the product admin HTTP and product HTTP product endpoint. So I'm just going to cancel this. Now let's ask command code to use TestSprite to test the endpoint. So say now let's test the product route, the product route, the product route. Let me just put only, or let's test only the product route and the product in admin, or let's just say admin. Currently let's just use let's leave it as product admin, admin controller, or in admin with TestSprite ncp only, and let's click consent. So it's going to generate the test plan and also the standard PRD. So let's kill the 8000. That is going to kill the server, and let's wait for it to run. Okay, it wants to see product. Let's first test product. Okay, let's see. But we already have product in the DB. Let's just accept it and see what it's going to do. Or I can cancel it and tell you that we have product already in the DB. Let me cancel it and say we have products in the DB already, at least 4 products. So let me delete this seed file it's created. So yes. So I'll go to the browser now, and then let's open this for us backend code base, and then I'm going to click on continue since we have the backend PLD, and then let me go back to the code and let's wait for this to run. So we can see that it has run the text. Out of 10 texts, 6 texts pass. So we can look at the code review. So if I collapse the temp folder and scroll down to, I think this is it. Yeah, this is the report. Then we can look at some of the endpoints that a command could run. We can see this pass. Let's look for the one that failed. This failed for rating breakdown, item are not integer, sorry, API return. So let me look at the text. Let's go to, I think, text bucket plan, and we can look at some of the endpoints that the test cases. So verify get API product return nation discount and all of this. So let's look at the response from command code. So it said the 4 failure are all test script mismatch, so not a code bug. So the test expected total item or integer type breakdown num item, but we return total, okay, and then rating and count objects. So API is correct, and then it also tested the authorization bearer header, but auth is using cookie based instant auth token. So all public endpoints list deals detail review and admin guard no GWT no admin working correctly, so the server is still running. Okay, so I think based on what command code is saying, that the endpoint is working fine. So we can, let me go to, or we can ask command code to run the 4 field test. So let's ask it to run the 4 field test to retry the 4 field. So make sure everything is okay. all the test case, the test plan actually went through. So let's we retry the four failed test case with TestSprite. So let's see. So I'm going to wait for it to run the test. So after running the test, I noticed that we can't retry the test. So we can't retry the test that TestSprite has already generated. So we have to rerun it again. So I noticed why the TestSprite was using the default authorization bearer to header. This is because command code didn't specify in the code summary, like in the code summary. If I go to the temp folder where we have the code summary, so it was using JWT default there. So now I've asked command code to update it, so it always when we are testing, it knows that TestSprite knows that we are using cookie JWT and not the default JWT itself. So for now, I think also command code has test the endpoint by itself and has confirmed that all the endpoints are going through. So you can also retry to test again. The command TestSprite is going to regenerate another text plan, and then it's going to then run the test again. So but this is fine for us since I am out of 10 texts 6 went through. So now we can go ahead and start working on the Cart API. So in this chapter, we are going to go ahead and work on the Cart endpoint. So like I mentioned when we're creating the Cart model, that the Cart is going to be used, we're going to use it to for both guest user and the register user. So because of that, we are not going to use the passport, the default one we have here, the passport authentication WT for the Cart route, which is to protect the endpoint from unauthorized user. So we're going to create our custom one for the Cart. So which is going to check if the request cookie instant access token is not passed. So if it's not passed, it's going to generate a guest ID and assign and set the cookie with the guest user ID, and then the guest user ID is attached to the request. So now we can use the guest ID to add the user item to cart, the guest user item to cart. But if the user is authenticated, then we are going to also handle that too with the middleware we're going to create. So let's quickly implement that before we ask command code to create the controller and service for the cart. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to call this export classic constant. I'm going to call it optional cart auth, and this is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the request, which is of type request, and then we're going to pass in a response, which is of type response, and the next function. So let's return this. So now we're going to get the token. So token, we're going to say request dot cookie dot instant. So let me copy instant access token. So now we're going to say if not. So if not token, that means the user does not have this access token. The access token. We are going to generate, before we generate, we're going to first of all check if the user has the guest cart ID. So guest cart is going to be equals to request.cookie dot, I think this, if let me quickly check inside the utils, cookie utils. Okay, we call it instance get cart ID. So I'll just paste it here. So if not, we're going to generate a unique ID for it. So I'm going to go into the utils. So let's do it inside. Let's do it inside. Let me create a new file. So I'll call this helper.txt, and I'm going to just paste this here. So let me import crypto. From crypto. So we're going to use generate guest cart ID, and then I'm going to just pass it here. So this is going to generate the ID, and now let me import it. So now we have the ID. So we're going to have the ID now. If the ID does not exist in the cookie, then we are going to say constant. Sorry, we're going to say request user is equals to undefined, and then we're going to say request dot guest cart ID is equals to guest cart ID. So let's go into the type inside there, and let's update this here. Oh, let me bring this. Let me do it here. So I'll say interface request, and we're going to pass in the guest cart ID. So now the error should stop now. We can see the error has stopped. So now we're going to then say if not request dot cookie dot instance. If this does not, if this is not in the cookie, we're going to then set the cookie. We say set guest cart cookie. If we wrote this inside the utils cookie, sorry, inside the utils cookie tx. So if I scroll to the bottom, you can see set guest cart cookie, and we're passing the response and the guest cart cookie here. So we're going to copy this, and then we just pass in the response. I will pass in the generated guest cart ID. So let me see, something's wrong. Response. So let me import this. Okay, I think response error should stop. And then we can then return next. So, but if the token exists, then we can just copy this. Let's bring it here. Sorry, I'll remove this export. So passport authenticates JWT, and this is first. Then we can let me close this, and then we're going to have another object, and this is going to be error. So I'll just say it's to any, and then the user, I'll say it's to any, and then we're going to return. Sorry. Let's return. So we're going to say request.user is equals to user. Yeah, request.guestCart ID. And this is going to be equals to null. And then we can return next. Oh, sorry, I think I moved this. It should be out of the if block. So let me quickly format this. And then we've returned this. Now, here we're going to just say request response and then the next function. So now we have the middleware which we're going to be using in the cart route. So now it's time for us to work on the first cart endpoint. So the first one we're going to do is the insert, not insert. So I want to create one endpoint which is going to be used for inserting and updating, more like that. So I'll call it offset service or offset cart. Yeah, offset cart. So the client side is going to pass in the items which contain the product and the quantity, and then we are going to offset it into the DB, because the same endpoints can be used to update insert the cart, the item in the cart too. So that is the reason we're going to create that endpoint first. So now let's go to command code now. So let's say it's a plan, and we're going to say now let's work on the cart. So first let's create sorry guys, let's create the I'll call it cart offset cart API. So this will have payload of items array with product ID and quantity objects. And then for the service, we are going to, in the service, we'll pass the user ID from user ID and guest cart ID from the request. They will pass it from the request from the controller. You pass it and the items and items. Yeah. So I think that's it. So what we are going to do now, we are going to this endpoint is quite long. So we are going to make sure the cart item are valid. So I'll say make, then check. So it's going to first of all check if the user ID, if user ID or guess cart ID is passed or is available or is valid. Let's say valid. Passed is okay. Then we are going to validate, then check if the cart items is valid. So for the valid, it's going to check item is valid. Most importantly, the product ID, and filter out product ID that is null. So this is going to give us a valid ID. Then we are going to then check, verify if the product exists in the database. Then also verify if the product ID is in the DB. And like I mentioned, this is going to be long. Then after we verify in the DB, then we need to also check if the product has the product stock count matches, is equal to or is less than the stock. So if it's greater than the stock, then we're going to throw an error like the only certain units available in the stock. So say then verify if the product is in the DB. Also check if the stock of the product is greater than the quantity of quantity. Check the stock of the product in the items. So I think this is, then I'm going to say offset start the API will be used to add item or update item in cart, update item or update the cart. So, and we're going to also populate it too. So we're going to need the data also cart and populate it. So we are going to then we're going to return some response. We're going to return the total amount. So I'm going to add a constant here. So cat constant. So let me go into cat. Let's create constant .tx. And then I'm going to just paste this here. So we're going to return the tax rate, delivery free, and then we have the free delivery threshold, which is 20. For delivery free, we have 4.99 and then 0.08 for tax rate. So for the delivery free, if the product is above 20, then we're going to have free delivery. So delivery is going to be 0. So let's go back. So what we're going to then tell we're going to take command code is okay. Now lastly, sum the cart, that is think products sales price by times quantity. So then we are going to create a method called calculate cart total. So this is going to be a method that's we're going to pass in the sum, and with it we can use it to get the total, the subtotal, the tax, and the delivery fee. So the create method calculate this will return the subtotal, delivery fee, for delivery fee we're going to say if I'll just put a bracket here. I'll say if subtotal is greater than the free delivery threshold. So I'm going to point it delivery threshold. So let me point to the file. So sorry, let me fix this. So I've passed in the path to the constant. So if the subtotal is greater than free delivery threshold, then delivery fee is 0. So 0. Then return the let me put comma tax rate. The tax this is also going to subtotal times the tax rate constant. So for the tax, I'll just say subtotal and let me leave it like this. And then we're going to get the final total, which is the order total. So order total is going to we're going to also return the order total. And then lastly, it will return, the free delivery threshold. So we are done with this. Now then we're going to say and create the controller, service, and route, and use the optional cart auth middleware. So let me quickly point to that. So I've added the party already. So now we can click on send down. We can see we can look through the what I've written here. I'm going to later on share this chart to you guys in the description. So let me click on send here. So let's leave it in plan mode so that the AI agent command code is going to plan, and let's see what it's going to draft out. So it has read all the files. We can see the constants, product model, cart model, cookie. So let's wait for it to generate the plan. So you can see it wants to create all the files, the validator service. So currently we are in plan mode, and let's wait through an error. So let's wait for it. It's going to show the plan now. Then before I'll move out of the plan mode. So we can see that it has generated the plan. So I have to tell it to generate the plan because it was asking to create a validator. So I'm going to press Ctrl O to see the plan. So let me scroll down. So we can see the overview. The validator is going to create the service. So it's going to create the calculate cart total. And then I'm going to press Ctrl E. Ctrl E. And I think this is what it's mentioning here. Okay, so I've clicked out of it. And now let me click on accept. So let me scroll down. So now I've exit the plan mode now, and it's going to go ahead and create them. So let's wait for it to complete everything. So command code is done with everything. So we can look at what it has done. So the first thing I'm going to go, let me go straight to the utils here. So inside so it created the cart utils where it calculated the total here. So we can see the subtotal. Okay, we passed in the item. So instead of the sum, so just passed in the item. Then it round the subtotal. So the delivery fee, if the subtotal is greater than equals to the free delivery, then we have so delivery fee, else we just set the default delivery fee. Then we have the tax, which is subtotal times the tax rate times 100 divided by 100. Then the order total, and it has calculated the order total. Then it also passed in the free delivery threshold. So it did well for this. Then let's go to the service. So for the service now, we can go to cart service. And there, let me copy this again, this stuff. And we have the upsert cart service, which we pass in the user ID, guest ID, data. So for the data, we can see the schema it's created, which is item with the product ID and quantity. So now it checks if the user ID is not passed, then it throws an error. Likewise, if guest cart ID is not passed, then it will throw this error. Now it validates the items. So it looks through the data.item and check if not product or if product is not a valid ID. Then it's going to add this to the set. Then it also updates the valid items. And then if you scroll and you can see if valid id.length is equal to 0, it will just return, it will throw this error. Now it's going to, so what it did here was to check if the item, the product ID is valid and also is active. The product is also active, true. Then it's added the IDs here. So you look through the product to add the ID and the product in a map. Then for the filtered item now, so it looked through the valid item. So the product gets products by using the product ID. So if not product, continue else just push in the product and quantity. And then this is just to filter the product. And here we can see the query. So if user ID is passed, you just pass in user ID with passing to the object ID object here. Also just passing the guest ID. And now we can see updates. Yeah, for the updates, if user ID, then updates.onset guest cat ID. So if the user ID exists, we're going to remove the guest cat. We're going to set guest cat and guest cat ID to empty string. And there is find an update, passing the query, the update, and they will populate the part item product and the so let me paste this here. So I'll remove it. And if there's no cat, then just throw field to abstract cat, then populate the populated items. Then we can see the total, the calculate total. It pass in the item here. So there's something that I think is missing. Okay. There's something I think is missing here. It didn't check the stock count. Okay, again we can see it here. So the stock count. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think this is fine. So let's check the route. Sorry, the controller first. Class controller. And we can see it imported the upstart cat schema. So the user requests user ID unknown, then guest cat ID, and then the response. So let's see the route. So for the cat route, you should use the optional cat auth, and the controller is passed here inside the index.txt. We can see the cat. So this is great. So it did well. And now we're going to create the endpoint to fetch the cat. So let's go to, let me scroll on to command code. Let me cancel this. And let's say now let's create let's say API get cat API, which will pass the guest cat ID and also the user ID like the other endpoint is created. So for this, I'm going to tell you that if no cat, return the cat array, the subtotal, delivery fee. I think I'll just say the return. Let me just to add the cat array and totals. And lastly, return the return the cat and totals. So I think that is all. So let's see if it's going to create this. So let's click on enter. So let's see, it's currently reading the files. So we can see now it wants to create the service now. We can look through it now. So, sorry, let me scroll down to the bottom. I'm going to remove this from plan mode. So I'll do shift tab and click on enter. And now we should see the service here. We see the empty cart. So let me import the free delivery threshold. So if not user, so if not user and or guest cart ID is going to just return empty cart. No, I think it made a mistake here. If it should show an error if there is no user ID or guest and cart ID. So I'm going to remove this. So let's to throw just the same way we have the first one. We can even call this a non-authorized, because if there's no user, you're not authorized to, I can just say unauthorized exception. Let's leave it to bad request so the client side knows. So I think it has make an update. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and let me cancel this. Don't save. And I'll go back to the service now. So let me accept this. Let me go to the cart service again. And now I'm going to just replace this. So now for the empty carts here, let me see. So I'm just going to copy this object. And I'm just going to replace it here. So return. And let me remove this. So this is fine. Let me quickly format this. And there's an error here, so I'll just remove this. So now sales provisional price and discount. And then the populated item, so you can see it's going to also return the totals. So this is fine. So now let me check the controller. So if it added it, so inside the cart controller, if we scroll down now, we can see the cart controller ID and request user ID and guest cart ID is being passed here. And likewise in the route, we can see this has been added to. So now we're going to create the last service, not actually a controller, it's not a route. So like I mentioned earlier on, is when a guest user, so let me show you. Let's go to the browser. Select the app I already have here. So when a user add item to cart, like currently, let me log out first. So you can see that there's no item in cart. But if I add this item to cart now, this is added to the cart. And if I go to the network tab, we should see this has the cookie, task cookie, and the guest. And if we check in the if I check here, we can see the guest cart ID. So now, then if the user tries to check out, like from here, if I try to check out, I'll be shown this dialog to log into my account. So what we have to do, we have to create like a service in the login. When the user tries to log in, if the guest cart ID exists in the cookie, or the cookie exists, we are going to immediately merge the carts. There are two things we're going to do. We are going to, if the user has already a cart item, we are going to merge the guest one, like the carts from the guest, into the user cart. If the user is a new user, we are going to then update the guest cart to the user cart by removing the guest cart ID and replacing it with the user ID. So there are two ways we're going to handle this. So that is the service we want to create. And once we create the service, we are going to add it to the auth API to the controller or the service, the auth controller, the login and register. So let's go back to the code. So now I'm going to cancel this and let me close this. So I'm going to ask command code now. Let's move to plan. So let's say now create a cart service. Class service, also call it merge guest cart. So this will check if the guest cart ID exists in the cart table, and then I'm going to first of all say the merge guest cart with argument of user ID and the guest cart ID. So we're going to check this, then find the user. So we're going to find the user, and if we find the user, so I'm going to say for the first scenario, so first case, if user cart does not exist, so if user does not have cart yet, so I'll say if the user does not have cart, just resign, just update it, update the cart where guest ID with the user ID. So it's going to replace it and remove the onset the guest ID. Then the second case, I'll just say merge the user cart. Merge the guest cart into the user cart, and then delete the guest cart. So once we have this, we are going to then add it in the login as so lastly, add the service in the login. Okay, and register service. So and register service, and also add and also clear the guest cart cookie in the login and register controller if guest cart ID exists. So it's quite long too. So I'm going to send this, and let's see what it's going to do. So now we can see it wants to create this. So let me scroll down to the bottom. So I'm going to move away from the plan mode. So I'll press tab shift and click on enter. And now we can see merge guest cart. And there we pass in the guest cart ID and user ID. Then we so for the auth, I think, okay, let me accept this. So let me wait for it to finish. So it is done. So we can look at it now. So let me remove this. So yeah, I'm going to add service. So we can see that it check if the guest card and then the guest card item length is equals to 0, then it's going to return this. So it's going to just return, that means the user there's no guest card. Then for the user card, it's just going to find the user. Then if not user card, then it's just going to update the card with the user ID and unset the guest card ID. Then for the second scenario now, we can see merging of cards. So it's going to look through the user card item. So add it to this map. Then look through the guest card item. Then it add the product ID. Yeah. Then we can see if existing plus the item quantity. If else, it's just going to set the product ID and the quantity, and then you can see that this is going to give us the item, and then we update the product, and then we delete the guest cart ID. So it did well for this. So let's go into the auth service. So for the auth service, I will replace these changes to merge guest cart service. And so I don't know why I added this here. It should have been inside here. So I'm going to just remove this. Let me just copy this. Let me remove this. So let me go into the controller first and pass the guest cards here. Inside auth controller. Oh, let me go back to also let me bring it back, undo it. And what I'm going to do, okay, what I did here is separate the service from the okay, it's fine. So let me just leave it like this. So I will just put this like this, so this is fine. So let's go to the controller, cat controller, and let's see if, so we're not cat controller, auth controller, and so the user ID response GWT. So I don't know why it had to write everything here. So let me remove this. I'll put it back. So if gas cat ID, then clear this. So let me do the same thing for the login. So I'll cut this out. I'll just replace this. So everything is fine now. So I think we are done with the card. So let's test it out. So I'm going to ask you to create the HTTP for cards in the backend HTTPS and click on enter. So let's look at the route too. Okay, I think this is already fine. So let me wait for it. So it is done with it. So we're going to HTTP and then you can see cat. And let me remove this comment here. So we can see get cat gets no auth cookie. Use the guest cat ID cookie. So we need to log in first in order to test of this endpoint. So let's try and add a product. So let's confirm this product ID is correct. So I'll go into product and let me get all the products. So let me pick this ID and I'll go to the cart's ID and just replace it with it. And let me copy the second product ID and just replace it with it. So I'm going to cancel this and now let's try. So let me make sure I'm not logging. So I'll go to Auth and I'm going to send logout. So I'm logged out. So let's go to Cart now and let's try and add this product. So I'll click on guests. So sorry, let me remove this. Okay. Okay, let me try this now. So I'll click on send. And we can see, let me move this. We can see cart updated successfully. We can see guest cart ID was generated. And then the item was added to cart. We can see quantity 2. Then quantity here is 1. User ID is null. We can see the subtotal delivery fee is 0 because the total amount is above, there's other total amount is above the free delivery threshold and the tax here. So this is working fine. So we can click on get cart. So I'll test this endpoints now and we can see this, we fetch this. So now to update cart, so let me say I want to update this one from this product from quantity 1 to quantity 3. So I'll click on send now. And now we can see the quantity now is updated to 3. So this is working fine. So now let's let's go to the sign in. Let me sign into my account and let's see. So this is the my login account here. So let me click on send. So I'm logged in now. So I can go to the carts HTTP and let me just remove all of this. So let me click on get cart now. So I'll click on this button and now we should see the user ID. And now you can see that there is no guest cart ID here anymore. So this is great. So now let's ask TestSprite to test the endpoint. So let me open command code. So it's going to write or generate test cases for the cart. So let me wait for this. So now let me close this and let me drag this like this. And now let's test the cart. There's only the cart API with TestSprite MCP only. Let's click on enter. And now this is going to generate it's going to call the TestSprite MCP. And then TestSprite is going to generate the code summary, the standard PLD, and then the test plan. So let's wait for it. And now you can see it wants to create the code summary. So let's wait for it. So now it has taken me to the browser. I'll just click on continue, click on OK. So it has generated the standard PLD. Now you can see it's generating the bucket test plan. So I'm going to wait for it. So test command code is done. So after running the text, so it said get guest empty cart with correct total structure the validation error work properly. So the test generator had created the login credentials instead of registering the user first. So that is the reason why the test case failed. So let me see let's go to TestSprite and TestSprite test, and let's go to let's detect backend. Okay, yeah, this is the test use case. I think it's the last one that failed here. So this is fine. So we're able to test at least 3 and one failed, and this is because of the hard coded credential. So I think command code should have given it the right information to use. So for now, this is fine. So we are done with the cart endpoint. We can go ahead and work on the address API. So in this chapter, let's go ahead and work on the address endpoint. So inside the packet, let's look at the models. So inside address model, so command code, we're going to ask command code to create an endpoint for creating address and also fetching all address. Then it's going to also add, when creating a new address, the address being passed is going to be set to the default address. So now let's plan this. Let's say now let's create address API. Let's say let's create the create address API. So the fields or the payload. So I'm going to point to the model. So address model and say add validator, creator, controller, service, and route for it. Then I'm going to tell it to make the new address default and update other address default to false. This is so when I say create another API to fetch to get all addresses. To get all user addresses address. So I think that is all. Let's click on enter. And command code should plan this, and then it's going to generate the plan. So let's refresh. So it's reading the model within the route. So you should read the, so as long as it has read the address model, so it's going to start creating. Now we can see it is creating, it wants to create the address validator. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move away from the plan mode, shift tab and click on enter. Then it's creating the service, the files and the route. So inside the validator, you should see it has created the address validator. So let's click on enter. And it's adding the address to the route. I think it is done with the endpoint. So it wants to create the HTTP and it is done. So I'll cancel this. So create address schema. So let's go into the service, address service. And now we can see if data is default, updates default true. Then set this. No, this is not what I want. So I'm going to tell it and fix service, make the new address is default true by default. So we can see is get user address service. So it fetch the address to user, sort by is default and created at. So let's see. Let's click on enter. And now okay, you can see that it has updated it now. So once we create a new address, it updates the old address, setting its default to false. So I think this is fine. So let me go back to the validator and let me um let's set this back. So let me use rewind and let me see. So now create the address API field. So I'm going to go back to the service address service and let's just copy this first. And okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it like this. This is fine. So I wanted to still add the is default to the end so the clients can still set the address default or not. But this is fine already since it's create address service. And I'm going to just save this. So let's go straight to the controller. I'll collapse the model controller and let's go to address controller. And we can see the create address controller here really. So it used the validator here and the response. And we can see for the get create get user address. So it's return the result here and passing the user ID. So this is fine. So for the route, we have the address route. And if we go into the index.tx, we should see addresses here. So now this is fine. Now we can go ahead and test it. So let's go into HTTP. So to create an address, you need to be logged in. So and let me go into Auth and let me log into my account. And I'm already logged in. So let me go to address HTTP and let me just create this address that command code has drafted for us. So I'll click on send now. Okay, I think this command could keep adding this comment at the top. So let me click on send. And now we can see that this work and we can see that default here is set to true. So this is fine. So okay, you see it also added another data here. So we can test it to create a new another address. So I'll click on send. And there you can see default is true. Well, command code did this well. So I'm going to get all addresses. And let me drag this now. So we can see the one we added last year is a default address. Why you can see the previous address we created is default is set to false. So this is fine. So now we are going to go ahead and try to test it again to test with TestSprite. So now let's see. Now let's only test the addresses, the address routes with TestSprite MCP only and provide I'll try to provide realistic real data so it does not make so real data to TestSprite. So let's see. So I want to make sure that it provides the right data for TestSprite. So now for TestSprite not to throw any error or use dummy data. So let's wait for it. So now you can see it has to use curl to get the data register. So it's registered the user so it can get a response. So let's wait. So as I mentioned to it to use real data, so it has to run the data. So now it wants to add the address. They can feed that to TestSprite. So TestSprite knows that these are the data that's in the database then before it run the test. So let's wait for it. So now it wants to create create the code summary. So I'll click on yes. So you can see it added the cookie name to instance access token. So command TestSprite knows. So now it wants to generate the code. I think is a code summary. So let me click on enter. So it is done with the test. So it's 7 out of 8 tests. So 7 tests passed. So let's see. So create address. So this one went through. Return address. This one went through. So let's just look at the test case. I'll just go to the test backend here. And I noticed that it went ahead and test register endpoints. I think that's the reason why the test is up to 8. But command code mentioned that it has tested the addresses, so this is great. So let's look at the test report. So I think this is the test report here. So you can read it here. You can see this post API address went through. This went through. I think this one failed. So it went ahead to test the authentication, so which I mentioned should not test. The get API test went through. So okay, it had to use the signing because only signing user can actually add address. I think that's the reason why it tested the register and then post the login endpoint. So you can see that one failed for the address endpoint, but for all tests passed for the auth. So I think we use hard-coded email, which was already registered in a previous one causing fund. Okay, so this is not actually failed test. So this might be failed for this test, but based on what it's wrote here, this is just trying to use an email that is already existing, and which validation is working. So this is fine. So I think we are done with the address endpoint. So we are going to go ahead and work on the order and payment. In this chapter, we're going to work on the order and the Stripe and the payment. So the first thing we are going to do, let's add in an EMV first before we start working on the endpoint. So we're going to set up Stripe. So I'm going to add this EMV from Stripe. So we're going to get the Stripe secret key and the Stripe webhook secret. And we're going to go into the EMV config. And there we need to add it here too. So just add in the Stripe secret and the Stripe webhook secret. So now we're going to create a file called stripe.config.tx, and then we're going to import Stripe. So know that we've already installed Stripe here. So if you go to the package.json, you should see Stripe is already installed. So I can import it here. So let me import Stripe. Yeah, Stripe from Stripe. And now we're going to just create the Stripe client. So we're going to do this. So let me import env config. And now we just pass in the Stripe secret key. And let's quickly go ahead and get the secret key for Stripe because the server is not going to run. Then we can go ahead and work on the other endpoint. So let's go to the browser to Stripe. So go to Stripe. So make sure you log into your account. Currently, I've already logged into my Stripe dashboard. So just click on this drop down here. Then we can switch into Sandbox. So you can create a new Sandbox. So I already have the one I used for the project, this project I worked on. So I'm going to use it for this one we're working now. So I'll click on it. And let's wait for it to load. So now you can see that I'm in the sandbox now. So I'm currently in the sandbox. So if you don't have the sandbox, you can just create a new one. So I'm going to copy the secret key and let's head back to the code and let's paste it here. And then let's just create the endpoints. So once we create the other endpoint, we're going to also create the Stripe webhook, which is going to give us the, let's just go ahead and get the webhook too. So yeah, just click on developers, webhook, and so I think I'll need to pause this one. Okay, so I've paused the endpoint already I have. So I'm going to click on setup local listener, and there you can see how to we're going to sign in into Stripe, and then we're going to run this event. So currently I think we've now worked on the webhook. So let's go ahead and start working on the endpoint. Then we can work on the webhook before we are able to um, run this Stripe listing or listing to the webhook. So let's head back to the code. So now let's ask command code to start working on the other endpoint. So we are going to go into the models here, other model. So the first endpoint is going to be the create order. So let's say plan. So we're going to say now let's work on the order. So first let's create the create order API. It's going to it's a payload. So the payload is going to be address ID, and I think our payment method. So payment method, we're going to add the validator. So I'm going to point to the payment method. I think that is in the constant enums here. Enums. Yeah. So once we have this, it's going to find the user. Okay, I'm going to say check for the user. So to make sure the user is valid, and also the cart is not empty, and empty check for the address too. The address exists, and then we are going to also calculate exists calculate the cart total. So I think it's going to use the already created method, and we're going to create the order item from the cart item also addresses snapshots, and then it will create our point to the order model, point it to the order model so it knows. Lastly, we're going to say and check if cache on delivery, empty the cart, and also reduce the stock count from the products, and return we're going to return the order. I think return the order and URL as a Stripe URL null, and we're going to then tell it to, so if card, then use Stripe to create the checkout session pass. You're going to pass in the session with the user email and the items, the item name and image. Then we're going to also pass the order ID in the Stripe metadata data. So I think that is all. Okay, I think for the I forgot to add name and the units and the amount in units. So we are going to also metadata and then the success URL is going to be it's going to point it to slash orders slash the order ID. For cancelled, return to slash checkout. So it's going to, I'm just going to say frontend slash checkout. I think that is it. Then return the URL, Stripe URL. So I'm going to remove, and I think I added something here. Return the Stripe. Okay, I returned the order. This is fine. So let me click on enter. So I'm going to click on enter now, and let's see what it's going to do. So I wanted to remove the order, but I noticed for cash on delivery, we are going to need the order ID to redirect the user to the order delivery. I'm sorry, to the order tracking page. So let's wait for it to finish. So we can see that it has created a plan. It has created the order plan. So it's going to add the validator and the service. So let's click on yes. So let me drag this down. So let's wait for it. So it is done with this. I'll cancel this and let's check this out. So I'll move this and let's go into the validator. We should see other validator here, and for the address and payment method. And let's go to the service, other service. So for the other service, I'm going to remove this and let me just replace this here. So we have the address ID, the payload. So we could check if the user has cart, if the user cart is empty, we're going to throw an error. Then we also confirm if the address is, if the user has the address. If not, just throw not found exception. Now we're going to create the item, the other item from the cart item. So we have the ID name, image, original price, and then we pass in the quantity. So I think this is the type. So this is the actual order item here. You can see product ID, item, product ID name, image, original price, discounts, sales price, and quantity. We have the totals here. We have the shipping address, the snapshot of the address, and now we have the address here. So I don't know why it's this string. Payment method, let me see. So there's an error here. So let me take command code to fix the service. So fix the create order service. There's an error. So I'll click on enter. So while a command code is fixing this, we can see what it has done here. So we have so it is done with it. So command code is done. Now it has fixed the error. So I added this order here. So I don't know why I added this like this. So but we have the user ID, the item, the shipping address, parameters, subtotal, delivery fee, tax, and total. Then for this on cart delivery, it deleted the cart module where the user ID is. This we can use this, or we can use this by just setting the item to empty array. So I think this is just update it. This is fine. Or we can just leave it with the delete one. Then it's loop through the item, and then it's update this. Or we can make this better by using this. So I can just replace it with this. So we just use promise all item, then map, then use product model to find and update item product. That includes stock count minus item the quantity. So we have to return the order, and then stripe URL no. So now for the okay, this is the line item that we pass. Price data, USD, product data. We have the name, and then if images, we just add the images. Then for the unit amount, so it's converted to cent, they will pass in the quantity. So now let's look at this session that was created. So it's a Stripe client checkout session. So payment method card mode payment. Then we pass in the line item. Then we'll pass in the order ID to the meta in the meta, sorry. In the meta, then we pass in the success URL. Like I mentioned, if you use the front end, then orders, and then the order ID, and the cancel to point to checkout. So now we have the order and the Stripe URL. So I don't think we need the order here. So I'm going to remove it. So now this is fine. So let's check the route, sorry, the controller. So I'm going to order controller, and we can see this is fine. So let's go into route, order route, and we can see it has added it here. So now let's ask it to create 2 more endpoints. So we're going to create in the API to get, I think, get all user order, and then user order by order ID. So let's plan this. So now let's create API to get user order, and get user order by ID. So I think it's to understand this. I'm going to click on enter. So now it's going to create this API. So let's wait for it. So now I want to create a service. So let me remove this from plan mode. So I'll click on shift tab, and this is going to create. Okay, let me click enter. So I've moved away from plan mode and click on enter. So it's going to add this to the other service. So if I scroll down now, we should see the get user order service filter by created that. So let me accept this. And then the get user ID service by the ID by order ID. So I'm going to accept this for the route, and I think this is fine. So it's adding it to the it's adding the route. So it is done. So let me go straight into the controller. So press power. So I think I should ask it to use validator for this. Okay, it has fixed it already. So it has fixed this. So let me ask it to use validator for this. So if this is not passed, so use validator, or write validator for this. For this. sorry, let me say for the request, for the order ID. So let me wait for it. So I'm going to accept this, and it should update this controller. So let's wait for it. So I don't know why, where did it update? Okay, I think I need to cancel this. And if I go to the controller now, order controller, and we should see that it has passed this here, the get user order by ID. So this is fine. So let's go ahead and test this. So I think I'll cancel this. So I think it has cleared the HTTP. We can see it has created the HTTP for the order, but we're not done with the order. So we're going to ask command code to create the webhook for Stripe. So let me ask you to create a folder. So now let's create the Stripe webhook. So create a folder, create a webhook folder in the SRC and the stripe.webhook.ts file. And then we're going to listen. So listen for the checkout completed and expired. So also make sure you update the payment status, the order payment status, order status, and then add, or let's say push, okay, add the order status confirmed to the order status history. And we're going to also delete the cart and remove this and reduce the product stock count. Yeah, I'll say look for the failed checkout. So let's see. I forgot to even let's add the model, the other model. And I also forgot to tell it to add the route. So create a webhook route and place it. Okay, let's just say webhook route finish. Let me click on enter. So let me cancel this and let me set this to let me move this to plan mode. So I'll use shift tab again and then it enter into plan mode. So let's wait for it. So it wants to make a directory. So let's move away from plan mode and let's see. So it has created a webhook folder. So it's reading the order service enum config and index.txt. And let's see. So it's going to create a file, Stripe webhook file. And then that's written into the Stripe So let's creating the webhook route. So let's wait for it. So it has updated the index.txt. So it is done. So let's look at it. So for the webhook, so it imported the models that we're going to use on Stripe client. And then you can see Stripe client webhook constructs event, pass in the Stripe webhook secret. So we've not yet generated this. We're going to work on it. And then the response. So for the session object, event data object. So it tries to fetch the order ID, check if the order ID is valid, and then it find the order, then return 200. Then if checkout or session are completed, then we say order payment status equals to payment paid, confirm, and then we push confirm into the status history. We save this and we delete the cards for the user, and if expired, then we set fail cancelled and push cancel to the status history. So this is fine. So let's look at the route. So we have a webhook route, and you can see it added Stripe, and we're using Express for passing in the Stripe webhook handler. And now if we go into we're not controller, inside the index.txt, we can see that it is added. It's added it here. So now we can go ahead and get the let me go into the env and go ahead and get the Stripe webhook secrets. So let's go to the client side, to the front end. Let's copy this. So let's log into the accounts first. So go back, make sure you've installed Stripe into your system. So open a new tab. So let me clear this. So I'll paste this here and click on login. So Stripe is not found. So let me go ahead, go to Stripe documentation. So I'll say Stripe. So just search for Stripe CLI. Let's click on Stripe CLI. And let me click on install. So let's scroll down and let's copy this. So you can use npm for Windows. You can use this. So I'm just going to use npm, and let me go back to the code, and let me paste this here, install it globally, and I'm going to wait for this to install. So it has already installed. We can go back to the browser and we can log in. So I'm going to try and log in with the API key. So I'll copy this. I'll go back to the code, and then I'm going to paste this here. I remove this API key, and I'm going to use so I'll copy this. I'll paste it here and click on enter. And so now you can see I'm going to copy this this link, and let's go to the browser. So I'm going to open it here. I'll paste it. So now I'm going to fill in the sys verification code. Now it's going to ask me to allow this. I'm going to allow access. And now we can go back to the code, and we should see the webhook secret. So I'm going to, okay, I think we need to run this first. So let's go back to the browser, and I'm going to go to the dashboard. Then let's copy this. We're going to listen to the event. So let's go back. Let me clear my terminal. I'll paste this, and I'm going to change this to localhost 8000 /API webhook/stripe, and let's click on enter. So now we can copy the webhook secret. So I'll copy this and I'm going to replace it with this. So now let's go ahead and test the endpoint. So I'm going to log into my account. So let me log in. So let me confirm I have that. So I'm going to click on send here. So let me see total amount. So we have 55.01 and then order total 59. So I'm going to cancel this. And now we can go to the order and base URL. So let's create the order. So let me get the address. So I'll go to address HTTP and I'm going to fetch all addresses. So I'll just copy the first one, remove this, and then I'll go back into the other HTTP and I'm just going to paste this here. I'll change this to, okay, I think we have one for card here. So let me just copy this here. So payment method card. So let's click on send here. So I'll click on this, send. And now it has generated the Stripe and checkout URL. So I'll copy this. And let's go to the browser. So I'll paste the URL here. Click on enter. So we can see it has shown it here. So I noticed that the total amount that was passed is wrong. So this is a subtotal instead of the full price with the tax and delivery fee. And I noticed it didn't pass the email address. So let's go back to the code. And then let me close this. So I'm going to go to the service, other service, and let's see. It's okay. So I'm going to ask command code to do it. So we're going to add more price data into this line item. We're going to push this into the line items. So I'm going to say update the line item to include the price of the delivery fee, if not 0, and tax to match the order total amount. So let's click on enter, and then let's wait for command code to update it. So let's wait. So it's reading this order service. So now you can see. So I'm going to click on enter. And now you see if total delivery fee is greater than 0, we are going to add a delivery fee. And we are going to also add in a tax. So let's do this. So I think the error stopped. So I think it has done it well. So we have the type here, and then this is equals to order item. Okay, it's mapped to the order item, and then reset if total dot delivery fee is greater than 0. Then it updates this. If tax is greater than 0, we add a tax. So I think this is good. So we can go ahead and create a new order. And I also forgot to ask it to add in the user email. So let's ask it to add it. I'll say add the user the customer email address. So let's wait for it. So it is done with it. So you can see it has added a customer email address by fetching the finding the user with the user ID. So I think we can go ahead and test this. So I will go into order now. Let's create a new order. So let's click on card. I'll click on send, and this should generate a new checkout link. So I will copy it, and let me head back to, let's go to the browser. I'm going to replace it with this one. I'll click on enter, and let's wait for it. So now we can see tax 4.40. So we don't have any delivery fee, and the email address is being passed here. So we can add in the test card. So I can just find for Stripe test card. So I'll click on it. So let's go scroll down. You can see 4242. Just pick a future date and then any 3 digits. So let me just pick this 1234, and let me go back and let me replace it with this one, and I'll fill in everything. So I'm going to click on pay. So I need to add in, let me uncheck this, and then let's click on pay, and this is going to trigger the webhook and redirect us to the front end URL. So let's wait for it. So we can see it has redirected us to the front end URL. So let's go back to the code, and if I open the terminal, okay, every 4. So this thing will go through. So I think the endpoint is wrong. So let me cancel this. So let me go back to the route. Stripe index.txt. Oh, this is webhooks. So we made a mistake. So I'm going to test this again. So let me go into the cart and make sure we have the item in cart. So I'm going to get our cart, and we can see that we still have the items in cart. And now let's go to order and create this again. So I'm going to cancel this webhook. Okay, there's no need to cancel it. I'll just rerun it again. And let me make sure the webhook secret is the same thing with what we have in the env. So I'm going to just cancel this, and then let's run this again. So the card, I'll click on send. I'm going to copy this. And let's head back to the browser. And let me paste this here. So it has load. So let's do 42. Let me quickly copy the. So 1234. 1234. And I'm just going to give this 467. And let me give this a name. And let me give this. And then let's click on pay. And let's see. Save now. You can see, so it's successful. And then let's go back to the code. Let's open the terminal and we can see 200. Now, if we go ahead and let's call the fetch the carts now. So click on send. We can see cart is empty. So cart is null. Okay. So this is wrong. This should be cart item empty array. So I'll fix that too. So let's fetch the orders. So inside the order, where did they add the get? So they add the API to fetch order. So let me check the route. Get order ID. So let me go ahead and add that here. So I've added the endpoint, and I've also updated the cart to return cart with a cart item inside the cart. And then let's try and fetch the orders. So I'll click on send, and there we can see the order. So this was the order we had. These are the items, the shipping address, card, status paid, status confirmed, the subtotal delivery, order total 59.41, order number that was generated, and we have status history placed, and then status confirmed. So this was the old one. So let's get the ID. I'm going to pass in the ID here. So I think orders slash ID. So I'll save this. I'll click on run, and then we can be able to fetch the item and the status. So this is great. So we are done with this. We can then test this with TestSprite. So I'm going to just cancel this. So you can also test the cache on delivery. If just so, I'm just going to tell command code to just test the other endpoint with TestSprite. So let me wait for this to. So I'll say now let's only test the orders route with TestSprite MCP, and let's wait for it. And I want to generate a summary. So let me click on send. So it has written the code summary for the order API. So let's wait for it. So let's go to the browser. So it has opened this in the browser. And let's click on code base and just click on continue. And let's go back to the code. And let's wait for this to run. So it has generated the code summary. So it wants to update the code summary. That's also generated the PLD. So it has generated the test plan. So it has run the test. So we had only one test. So it tested only one the endpoint. So if I go to the test plan, you can see that we have only one test plan to post API order, create order with valid data and authentication. So you can see it created a new test command could create a new user, populated the cards with the product addresses, and then TestSprite login, post the order and verify the full response, correct status, item, shipping address, snapshot, Stripe URL, and all field present. So this is fine. So it didn't test the order route, but this is fine. So we are done with this endpoint. We can go ahead and work on the rating and review endpoint. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the rating and review endpoint. So the first endpoint is going to be create review endpoint. So we're going to move this to plan, and we're going to say, let me move this to plan mode. So I'll say, let's work on the review rating and review API. So the first API to create is the create review API. So the payload we're going to pass from the client side, the payload is going to be, I think, order ID, order item ID, and then rating and comment. So you're going to add a validator for it. Then, so we're going to, before the user can create a rating and review, we're going to first of all find the order to check if the order is delivered and the payment status is paid. They were going to also check if the order item ID is in that order, and we're going to create a review, and then we're going to also update the product rating average like we saw we added inside the model. If we go into model product model, you can see we have rating average review count. So we are going to also update add this into the product, each of the product. I think the items here that is in the order item. So I'm going to tell it to so I'll say check the order if status is delivered and payment status is paid. And then we're going to tell it to also check the order item ID is in the order items. And then we are going to also tell it to check if the user has already given a review, and I think that it's going to try an error if the user has not. And then we're going to create a review and create the review, and then we're going to update calculate the average rating and total count to update the product. And lastly we will update the order. So we're going to update the order by setting reset, I think, order item set the is reviewed true. I think that is all. So let's just point to the necessary files. I'm going to point to review model, I think so, and also product model and order model. Let's click on enter. So I'm going to cancel. I'm going to tell it to use transaction here, session transaction. Here, so that if anyone fail, it's going to just revert. So let's click enter and let's wait for it. So it has read the review model, product model, order model, index, and enums. Let's wait for it. So it wants to create a validator. So I'm going to remove from the plan mode. If you don't want it to, if you want it to generate the plan mode, you just keep it and tell it to give the plan mode. So I'm just going to exclude move away from the plan mode. So I'll just click on enter the review service review controller and the route. So let's wait. So now let's accept this. So it is done. So I'll just click on enter and then let's go to the order. So I'll just collapse this and let me stop it from running. So I've cancelled it and let's go into the validator first. We should see review validator and then we should see other item rating and then comment. So I will go straight to the service and review service and we can see create review service. So I think there's an error here. I'll ask it to fix it. So we have the user ID, it creates review data, and so it's checking if the order and other item are valid Mongo's ID. Then it's found check if the order exists, and it's also check if the order status is delivered. So it should have just add everything here, and we just say order must be delivered and pay to leave a review, and then check if the order item is equals to the order. So let me see ID. So let me just ask you to fix this. So now if there's no order item, it just throw this error. Now we check for existing review. Then we can see review.find one order item ID. And if it's going to throw you've already reviewed this item, then so you can see it uses the session, this transaction. So we can see it creates the, so let me update this. So it creates the review model here. Then it updates the order to the order is reviewed to true. Then you can see here it calculates the average rating and total review. There is the count. So we have the average results here. And then we can see the new average. Then we calculated it to update the product. And then we end the session and return the review. So this is great. So now this is, so let's collapse it. So we can also ask it to just use with transaction instead of using this, which is more cleaner. So I'm just going to tell it to update this to use a with transaction because it's more cleaner. So can you update the create review service to use with transaction instead of let me scroll down, instead of start transaction, because it's cleaner. So let's wait for it. So let me accept, and then you can see that's updated this now. So it's using session with transaction, and then you can see how clean it is. And now we can go ahead and ask it to create the two routes. Sorry, the two API. One for to fetch the user reviews, and the other one to fetch the let me cancel this. So let me drag this. So let's say let's create the API. Let's create the rating. So with the review, get user review API, and then get user reviewable order items. I think that is fine. So let's click on enter. So let's wait for it. So I'm going to accept this. And we can see there's two of them. So we have the get review service. So we get user review service, and then get user reviewable order item service. So I think this is, let me see. So I don't like how it did this here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove all of this code. And we can just say user ID status is delivered paid, and then we can just do this items dot is reviewed false, and this is going to give us the order. And we can just do dot select here, and we just get the underscore ID items and created at. I'll finish. So this one is fine. So let me accept this. So it should wait for this to finish. So it has added the review route. So let's wait for it to finish. So it is done. I'm going to just cancel this, and then we can go and look at it. So I will go to the controller. So review controller. So we can see it has added the controllers. And if you go to, the route, review route, and this is it. So let's check if it has added the HTTP. So it's not added. So let's tell it to create. So create the review HTTP. So we're going to go ahead and test this. So it wants to create a file. So accept. So it has created the file. So let me wait for it to finish. So it is done. So I'm just going to cancel this. And if we go to the review HTTP, we can see here that it has added the, I'll remove this auth stuff. Remove this. I'm just going to close this like this. So let me test in this endpoint to see if it's working. So I'm going to just click on send here, and we can see we have no review. For this endpoint, we have no reviewable order item. So in order for this order to work, we should go ahead and update one of the order to delivered. So I'm going to go to the enum constant enum, and I'm going to just I'm going to copy delivered here. So later on we're going to work on the admin endpoint, which we're going to use to update the status. So I'm just going to go to my MongoDB, and let me go to the MongoDB. I'll just go and find the order. So let me reload this. So let's click on orders. So let's wait for this. So let me pick the first one. Okay, not this one. This one is the one and TestSprite tested. Okay, this is the one I added here. So I'm going to just edit this. and I'm going to set payment status to paid. Then I'm going to set status to delivered. And we should have, let's add this inside. Let's add the object. So let me add, so I've clicked on this add item to status history. So I'm going to add a field. Let's add item. Okay, I think I made a mistake, so let me remove this one. So let me add a field, and then I'm going to add a field now. So I've updated it, I've added the arrays. So you can see placed, confirmed, assigned, pack, out of delivery, and then delivered. So we can use this now to add a review. So let me go back to the code. And now if I go into orders, so let's go to review, sorry. And let's do get reviewable order item. So I'll click on send. And now you should see the order item here. And there we can get the ID, the order ID. So let's see the order. I don't think we passed in. I didn't return the order ID. This is orders. So let's copy the ID, order ID. And I'm going to paste it here. And let me pick one of the other, the item. So for this first item, I'll just pass it here. And let's give this rating 5 and good product. So let's click on send to see if this will work. So I'll click on send. And now we can see review. We have the order item rating, and then the comment. So this is fine. So if I click on the get reviewable product other items, and this will so something's wrong here. This should have updated. Okay, yeah. So I think this is a second product. Okay, we can see it's reviewed through. Let me check if what I click is the correct one. Yeah, this are not yet delivered and reviewed. So I think I made a mistake in the endpoint. So let me fix it. So let's go to other service. Sorry, review service. So repass item is reviewed first. So I'm going to filter this here. So let me just do this here. So I'm going to filter the order to map this, and then the item, just filter the ones that the item is reviewed equals to first. And I'm just going to pass in filter order here. Then I'm going to save this. And let's see, database is connected, and we can test this now. So if I click on get reviewable order item, and now we can see the is reviewed there is false. So if I go ahead and fetch the user reviews, we should see the reviewer 5-star rating, comment, and the order ID, order item, and the product. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and work on the admin API. So we're going to ask command code to create the admin, controller, and route and service. So the first endpoint we're going to create is the analytics, admin analytics endpoint. So let's go to command code, and then I'm going to say plan. I'll say now work on the let's work on the admin API. First API to create is the let's call it get admin analytics. API. So create the controller. We can also say service and routes. So we're the what the AI is going to return. So it's going to return the total sale. So I'll say so we're going to get let's say return the total sales. The total sales that is for paid, that is paid for paid order. Then we're going to also get total order, then total users, and okay, we also have total products and out of stock. Okay, total out of stock. So I think that is all. So we can just send it like this. So I'm going to click on enter, and let's wait for command code to work on the admin controller and the service and route. So let's wait for it. Then I want to create the admin service. Okay, I think admin controller already exists. So let me shift tab to remove from plan mode and click on enter. And then it should create the admin service. So I can click on admin service now. And we can see that it's created this here. Okay. So let's wait for it. So it's going to add the endpoints to the route. So the model just stop returning response. So let me quickly change the model. So let me go for communicate 2.7, and so let me scroll to the bottom. So let's continue. Or let me try, and then let me say compact. Maybe the context window is filled up. So let's wait for it. So I'm going to ask it to continue. So it has added the admin services remaining the route. So let me wait for it. Okay, now you can see it's continued. Let's click on enter. Okay, it's added the controller. So now, okay, let me click on yes. So if we go to admin controller, we should see yeah, admin analytics controller. Let me go back. It's adding the route, so I'll click on enter. So now it is done. So now we're going to ask it to create the other API. So let's create the get admin orders, add page and limits. I think that is all. So I click on send, and let's wait for it. So it's okay, it's within the validator first. So it wants to create admin validator, and let's wait for it. Okay, now it wants to create a service. So I'll click on yes, and it's going to add the admin. Let's go to admin service. We can see, okay, this is it here, admin orders. So let's go back. So it's adding it in the controller. So now it's adding it to the route. So it has added the analytics. Okay, so now it's adding it to the route. So click on enter, and it should update the admin route. I think it is done. So let's look at it. So for the service here, we can see that it passed the page limit. Then it gets the total count, and then the orders. Then it have the total page, the pagination, and the orders. So this is great. So if I go to the admin controller, if I scroll to the bottom now, we can see the controller, get admin order controller, and the schema. So I'll go to the schema and we can see it. So if I go straight to the route, admin route now, we can see the orders here. So I think this is fine. So why do you want to update the review? So let me cancel this. So let me delete the script they created. Okay. So now the next endpoint we're going to create is the update order status. So I'm going to ask command code to create the that service to update the status for the orders. So I'm going to go to the batch now. So to command code, let me wait for this. So now let's set this to plan, and let's say now let's create API to update order status. So let's create admin API to update order status. So we are going to the client is going to pass the status. So payload status and notes. So I'm going to point status. This is going to exclude the thing the placed status, and I'm going to say should add the validator. So create the validator with status. So I'm going to point to the status. I think it's inside enum. Yeah, enums. I think that is okay. So it's going to also pass in order ID as params. Then so inside the service, we're going to make sure it checks the order ID. Order ID exists, and also find the, or just say also check if the status is in the history. So I think in the history, sorry, it's not in the history. Then add the new status. Then updates, set the other status to the new status. Then I'm going to also say so check if the other status is delivered and payment status is not set to paid, then set payment status to paid. So I think this is it. So I'll click on enter. So it wants to create the validator. Okay, so I'm in plan mode, so it could not create it. So we can see create order, create user, create. So I think the plan is different. So I'm going to cancel it. I'm going to ask to admin and send it again. So let's wait for it. So it's keep generating the plan for create order. So I'm going to cancel this. So let me scroll down. So let's see. So it wants to add this. So no, I don't want this. Okay, I think that is correct. So let me say continue. Use the enum from the enum. Use the other status from the enum.txt in the validator for this API. So let me click on yes and let's see what it did. So I will go. So let me go straight to the validator to confirm. Validator admin updates input. Okay. Okay, I think it's quite correct. So let me go back to batch and then let me accept this service. So let me accept this one too. The controller. And let's wait for it. And then the controller. So I don't know why I added it to admin order slash ID and status. Okay, this is fine. So let's look at what it did here. So inside the service, we just go into the admin service. So collapse this, update order status. So it checks if the order ID is valid. So if not, it's going to throw this error. Then checks if this is existing the status. Then if it's equals to deliver and not paid, you just update this. So I'm just going to set this to as any. Let me see. Okay, error stop. And this for the notes, I'm just going to do status updated by admin. Then I'll set this to as any. And the error should stop. So I think this is fine. So once you update, okay, I think I made a mistake here. This should be body dot status. So let's go to the controller and see inside the admin controller we have the update other status controller here. So this is fine. So in the route we can see in the admin route it's added here. So now let's go ahead and create another endpoint for the admin. So this last endpoint, probably there are two endpoints we are going to create. So one is to upload image, product image. So I'm thinking that endpoint should be inside admin service, or you can actually add it in the product service. But I'm going to leave it in the admin service. So in order to do that, we're going to use Cloudinary for storing the images. So inside the env, we are going to add a new env here. So I'm going to a new we're going to add Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API key, and API secret. So let's go to the browser and let me go to Cloudinary. So make sure you log into Cloudinary. So I already have an account here. So I'm going to go to the home and I'm going to copy the Cloudinary name, username. So I'll count the Cloudinary cloud name. So I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it inside my so in the env. So for the API key, let's click on settings. And in settings, we can see API key here. And then you can create your API key. So I've already created mine. So I'm just going to go back I'll go back to the code and I'm going to paste this here. So I've pasted it here. Now I'm going to go straight to the env config. So inside env config, so I'm going to paste this here. So we have the cloud name, Cloudinary API key, and API secret. Now let's create a config for Cloudinary. So let me save this first. And inside the config, I'm going to create Cloudinary config.tx. So inside Cloudinary config, let's make sure, check if we've already installed the package. So Cloudinary is already installed. So I will go back to Cloudinary config.tx and I'm going to import, I'm going to save it to as Cloudinary from Cloudinary. And here we are going to just set the config here. So let's import env config. So let me just click select this and then import it. So now we have this. Let's make sure we install Malta because we're going to be using Malta. So I'm going to go into package addressing and we can see that we've installed Malta here. So I'm going to ask command code to create the middleware for with the upload image middleware. Then we're going to also create a file in the utils where we're going to create a method to upload file to Cloudinary or upload multiple files to Cloudinary. So let's quickly ask command code to create the to set up this for us, the Malta and Cloudinary. Then we're going to ask to create the API to upload images. So let's go to command code and then let's ask that to say now let's work. So let's create API to admin, API upload to upload products images. So we'll be using Malta and Cloudinary, and say clients can send multiple files. So um create a middleware to validate the files are all images, and cloud and the util, let's say Cloudinary, and upload util to create the method to upload files. So I'll click on send. So let's wait for it. So I'm going to accept this Malta middleware.txt. So it wants to create Cloudinary utils.txt. So let's wait for it. It wants to create the controller. So let's wait for it. So I should have asked it to limit the amount of file to 5. So let's save this. So let's click on enter, and let's wait for it to finish. So it is done. So I can go to let's go into the first file, Cloudinary utils, and I don't know why it used string file. So I'm going to tell it to use buffer for this. So let me go back. I'm just going to leave it to use Streamifier. So let's go to command code. Okay, it's want to install. Let's install it. So let's wait for it to finish. So it has installed the package and the error has stopped. So we can see it also created a method to upload multiple images. So now let's go to the middleware. So inside middleware, where we have created Malta middleware, and you can see the image type. Then we can see the file filter, and then the upload product image, and then this is the validate file presence. Okay, so file limit here is 10, and then we have 5 MB. So this is fine. So I can just limit this to 5. So let's go to the controller, admin controller. And if I scroll down, we can see upload product image controller with 5 from express multi-file. And then this is uploaded to files uploaded to Cloudinary, and then the response here. So this is great. So we are almost done with the admin. So the last endpoint we are going to work on is the AI API. So the AI is just going to be used to when admin want to create a product. So AI can be used to generate or rewrite the title, and also generate the description based off of the title and the unit or other information of the product. So I'm going to go into if we go into the package JSON, you should see that I installed a package here, which is AI. So this is Facile AI SDK, so which we are going to be using. So alongside with that, I'm going to be using Facile. Let me go to Facile AI SDK. So if you come over to this website, you can read the doc on how to use it. So you just simply import generate text, provide a model, and then this. So if for us to provide this model like this, we have to use Visil AI Gateway, or you can use Anthropic directly. They have the SDK for it too. You have custom. You can use Open Router if you want. You can just search for Open Router on Google like this. Open Router AI SDK, and then we can click here and you should see how to use Open Router with the AI SDK. So you can see this here, Open Router.chat, and provide the model. So I'm going to be using the AI gateway because I have credits in it. So I'm going to I'm going to search for AI gateway by Visu, and it should open it directly into my account. So I can go here, you can see if you click here, it will take you to the models that is available in AI gateway. And there I can click here to create create an API key. So let me create one API key now. So I'm going to create API key. I'll call this new instantly. I click on create API key. And I'm going to copy this. So if I go to the documentation, so you know how to use the AI gateway. So what I have to do now, if I go straight to, I say get started. Okay, this if I scroll down now, we can see I need to provide AI gateway API key in my env. And then the AI packet, AI SDK is going to pick it up from the env. So let me go to the code. And what I have to really do here is just to add this in the env. So I'm just going to paste it. So I've pasted it now. So I don't need to add this inside I don't need to add it inside the env config.txt. So AI SDK is going to pick it up. So now let me go to command code, and let's ask it to create the endpoint. So I'm going to ask it to create the validator. So the client side is going to provide the action. So we're going to have rephrase title and generate description. They are going to surpass in the title, unit, and description. With that, we can use this to create the service. So the service, we're going to say if the action is rephrase title, then we're going to use the generate text from AI SDK and provide the title. And then also we were going to have a system prompt for both of them. So the AI can generate, rephrase the title to match the exact way we want it to be. So let's say, so make sure you're on your command code. So let me click on plan. And I'm going to answer, now let's create, what should I call it? So I'll say, let's create admin API. I'll call it generate AI, AI admin, and admin. So this is going to have the payload. So I'll say payload. We're going to have action, and the action is going to have rephrase title and generate description. Then I'm going to say we're going to pass in title, the unit, and description. So this is going to be payload. So it's going to create the validator for this. And then we're going to ask it to create the also Okay, I'll say we'll use the AI Visual AI SDK generate text. So I'm going to ask it to create the prompt text. I'll say if rephrase title, or there's not it, I'll just say create the system prompt for both action in the lib. I'll say lib./ai prompt.cx. So I think this is fine. Let's see what it is. It's going to do. So I'm going to wait for it. So let's wait for it. So now you can see it's trying to find the file. So it's want to install this package. I should have asked it, tell it to use the AI gateway. So it wants to install this. So let me see. I will just say that in option 3, I'll say I'm using the AI, the Visual AI gateway. Submit. So it's going to create the file. So I'm going to just use Shift Tab to move away from the palm mode and click on. So and so you can see it has created the prompts.txt with the prompt is the system prompt, and it wants to create index.txt. Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to let me wait for it to finish. So I'm going to remove. So it wants to add this. So I'm just going to remove this. Remove OpenAI. And I'm going to be using Gemini 2.5 flashlight. And I'm going to also paste this here. So I'm going to tell it to pass the unit to the unit for in the title prompt. The title prompt, we're going to add in the units to, I think, like that. And let me remove this. So I'm going to cancel this. And so I'm going to say update the system, the let me go into index.txt, generate AI content for rephrase. So I'll say rephrase 92. So update the rephrase 92 switch statements. Pass the units, and in the system prompt, give an example of how e-commerce title should be. Let me add grocery so it knows. So I've added it here. Should be. And also the description. So let's wait for it. So it wants to update the file. So let's wait for this. So it's going to pass in the unit. So let's click enter. So I'm going to still update the prompt. So it wants to add the validator. So you can see the generate admin AI admin schema. So it wants to create AI service. So you want to add in the controller. Okay, I click on enter. And let's wait for so it is done with the whole code. So let's go into a service now. So inside a service, it created API AI service. So where you use this from this or method from the AI index.txt. And now if we go to the controller, admin controller, we should scroll down and see generate AI admin controller. Then inside, generate AI admin schema. So we can see the schema here. And then for the route, if I go into admin route, we should see AI start generate routes here. So now this is fine. So this is, let's ask it to add in the HTTP. So now let's create the HTTP for the admin. So now let's create, let's update for admin. So let me just add HTTP and click on send. So let's wait for it. So it is done with it. So we can go into HTTPS and inside the admin, and you can scroll down. So for upload image, this is for the added. And then to create, okay, we've done create product. So let's make sure the server is running. So let's test the analytics first. So let me log in. Let me make sure I'm logged in. So I'll check the status. So I'm logged in. So let's go to admin. Let's click on state analytics. So you can see total sale order, total user, total product, and total out of stocks. So this is working fine. And for the title, let's just add this and test this out. So I'll click on send. So let's see what the AI is going to generate. So we can see the AI has generated the title. So we have fresh banana 1 kg. So I also wanted to let you know I updated the prompt. So if I go to the prompt, you can see I updated it. So now I can try with a different example. Let's say, let's use a better title. So let's say this. So I will just use the title and the unit. So I'm going to click on send now. And then you can see the title. You can see how it is more detailed than the one we have here with the units. So this is exactly how the title should look like. So let's try the description. So for the description, we just need to provide the title and units. So I'll just pass in the title here. I don't need to even bring pass in description. So I'll just change the units to this. And let's see. So I'm going to click on send now. And the AI should give us a description. So you can see the description. So I think in the prompt I gave a limit. So let's see. Did I give it a limit maximum? Okay, yeah, we can see 160. So let me increase it to, okay, this is for the title. Let me see for the description. 200. So if I can increase it to 300, then it's going to increase the character. So the endpoint is working. So for the orders, let's see, I'll click on send and let's wait for it to return. Okay, now we can see all the orders that we have. Let's see, we have the pagination is also returned. So this is working. So let's check. Okay, we can then update the status now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on, let me click on these orders. And I'm going to find another item that is, let's look for an order. Okay, here we can see one that is cash on delivery. That is set, okay, this one is set to delivered. So let me find for another one. Okay, this one is in place. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this order ID. So here's the ID. I think this is the ID here. So paste it here. Then for the status, since this is places, the next status is confirmed. So I'll say confirmed. Then let's click on send now. So now we can see. Let's look at the order. Now we can see status confirmed. So this is working. So you can change this to another status and this will work. So if I'm to change this to placed and click on send, we can see invalid option, expect, confirm, assigned, pack, auto delivery, and you can see it work. So the validation is working. So we can click on get all products, and this is all the products. So now to upload image, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add, let me add image. Let me add image here. So I've already upload images here. So before we go ahead and upload the image, make sure in the utils and Cloudinary utils, I noticed the AI command code didn't use the one imported from the one I wrote in the config. So make sure you remove the one that was imported here and then import from the Cloudinary from the config. So let's go and try it now. So these are two images which are inside this folder. So let me try and submit them. So let's see. So it's show 500 error. So in the error middleware, let me remove this. Let me scroll down. Error middleware, I added a console log here. So that's the reason why we can see this error. So let me just copy this error and give it to command code to fix the error. So fix this. I tried to upload image in the admin HTTP error. So let me paste it again, then click on enter. So it's going to go ahead and fix it. So let's wait for it. So from command code mentioned that the request, we tried to run the request before MongoDB was connected. So let me try again. So MongoDB is connected. So let me go into admin HTTP and click on send. And let's see. So we can see that it works. So we can see the images here and these images. So let's go ahead and I think we are done with the endpoint testing of the endpoint. So we can go ahead and test this with TestSprite again. So it can use different test cases. So let me open my command code here. So I'll say can we test only the admin the admin API we just created with TestSprite NCP. So let's specify it. So it's creating the TestSprite standard PLD. So make sure you give TestSprite command code the details of your admin, email, and password so you can use it to log in and access the order so it can test the admin endpoint. So let's wait for it. So it is done with the test. So it tested the analytics and the update status. So it tested the two endpoints. Okay, okay. So it tested the review the previous test plan. So let's check the test plan. So I think you then run all the tests. So let's go into TestSprite and test plan. So we can see there are a bunch of text here. So the login, okay, it said all some of these tests are unrelated to the admin. Okay, but I needed for like the login is needed to be tested in order to get the cookie and to also fetch the admin analytics. So this is the tool that was tested. Yeah. So this is great. So you can see ask TestSprite to retest it to test all the remaining endpoints, but this is fine for me. So I can go to the report and we can see that all the tests passed. So that is it for this for the admin endpoint. So we are done with the backend endpoint. So we are going to go ahead and start integrating the endpoint and start working on the front end, with the endpoint to the front end and also working on the front end. So let's go ahead and work on that. In this chapter, we're going to work on the client side. So make sure you click on the GitHub repository in the description and make sure you select this branch, startup front end. And then make sure you copy the repository URL. And then let's head over to the code. And I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to paste this here. So I'm going to say git clone -p start frontend HTTPM and the GitHub repository. So make sure you navigate into the client folder. I'm currently in the client folder. So I'm going to click on enter. So this is going to clone the startup frontend into the client folder. So I'm going to wait for this to finish. So it is done. And if I go into inside the client, you can see this is a fit React app. So I'm going to move this code or the files into the client folder. So I've moved it and I've deleted the folder that was pulled from the repository. So now let me go ahead and install the packages. So I'm going to package.json. So I'm going to install all of these here. Then we can look at the files one after the other. So I'm going to do npm install and then I'm going to wait for this to install. So now we can see that that's installed. So I'm going to clear the terminal and I'm going to do npm run dev. So let's look at it first. Then we're going to go ahead and look at the files in the client folder. So once you have this, just copy the URL and let's head over to the browser. So I'm going to paste it here. And then you should see, so I'm waiting for this to load. Now we can see, so all of these are dummy data that I've added for the starter frontend. So we can see the UI. So it's similar to the one I already have here. This one is deployed version. So I'm going to so we can see the categories. So we are going to call the endpoint to list the categories here, and we have the endpoint to list the deal, the product. And once we click on any category. This will take us to this page where we're going to add the category ID, and then we're going to fetch the product based off the category that is selected. And if you click on all, they will list all of the products. So we have the filter. We're going to add a filter, minimum and maximum price. Then we have the product detail page where we're going to list out the product detail, and then the customer, the product review, and then the related products. So for the cart, we are going to have the cart here, and then we also have the checkout page. So I'll go to checkout page. Okay, currently there's no item in cart. So let me just quickly add this item. So if I add it, so this is just happening locally. So I'm just going to click on cart, and now you should see this data there. So if I go to checkout, you can see the address, and also the payments method, and then the order, the review side. Then we also have the orders page. So I'll go to orders, and then you can see how we're going to list the order history and the order tracking page. Likewise, the rates and review, rating and review page, the address page. So that is all. And lastly, I think I forgot admin. So we have the admin. So we take us to the admin page. We have the orders and then the products page. So this is it. So let's go back to the code. So I'm going to so the first thing we're going to look at now is the SRC. So sorry, in the env, I'm going to copy this, and we're going to create .env, and we can paste this here. So this is the link to the backend URL. So the port 8000. So SRC folder. So the first thing we're going to look at is the main.txx. So in the main.txx, we are wrapping this. We have the Dancer query. So we're going to be using query client Dancer query. We also have theme. So this system is from Shanty UI, the tooltip provider from Shanty UI, the toaster from Shanty UI. Then the app.txt, where we return the router. Then inside the route folder, so if I go to route, you should see route here. So inside there, we're using React Router DOM. So we have the route layout. So this is just route layout. So we're adding the scroll restoration from React Router DOM. Then we have the public route. So you can see public route. So if I go into public route, you're going to see so I have all the route listed here. So you can also see them here. We have the public part. This is for the protected one. And then we list them here in an array, and we point to the pages for each of them. So let me go back. Then we have the app layout. In the app layout, we just have the div here, we have the banner component, we have the nav. Then this is for the content, which we just pass in the outlets, which is more like children in React. So this is from React Router.dom. We have the footer, we have the cart sheet. So this is the drawer, drawer we saw earlier on. This is where we have all the cards. So we're going to come back to each of them one after the other. And this is just the auth dialog. So we're going to come back to this. So for the user hook, this is for the current user, the endpoint, to get the status of the user. And then we're going to have a hook. So we're going to use an exhaust stand to manage the the cart. So we're going to have this optimistic UI. So where you click on add to cart, it updates instantly. While behind the scene, it's called the endpoint to submit to the backend. Call the endpoint to submit to send the data. While we also have the fetch, the endpoint to fetch cart also in the Zostan store. So that's what we have here. So let me go back to the route. So we also have the protected card here. So this is just to protect the pages that are only accessible to user. Then we just have account layer. So we also have admin layer. So this is just to protect the admin side. So this is just the admin. The admin has we are using sidebar provider from Shanty UI, and then we just list enough item here, the sidebar. So let me collapse this, and then you can see the main content here, the user and the heading here. So this is it. So I think we've looked through most of them. So we're going to pick them one after the other. And let me just show you the use cart hook. So this is just the carts. So we're going to look at them. We can see the fetch carts here. So inside the lib folder, we have the Axios client. So we're using Axios um, for the so we're using Axios for calling the endpoint. So I'm going to go into API TX. This is where I've linked all the endpoints we've created. So this is all of them here. We're going to use them with you can see the API here is coming from the Axios client, and we're adding the credential through, so it's send the cookie to the backend. So that is it. So, and these are all the pages. So we're going to look them one after the other. So now this is all for the project setup. So we're going to go ahead and start working on the authentication and also the user, the user, the current user. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's work on the authentication. So let's make sure our backend server is running. So let me cancel this. And I'm going to run this server again. So the database is connected and the server is running. Now we are going to go, let's go to the backend and let's check the API. Sorry, let's go into HTTPS. So for the auth, we have the API auth register, API auth, API auth login, and we have the API auth status. So let's go to the client side and let's add the API. So inside SRC, go into lib, and then you should see env. So this is where we get the base URL we added inside the env. So localhost 8000/API/. Then inside the Axios clients, I've showed you how we add the base API URL to the Axios. Then inside API TX now, this is where we have all the APIs. So it's a login mutation function. Then we have auth login, auth register, auth logout. But I think this is wrong. So I'm going to quickly check this inside the backend. Auth. So this is status. So let me change this to status, auth status. So now we can go over to components and let's look for the auth dialog. So if we click on it, we can see we are using sort and React hook form here. So we have the login schema, the register schema, and there we have so because this is a dialog, I created a hook here, use auth using Sustan. You can see we're using substance to manage the state. So if its auth is open, we show the dialog. If it's true, we show the dialog. Then we can use this function to open, close, and set view. So let's go back into the component where we have the auth dialog, and then you can see we imported the use auth hook, and then these are all the is auth open, close, auth view, and set view. So now let me just comment this part for now. We are going to come back to it. So let me comment this one too. So so we have the login now. So this login is coming from this login mutation fn, which I have here, and the response from, you can see response of data from Asios. So we're calling use mutation function from Tanstack query, and then we pass in the method here, which we define in the API.txt. Now on success, we are going to toast sources login, and then we're going to close the dialog. So for this, we're going to call the use so this is just to invalidate the query, the current user, which I have inside the hook. You can see use user. This is just for the status. So you can see it here. If I go to get current user now, you can see auth status. So this just retrieve the user information. So that's the reason why we are calling this invalidating the current user. So if there's any error, we throw the error. So I'll collapse this. So it's similar to for the register restriction. The register, we have the use mutation, call the register function, to register mutation fm from the API.txt inside the lib folder, /register. And then we also invalidate the current user, and then we close the auth. And this is the form. We have the login form, the register form, and this is where we call login mutation that mutates. We pass in the value for the login email and password, register name, email, and password. And this is the dialog. This is if you is login. We are going to show this form. And if I scroll down now, we can see where we use login mutation is pending. So we get this from the return from the dancer query. So once we click on sign up, we set the view to register, and this is the register form. Pass in the register submit, register form dot handle submit. So from this we're using React Hook form. So pretty much this is it. Yeah. So now so I'm going to save this now. So this is already connected. We are going to go ahead and test it. So before we test it out, let's go into the nav. So this is where we're going to know if the user is logging. So I'll go into the nav.txt, and inside the nav.txt here, we have so let me just let's see this. So we get the use user, which is the current user or the status of the user. Then get the data, which we just defined as user, and then this is just to open the auth. So we check if the user is admin, and then we just get the username and just pick the initial. Then here we have the logout endpoint. So if we go to logout mutation function, you can see auth/logout. And I think that's what we have inside the auth HTTP. So we can say logout. So we're going to just set the query data to null. So we just want to clear it, and we just remove the queries. So we toast, and then we just return to home. So for the data, if I scroll to the bottom where we have this drop down menu, you can see, so if user, we have the avatar. If there's avatar, just display the avatar, but if no avatar, we just show the initial. Then we use user.name, and then for in the drop down menu content, we use user.name. So the drop down is coming from Chant UI. Then we have the link to different pages, to history, other history, address, rating and review, and this is for admin, link to the admin. So I can just use this instead of, I can do protected route dot admin dashboard, and I can also update this ones too. So I've updated it now, and this is where we use the login mutation dot mutate. So once you click on it, it's called the endpoint. So if it's loading, if it's pending, we just disable it, or we just show logging out. And if so if the user is not signed, like here we have, if the user exists. So if the user does not exist, you're just going to show this button, and this button is going to open the auth dialog. So I'm going to save this, and let's go to the client side and test this. So I'm going to go into my backend, HTTP auth. I'm going to copy the login, or we can try with a new account. So I'm going to go back. So make sure your backend is running. So I'll go back to, so this is the local host. So if I click on this button now, you can see that we are not logging. So I can click on sign up, and let me just give this a name. So I'll just say Bill John, and I'm going to give this an email, billjohn at gmail, and I'll give it a password 123456, and let's click on create account. So now you can see the username is showing up here, and because the user, we have the current user, we can navigate to these pages. So this is fine, and let's try and log out. So let's click on log out, and then you can see successfully logged out. So we can see that this is working fine. So now we can go ahead and start working on a category endpoint. So let's update this with the data from the backend. So in this chapter, we're going to connect the category endpoints to the client side. So now we can just come over to the backend HTTP, so we can confirm the endpoint. So the endpoint local 8000 API categories. So now I'm going to go to the client side. So inside the client SRC folder, lib folder, and inside the API.tx, this way we're going to register the endpoint. And if you scroll down here, we can see get all category query function. So you can see this has a category, and since the env has localhost API, so this is correct. So let me go back. So this is the correct endpoint. So I have the type already defined, which is inside the type folder. So this is just to say message categories. So I'm going to go back into the backend so I can confirm the response. So I'm going to HTTP, go to category, then I'm going to click on this, and this is going to return messages and category, and which is correct with what I have. So let's go back. So now we have this. We can go over to where we have the UI, so which is inside the page, and then if we click on the page, we can go to home. So inside the home, we can see category session here. So let me drag this. If we click on this now, let me copy this first. If we click on category session, we can come over here and let's enable this. So we're going to use query from task create query and get all query category query function. Then these are dummy data, so I'm just going to remove all this dummy data, and then I'm going to enable this. So just uncomment this out. And then now we have we have the use query. So let me remove all of these imports. So these are attached into they're inside the assets folder. So this is where I got them from. So now we have the use query. We can then use this is loading. Let's scroll down. So I'm going to add this is loading here. So I'm going to do that at the top here. So I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to import skeleton from Shanty UI. So this is going to be in the starter frontend. So I'm going to add it there. So you don't need to copy it. You don't need to copy it from the main repository. So or the main branch. So this is the loading state. Now this is already connected. So if there's no category, we can just set null or just return a message. So now we are using carousel, which is coming from Shanty UI. So I'm going to close this. So we have the carousel content here, and this is where we look through the categories. With the carousel item, we have link, which is going to link to the category dot underscore ID, and then this is the category dot image URL name, and then we have the category name. So this is just the arrow icons, the button which scroll up the carousel. So this is great. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and test this. Let's go ahead and see it. So I'll go to the client side, and then I'm going to try and reload now. And then you can see that this is coming from the backend. So if I click on privileges, you should be able to see the ID is showing up here. So this is great. So we are done with this now. We can go ahead and let's go ahead and work on the deals or the products. So we're going to fetch all products, both deals, more products, and also the products page. So let's go ahead and implement it. So in this chapter, we're going to integrate the product endpoint in the front end. So we have all of these products here, which we're going to add in the front end. So the first one is the let's look for it. I think it's the deals. So let's go ahead and add the deals. Then we're going to add for all products here. Before we move over to category, filter by category, filter page. So let's go to the client side. So I'll collapse the backend. So I'll go into client SLC, and let's go into lib, which we have all the endpoints. So I'll click on api.tx, and if we scroll down now, we can see product deals. So this is product deals. So if we check this now, you can see the endpoints here, API products, and this is deals with limits 10. So let me go back to API, and then I just showed limit 6 here. Can pass limit to the get product deal query function. So if I click on the response now, we should see deals response message product. So if we go ahead and confirm this, I'll click on this, and we can see image message and product, and this is the type here. So I'll go back into product type, and I think this is similar to what we have there. So now we have this inside the API. We can copy this, and let's go to the page. So this is located inside the home page. So inside the page folder, go to home, and we can see deal section. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and uncomment this, and let me remove this product, and then I'm going to uncomment this. So I'll remove this. So I'm going to add the it's loading here. So I'm going to add it in the starter and front end. So this is just the let's import skeleton. So we've added skeleton here. So I'm going to collapse this, and if there's no product, just show now. So for the product card, so I've not showed you the product card, so we can look at it. So inside the product card, So basically we just have this prop ID, slug, image URL name, sales price, original price, discount, label, rating, average, and others. And this is just the part of the slug. So this is just the use cart add to cart method. So we just split the sales price using the split function here, so we can get the cent and display it the way we have it in the front end. So we also have get stock display, where we pass in the stock count, and if stock is equal to stock count is equal to 0, we set out of stock, and the status out. If stock count is less than equal to 5, we just say only this left, else we just remaining in stock. So this is where we assign the icons for each of them, and this is just the item from cart. This is a method to add cart. We'll come to cart later. Why this is just the card we have here for the product. So if out of stock, we just show opacity and card cursor not available. If out of stock, we're not going to show the button to add cart. And I think that is all for now. This is where we display the rating and the rating average here. And this is just for the unit. So that is it. So now I'm going to just set underscore here, so the error should stop. I'm going to remove this dummy data, and I'm going to pass in the, let me pass it. So I'm going to just pass them here. So passing the ID, the slug, image URL, which is, I'll just pick one image, name, sales price, original price, discount label, rating average, rating review count, unit, and stock. So we're going to save this now, and let's go back to the client side. So if I scroll down, let's reload this. So we can see, let's confirm this is yeah, we can see the slug. So this is coming from the backend because we have only 2 products. So if we look at this, if I go to Mongoose, you can see we have only 4 products, and we have one that has discount, and then which other one has discount? So yeah, this one has discount. So this is fine. So something is, so you can see it here. So the unit is not showing up. So let me go ahead and fix it. So let's go back to the code. So let me check the response from here. So I'll click on deals, and let's see. Okay, we didn't return the unit. So check the code inside product service, and if I scroll down to get, this is get or product. Let me see. So if I scroll down, okay, we added units here. Okay, this is for, let's check the deals. So let me collapse this first. For the deals, okay, we didn't add it here. So let me add the units. So I'll save this, and let's wait for the server to load. Now database is connected. So now I can try it again. So let me close this. Let's go to the client side, and let's see. Now we can see the unit is showing up here. So let's go and work and connect the endpoints for all products. So go back to the code, and that product, the endpoint is API/product. So let's collapse the backend, and then let's go to a lib folder, api.tx, and this is what I already have here. This is it. So if you look at the product params here, in the type product type.tx, you can see category ID has discount in stock, minimum price, maximum price, sort, keyword, and then skip. So if I look here, we have similar thing as price, category ID, keyword, minimum price, maximum price. We have the sort, price high, price low, and I think we also have page and limit. So let's go to API and product types, and I think that is all for you. So let's go into API. Now this is, we have the slash product here, and we pass in the query params here. So if any of them are not undefined, it's going to be passed to the API. Now let's copy this and let's go straight to the product page. So I will go to home, then go to product section, and then let me uncomment this. So I'm going to remove this product, this dummy data, and I'm going to comment this. So now we can see we are using the get product query function, and we're passing limit 12. So we want 12 to show only in the home page. So we're going to also add the loading state. So I'll paste it, so similar to what we have in the deal session. So let me paste it here. So now I'm going to go straight to, so yes, let me go into the deal session and let me copy what we have here. Go back to product session, and I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to paste this here, and let me remove any import. And if I save this now, I can go to the client side, and now we can see, if I reload this, you can see all the products. So this is only giving a discounted products, while this is returning all of the products. So this is great. So now we're going to go ahead and add the product for all products page. So just come over to all products page, or you can click on the see more from here, and then you can see all the products here. So I think this is still dummy data. So let's go ahead and add it. So let's go back to the code, and we are going to still use this get product query function. Sorry, let's go into products folder index.txt, and if you scroll down now, we can see the product page. So let me collapse this. So let me just scroll down to the bottom. So this is the sidebar here. So let me just drop a comment here. So this is where we have the filters, and this is the main section here. So let's look at the endpoints here and the way we handle the filters. So the first thing we do is to get the use search param, and then we say if selected category, for selected category we say search param.get category or all. Then this is just to hold the maximum and minimum price, which is a state, and then we have the filter state for other filter like deals only, in stock only, minimum price and maximum price. So the filter will be sent to the backend. So let's remove this dummy category and let's import get the category. So let's go into home category session and let's copy this, and then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to paste it here. So let me import the get or category query function, and then I'm going to say constant. So let me go back and copy it properly. So let's go into products index.txt and let me paste it here. So let me import this from Tanster create query. Then I'm going to just set this to category loading. And then instead of data, we can use category data. So I'll copy this, paste it here. And I'm going to just say data. And I'm going to copy this and just replace it with this. So now for the product, we can go back into the more product section. And let me copy this. Go back to product index.txt. And I'm going to paste this here. So let's import the get product query function. And I'm going to pass in all the filters using the filter state. So let me remove this. So let me paste it here. So I'm going to change this to products. And I'm going to pass in selected category in the query key. Selected category. And I'm going to also pass a filter. Okay, let me add comma here. So now we have this. I'll just change this to product data. And this I'm going to change this add is product loading. So now let me see. Let me remove this dummy data here. So I'm going to remove all of this. So let's go down. So here we have the categories. So we have category here, and I'm going to collapse this. So I'm going to do sorry, let's do it inside. So I'll say if category loading, then I'm going to show skeleton. So I'm going to use array dot from length 6, and then let's map dot map. So just get the index only, and let's return, and let's import skeleton, and then let's add in key index, and I'll give this a class name width full height 9, and then I'm going to else. So I'm going to add a fragment here, and I'm going to move. Let me move this inside the fragment, and I'm going to add a button here, which is going to once we click, it's going to call this function handle category change with all pass here. So if I open this here, you can see the button at the same thing, but here we just pass in the category ID. So we loop through the categories. So let me collapse the as okay. I think this is already attached there. We have the in stock added to the checkbox and the input for the minimum for the price range. So we can collapse the aside, and then yeah. So I'm going to just change this from filter length to product length like this. So I'll add is product loading product length product, and then okay, I think I remove has filter. So I'm going to add the has active filter. I'm going to add it here. So let me do it. Let me do it here. So I'll just paste it here. So if we have an active filter, then it's going to show the reset button. So you can see the button here, which is going to be set the filter. And then we have this here. So I'm going to change this to product.length is equals to 0. Then we're going to also change this to product. Yeah, so before the product, I'm going to also add in the is loading. Yeah, so I'll say is product loading. Then I'm going to pass in this loading state. And I'm going to just, I'm going to just to else. And then it's going to show its empty state. So for this, I'm just going to go to the due session and I'm just going to copy this again. Come over to index.txt. I'll remove this dummy data and I'm going to paste this here. So we are done with the product, the all products page. So let's quickly add the search results page. So I'm going to enable this and I'm going to enable this. So I'm going to import the use query. So this is still going to use the get product query function, but we're just passing keyword and sort. So I'm going to remove this dummy data we have here. And you can see everything is the same thing. We have the normalized query, which is being passed here. And we can see if searching, we just show searching, then we show this search result, that is the product length. And then we're going to show this filter here, that is to sort best match price low to high and price high and highest to rating. Then this is just the empty state here we have here, loading state, and then we need to show the product. So I'm going to go back to scroll down this product page and I'm going to copy this again, go into the search result page. I'll just update this with this, paste it here, and the error should stop. So we can go ahead and test it. So make sure the server is running, and let's go back to the front end. And now we can see that it is showing up here. So we can click on, you can see all the categories showing up. So you can click on privileges, and this is going to load. Click on snacks, and you can see this is loading properly. If I go to all now, and I filter by highest rated, it's going to show the one that has the rating. If I filter by price low to high, you can see this product has the lowest price among all. And then we have high to low. And then you can see, so you can click on this reset button and this is going to reset them back to the default. You can click on deal only and this is just going to filter and return only the deal only. And I think all of them are in stock, so it's going to show in stock. So we can just search, let's say I'll search for BIB, click on enter, and then you can see the product. And then you can see that this will return 3 products for us. We can also filter by highest rated, and this is going to return the highest amount, sorry, the highest rated price, low to high, similar to what we had before. So now we can go ahead and work on the details page. So currently nothing showing here. So let's go back to the code. Let's go to the product detail page. So inside the product detail page, so before we go into product detail page, we need to go to api.tx, and if we scroll down now, we can see get products by slug, which is what we have in the product HTTP. If we scroll to slug now, you can see get products by slug. So we can go back to the API, and then we can copy this now. And if you look at the response type, so we can see the response here, the product detail, which is product type, and then the related products. So let's go to product detail. So click on this, and then if I scroll down now, let me enable this. So I'm going to enable the API. So we have the one for products, the get product by slug, and then we have get product review. So let me import both of them from API. So the second one is get product review query function, which is product/slug/review, and it's similar to what we have in the product HTTP. We have slug/review. So I'll go back to product detail page, and let me import this. So let's scroll down. So we can skip all these parts where we have sorry, let's come here. I don't know this was forgotten this is startup dummy data. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to use detail data dot product. So I'm going to do the same thing for related products here. And so detail data dot related. So let me check the response from the HTTP. So let me click on this product here. So it's related product. So let me go back to API, and then I'll go to product detail response type. I'm going to change it to related products. So let's go back to index.txt, and I'm going to change this to related product, and like this. So for the review and review breakdown, we can remove this dummy data and just replace it with this. So let me import use query Frontend get query, and we have this now. So if suppose show this, so let's change this to let's remove this. Okay, we can use this to show if no products, we just show or no slot, we just show empty state like that. So I'm just going to replace this with this here, the one I have here. Let me paste it here. So this is just a loading state. So I'm going to import this skeleton. So I'm going to collapse this now. And we have the stock. If it's out of stock, we have this. So I'm going to remove this. Has discount. And then let's go down. So it's going to show the product image, the rating, the rating average and rating count, the product name, and then this. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay, I think it's like this. So I'll just leave it, replace it with this product unit. So we have the stock, the description, the sales price. If it has discounts, we're going to show the original price here, and then the label. If there's label, we show the discount label. Else we just show a certain percentage off. And if it's out of stock, we show this. So this is just for the cart. We're going to come back for the cart to see how the cart is implemented. So I'll collapse this. And this is for the review. So I'm going to use underscore ID for the reviews and review rating. So this is wrong. So user dot name review created at and the comment. So for the review rating breakdown, we're going to map through rating breakdown, and we list set the we list out the stars here. I think the stars and the count from the map, and then we import progress. So we're using Shanty UI, and then we should add the count here. So for the related products, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to go to deal session, and I'm going to copy. I'm going to copy this. I'll paste it here. So this will be item. So I'm going to just replace all of this with item. So I think we are done. There's an error. So let me just let's go ID. Okay, I think we are done with this. Okay, there's an error here. So this is just for the cards. Like I said error on, we are going to come back to the cards. So I'm just trying to fix the error. So there's another error here. And there's another error here. So I think this is there's no longer any error. Let me go ahead and remove any unused imports. So I think that is all. Okay, we didn't use the is review, so let me copy it. So let me scroll down to the bottom where we have the review. So I think it's here, yeah. So we have customer review, and we can add this here. So the is review loading. So I'll paste this here, and let's do else, and let's save this. Now there's no longer any error. You can go ahead and test this now. So I'll go to the client side, to the browser. Okay, and let me reload this. Okay, now we can see that this is working fine. So if I go back to the one that has rating and review, so this, I'll just click on it. Now we can see the customer rating, great product, and the review. Okay, this is not showing the count, the rating star. So let me go and fix it. So I'll go back to the code. Let me go to HTTP product, and let's click on the review endpoint here. So, okay, this is rating. So let me close this. Let me collapse the backend. So in the client side, I will go to the type where we have products. Okay, this is showing rating. Okay, I think this is showing star. So I used star before. So let me go back to here and let me change this to written. Save this and let's go back to the client side. And now we can see it is showing. So that is it for the product. We're going to go ahead and integrate the cart endpoint. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and integrate the cart endpoint. So the cart endpoint is localhost 8000 API/cart. So let's go ahead and look at it. So collapse the backend, and I'm going to go into. So let's first of all look at how I handle the cart itself with Zostan. So if I go to the hook and click on use cart, so I can scroll to the top. So using Zostan create. So we have the cart item, where the type, which has the product name, image, the discount, and then the quantity that is being assigned to the cart item. Then we have the cart store type, which we have the state is cart open, which is going to trigger. We're using to trigger the I think the drawer. Then we have the is cart loading, and then the items. Then we have the set total, subtotal, delivery fee, free delivery threshold, tax, and other total. And this is the method to control the set is cart open for the drawer. Then we have the method here. So we're going to create the method. So we're setting a type that it's going to take in the item, which is a type of add cart item. So we omit the quantity for the add to cart. Then quantity here is passed here, and this is return void. Then we have update quantity, which takes in the product ID. So we are using product ID for the item, and the quantity. Then remove from cart, we have the product here. So check stock, it just gives the target quantity and the stock amount, the stock count. So we have other method there, like the clear cart, reset cart, cart count, cart total, and then fetch cart. So the first thing here you can see here is the pending snapshot. So I'm going to collapse this first. So the reason why we have this pending snapshot here is to keep the history of the cart item when we try to send data. So if I open this sync to server, so when we try to send data to the backend, if there's any error, we are going to just roll back the user to where the cart was previously. So let's say the user added the one item to cart and it was successful, then add another item to cart and the endpoint failed. We just roll back, we just call the rollback, which is going to be passed to this server to server function, which is we're using the debounce from Nodejs. So the reason why we are adding this Nodejs, this debounce, so if the user click on the add to cart but multiple times, we just make only one call API request. So we don't call the API multiple times based on the click on the button. So we're going to look at it now. So we have the use cart hook and the create from Zostan. So we are using persist to persist the data. So we're going to only persist the items. So we're going to see that. So we have the is cart open. This is the initial state we have for all of them. Then we have the method now for set is cart open. We just pass in is open here, and we set the is cart open to is open. So this method here is to check if the stock is equals to the quantity, or the target quantity is greater than the total stock. Then it's going to throw this error. So you can see it says stock quantity is equals to undefined, or stock count is equals to null. We just return true. But if target quantity is greater than the stock count, then we're going to send this toast, and we're going to return false, else we just return true. So this is just used inside here. So it's used when we have the add to cart. So remember, we're passing the add to cart text in the item and the quantity. So yeah, we're going to calculate the new total would be, so we get the existing item based on the item dot product ID. So we're using product ID in a cart. Then with that, we're going to calculate the we're going to get the quantity plus the quantity, so to give us the total quantity. Then we pass it inside the check stock. So to get this check stock here, we are going to use the get method dot check stock. We pass in the new total and the item dot stock count of this product. Then if this return false, we just return this, and then we just return this, we just close we just return this, just like returning null. Then this is not going to run. But if there's this stock and this check return true, then we are going to go ahead and keep a snapshot of the items. So you can see where we have the pending snapshot. So this is just to keep the snapshot of the item, which is located at the top of this hook. So then we are going to then update the state. We are going to first of all find the item, the existing item, using the product ID. And if the item exists, we are going to then update the we're going to update the quantity. You can see we add the quantity to the already existing quantity, and then we return the updated items here and set subtotal to null here. So this is when it's existing. But if it does not exist, then we just add it to the state. You can see state.item, and then we pass in the new item here, item and quantity. Then we return the item subtotal to null. And this is where we call the sync to server. You can see the method there, the sync to server. We pass in the item. So let me scroll down. So we pass in the item here. So we get the item, get item, all the items in the cart, and then we call a function. So this function is going to is going to provide the snapshot here. So you can see snapshot is the items. Remember, we in the snapshot here we destructure the items. So we are going to mask it here, and this sync to server is going to take in the item and then the rollback. So we are going to call this endpoints now. So if I uncomment this now, we can see payload now is item. So we're going to map this because this item contains this content name, image, sales price, and others. For the backend, just need the parent, the product ID, and quantity. So we're going to map this out, and then we're going to call the endpoint here. So I'm going to import this. So the update cart mutation function, if I go into the API.tx, we can see the cart here, /cart, which is similar to what we have here. If we go to obsert cart, you can see API/cart. Yeah. So, okay, API/cart. And so it's similar to what we have for updating the quantity. So let's go into API.tx. And then you can see this takes in the item, which is of type product ID and quantity list. Then if you look at the response type, so we have message, and this is going to return the cart with the item, and also subtotal, delivery fee, free delivery threshold, tax, and other total. So let's go back here. And now we are going to use toast promise. So once the user click the add to cart button, it's going to add locally to the local state, to Zostan state. Then after it's add, it's going to call the sync to server, which is going to trigger the endpoint. And we are using toast.promise from Sonar. This is just going to show the loading state in form of toast. So I'm going to uncomment this now. So I'm going to remove this local one we added here. I added it, I'll comment it out. So now you can see toast. Then we're going to show saving cart. And then once it's successful, we just set pending snapshot to null. So there's no need to roll back. So if data, we instantly update the total subtotal delivery fee, free delivery threshold, tax, and other total, and then we just return cat sig successfully. But if there's any error, we are going to roll back to we're going to call the rollback, and this rollback, if you look at what we had in the add to cart button, add to cart method, you can see that this, if you call this, it's going to quickly set the pending snapshot as the item. So this is going to update the store. So, and that's what we did here. So we called it, and then we set pending to null, and then we just set state subtotal to null, delivery fee 0, free delivery threshold 0, tax and other total, and then we return response here, the response message. So that is it for the sync to server. I'll save this. So now if we collapse the add to cart, we can see the quantity, update quantity, which is similar. So we just find the product or the item, sorry, and then we check if the stock, the item stock is less than the quantity that's passed, and we just return the toast, error toast. Then we also keep a snapshot of the items in the cart, the updated item in the cart. Then we check if quantity is less than 0. We are going to call another method, the remove cart method, which is below this. But if the quantity is greater than 0, then we are going to update the quantity. You can see we've mapped through the items. We check for the item equals to the product ID that is being passed, and then we just set the item with a quantity, else we just return the item. Then we return the items here, which is the updated item, and now the subtotal is set to null. Then we call the sync to server with the latest, with the items in the store, and then we created a return. We passed in a method which is going to be called in the sync server to roll back changes or to set the pending snapshot to the items. So for the remove cart, remove from cart, the same thing. If the pending store is null, if the pending store is null, we just set the pending snapshot. So if the pending snapshot is null, we set pending snapshot to the items in an array. Then we update, we find the items, we filter, and then we remove them. We just only get the ones that does not match the product ID, and then we return them to the we update the state, the item or the store. Then we call the sync to server, similar to what we have here. So for the clerk-auth, we have this and snapshot here. We just called, so we can also use the pending here. So I could have used the pending. Let me copy this, and I'm just going to pass this here, and I'm just going to replace it with this. Yeah. So then we're just going to set this to empty array, set total to null, and this just to clear the cart. And then we call the endpoints with empty array, and this is, and then we pass in the rollback method. So for reset and cart, this is just going to reset the cart, and then this is just the method to get the cart count. So we calculate the item, so we calculate the total item plus the item quantity, so to give us the total number of of the count together with the item, the quantity, So we get the total here. So for the cart total, we retrieve the total from the store, and then if the total is not null, we use the subtotal, which is going to be coming from the backend. But if the total subtotal is null, we just use the local calculation here. And this endpoint is to fetch carts. So we have the it's loading like I showed you earlier on. So we set it to true. Then we use this endpoint to fetch the cart. So if I go to get cart query function, you can see this here. This is to fetch the items, the cart item. So let me go to cart HTTP. So I think /cart. So I will go back to the API. I will remove all. And then if you look at the response, so we have message, cart. This is similar to what we have with the update cart mutation function. So it's just the same response. So now if I go back to use cart.txt, so we check if data.cart, then we map this item. So we get the items now, and then we set the item, set the subtotal, delivery free, delivery threshold, tax order, and then set is cart loading to false. So if error, we just set is loading to false. And there, this is where we give the name of the store, instance cart, and for the persisting of data, we just only persist the item items. So this is only what we're going to see in the Zostan store. So now we have this. Now we can go ahead and connect. We can go ahead into the component, then go to the cart sheet first. So if we go to the cart sheet, we can see where we fetch the use cart hook with all of the fields. The is cart open, set is cart open, is cart loading, and all. So we get the cart total, the cart count, the subtotal, and then if we scroll down now, we can see where we look through the items. So if items length is equal to 0, we say cart is empty. Then we map through the item. So we just check for original price less than sales price to know if this has a discount. And then we just set the item name, item image, and then let's go down. So if discount label, we are going to set the discount label. Also, we just use the discount percent. And there for this button now, this is where we have the quantity button. So this button here is, so we have this the on click. So if item quantity is equals to 1, then we know this is to call the remove from cart method. Then we're just going to update the quantity. So if it's not equals to 1, then we are going to update the quantity. So it's just this. I think this is a subtract quantity side. Then we show the item quantity. This is the one to increase the quantity. So we show the total, item total. So sales price times item quantity. So for the footer, we have the button to clerk-auth. And this is where we display the item total. And for the free delivery threshold, so if free delivery threshold is greater than 0, then we're going to show this. Then we say if subtotal is greater than equals to free delivery threshold, then we say 0 delivery fee unlock. Or else we just say add, and then we are going to get the we're going to say free delivery threshold minus subtotal to get the amount remaining. So add this amount to get $0 delivery fee. And we have a method here to handle checkout, and this is just a button to show to when you click to go to checkout. And if I go back, go scroll up to where we have the handle checkout. So the handle checkouts, so if not user from the use user hook, we are going to open auth, which is coming from the use auth, which is a store, which is using Zostan store to trigger the dialog auth dialog. Then we set this cart open first, and then we navigate to the checkout page. So this is it for the cart sheet. So we can look at the cart button. So for the cart button, which is inside the product card, let me scroll up to the product card. I'm sorry, it's not inside the product card, it's inside the nav.tx. So if you go down here, you can see the cart button here, which is showing the quantity, the amount, the count, sorry. So we get the count and we get its cart open from the use cart hook, and there we just show the cart count. And then we have the on click, which is used to trigger the drawer. So we go to the product card now, and if we scroll to where we have this here, we can see if out of stock. So we are going to show, if not out of stock, we're going to display the button. So this is the add to cart button. So what we do here, we have a method I defined here, which is handle add to cart, and then we get the cart item from the store. So let me bring this down. So you can see here, if cart item is greater than 0, we are going to show this quantity is in cart. Else we just show add the add text with the plus. This is showing the plus icon here. So let's go to the handle add to cart. So if I scroll up now, you can see where we call the hook to get the item, and then we get the cart item. So we are going to find the item where the product ID is equals to the ID passed into the product card. And then here we can see we have we handle the add to cart method from let me move it down here. So from the use cart hook, and then we pass in the product image URL, name, sales price, original price, discount per unit, and stock price. You can see here we did not pass in quantity. So this is it for the add to cart button. And the last part where we have the cart is inside the product detail page. So inside the product detail page, if we go to product detail, index.tx, and if I scroll to the top, so this is where we have the add to cart button. So let me scroll up more. Yeah, this is it here. But let me scroll to where we import the use cart hook. So we can see it here. So we get the items, the cart item. So we got the items here. This is the cart item. So because we did the same thing here, we find the product, and then we say if is in cart, it's the cart item. So we got the method to update cart here and the method to remove item from cart. So this is the method there we defined here. So we have the add to cart, and this time we are going to pass quantity because the way this the UI is designed here. So if I go to the client side, if you look at there, we have this quantity plus and minus. So you can increase this the number of cards you want, and once you click on add here, this is going to add the number of quantity to cart. Then this now is the plus and minus, sorry, the quantity. So when you click minus here, it deducts item in cart. If you increase here, it increase the item in cart. So that is it. So let me remove all of them. And now if I click on this now, it's removed. So I think something is wrong. So let's go back to the code. So the problem is coming from the backend. We can't pass an empty array to the backend. So let's continue. So now let's go to where I have the cart buttons. So if I expand this now, you can see this button. So if out of stock, you're going to show this out of stock button here, which does not do anything. So if its item is in cart, we are going to show this button, which this subtraction and plus button. So we're going to have the button. When you click on this, it's going to subtract item from the quantity from the going to subtract item from the cart, the quantity. So if quantity is equals to 1, it's going to remove that product from the cart, and else it's just going to subtract the quantity. Likewise for this button is to increase the quantity. So we say if there's no item, because here we are saying if we have item in cart, we are going to display a different UI. Why if there's no item in cart, we have another plus and minus button. So this is just to set the state, the quantity, and then when we click on the add to cart, we add the quantity in the add to cart method. You can see where we pass in the quantity here. So I think that is all for the product detail page. So we've covered this side. So we are going to go into the layout. So inside the layout, if I go to app layout, so remember when we saw this, so we call the fetch cart. This is going to call the endpoint to retrieve the user cart. So we only call this when the user, when we have a user or a user is signed in, then the fetch cart method will be called. So this is to ensure that we get the data from like the total delivery fee and others from the backend. And this is only going to be called once when the user will load the page. So then if we go into pages, it's not inside pages, let's go to components, auth dialog. So inside the auth dialog, when the user log into the account, we are going to call the fetch cart. So this is to retrieve the user cart items and also the total amount and delivery fee and others. So we update the store. So I'm going to enable this now. So you can see this is called when you call the login mutation, and we are going to do the same thing too when we call the register mutation. So I'm going to save this, and that is all. So I'm going to go to the backend and look at the endpoints to update cart. I noticed that in the validation, let's see, cart validator, we are setting minimum 1. So that is the reason why if you go into the use cart hook, so use cart hook in the front end, when we I think remove item from cart. So let me collapse this. When we remove item from cart, we are sending. So we set the item. So the item might be empty array, and this is going to throw an error because we add the validation to pass at least one data to the endpoint. So I'm going to go and we can just fix this by updating the endpoint. So I'm going to also replace this with this back so that we're going to check if there's no snapshot or no item. We're just going to return this. No, so what I can do here, I can just let me pass the snapshot here. So I'm going to just leave the pending snapshots for the remove cart, update quantity, and add to cart. So let's save it. So let's go to the client side first and look at it. So now we can see we have one item in cart. So let me open my developer to inspect. So I'll bring this to the right side, and I'm going to go to the network tab. And now let's see the error. So I'm going to remove this one item from the cart. So if I click on this, you can see an error occur. So it says at least one field is required to be passed. Likewise here, if I click on this delete button, so you can see it's rolled back because of the validation. So at least one item is passed. So what we can do, we can go back. Let's go back to the code. And let's go to the backend and remove the validation. So I'm going to go into validator and inside the cart validator. So we can just remove this out. And we can just do dot default empty array. So let's try it again. So make sure the server is running. So let me wait for my server database to connect. So now the DB is connected, so I can go back to the browser. And now let me try and remove this item from cart. Okay, no products in cart. So there's something wrong. Okay, I think let me just quickly clear this stuff and try it again. So I'll go to localhost. I'll click on this and I'm going to just remove everything. So I'm going to reload the browser. So I think this is coming from the localhost that I already have when I tested the app. So I'm going to try again and let's add so we can test it again. So let me add this product now. So I'll click on add and this is going to add. So I'm going to just inspect so we can be looking at the response from the backend. So let me go to the network tab. So now we can see that one item is already in the cart. So one item is in the cart. So, and we can see we need to add $10.22 more to get zero delivery fee. So subtotal is 9.78. So I'm going to click on this product again. And you can see 2, and we can see the quantity has increased to 2. So likewise, if I also add this product, then you should see another product has been added to cart. And we can click on this product and this will take us to the detail page, and you can see that this is showing one item in cart. So I think I need to also change this to delete icon, so the user know that this is to remove because since we have one in cart, we only have to remove the product. So we have 3 now. So let's try and remove this product. So I'll click on this cart and let me click on this remove now. So let's see. So now we can see that it is working. So now you can see this is showing the add to cart button. So the cart is working fine. So now we have this product in the cart. Let's try and sign in with our new user. We register. So I'll select the account. So Butron@gmail, and let's click on sign in. So this should take this guest user. So let me open. Let's go to application. If I go to cookie, select cookie, and if I drag this now, we can see instance guest. We can see the instance guest cart ID, which is here. So let's try and send this now. This should be cleared. So I'll click on sign in. And now you can see that this has changed to instance access token. So the guest ID has been removed. And now you can see 2 in cart because we have this product. Maybe we have this product before. Before I signed out, this product was already in cart in the DB. So this is working fine. So I can drag this back now, and I can still add product to cart, and this is going to save successfully. So now we can click here, and then you can see zero delivery fee because this product now is above $20. So you can click on go to checkout, and this will take us to checkout page. And there, this is actually correct from the backend. So now let's go ahead and work on the checkout page. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and work on the checkout page. So on the checkout page, we have the address where user can add address and also fetch all addresses. So we are going to call this endpoints the address endpoint, which is API slash addresses. So let's collapse the backend. Let me collapse the backend, and let's go into pages, and the checkout. So if we click on the index.txx, so this is a checkout page. The checkout page had different sections. We have the address section, the order summary, payment section, and the review section. So inside the index.tx, this is where we're going to call the address endpoints. So we can get the default address and save it into the state, or the user can select any address and we're going to save it to the state. So because I've commented out the endpoints, the API, so I'm going to uncomment this out, and I'm going to uncomment both of these. So let me remove this. So now this is already imported, so I'm going to remove this. And for this thing, I'm going to remove this state. So we can look at the endpoint. So I'm going to go to get address query function. So you can see this is the endpoint slash address, which is similar to what we have here. You scroll down, we can see the base URL, which is API slash addresses. Okay, this is addresses, so I'm going to go ahead and change it. I'll add in is ES, so slash addresses. So now let's also confirm the response. So I'll scroll down and I'll click on get all user address, and then we can see addresses, and this is the response. So I'm going to go to API so I can confirm the response. So I'll click on the type get address response, and we can see message addresses. So the address type, if I scroll to the top now, we can see ID, user ID, recipient name, phone, street, city, state, postal code, country is default greater than. So it's similar to what we have here. So I'm going to close both of them now. And now we can also see the create address. So if I look at the address HTTP, we have create address, which is also similar to addresses. So I'll change it to addresses, and I'm going to save this. So let's go to the index.tx, and now we are calling the endpoints. We are getting the addresses. So here we are going to do check if length greater than 0, and then if selected address ID is not defined, or it's not, yeah, it's empty, we are going to get the address, the default address from the addresses, and then we're going to set the ID, the default address, else we just take one of the address and set it as the selected address. And there you can see that. So we find the address, selected address here, and there I'm going to enable this use mutation. So I'm going to remove this one, is the dummy data. I'll remove it. So yeah, we're calling, this is for the create address, which is this one, the create address here. So let's go into index. So if this is successful, we are going to invalidate the query for the for this. So let me just quickly move this to the top. Yeah. And I can also move this to the top too. So let me move this to the top. So this is going to call the address. It's going to invalidate the address use query, and then we are going to set. Okay, so I know the reason. Let me bring it down back because of the set address ID. Sorry guys. So let me bring it back here. So we're going to then set the default address, and then we are going to open the panel. So we're using states to manage the, so we have a state to manage different section like the address, the payment method, and the review session. So we're going to just say save, and there's any error, there's error here. So we're going to come to the order. So now we have the method to create address, and there is another method to select the address. And once you select an address, you just open the payment, set the open panel to payment. So let's go down, and if we scroll down to this section, the accordion which we are using from Shanty UI. So you can see we pass in the open panel, and on value change we pass in open panel value or empty string. So for the channel panel, this is the checkout panel. So we create a state, so if a component. So if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see we have these components here, checkout panel, and which is just the accordion item and the trigger and the accordion contents here. So let me go back to the top. So we pass in the value, which is address, icon, then the title, and then the description. So this is where we call the address session. So we pass in the addresses, the selected address ID, the unselect address, which we pass in the undo selected select address, the unadd address. So this is when you click the button to add the address, and it's adding. This is just the loading state. And then we have is address loading. This is for the get API, the get use query loading state. So I'm going to go into address session, and you can just see it here. So we're using Webhook form. So if I scroll down, so this is where we list the addresses here, and this is a dialog to add new address. And we can see we are using Webhook form as well validator, where user can pass in the city, state, and postal code, and then we're going to submit. So basically that is it for address session. So I can save this, and let's go to the code, to the browser, sorry. And if I come over here now, and let me reload. So we don't have any address for this account. So I can click here to add a new address. So let me give this bill. I'm going to quickly fill it up. So I filled it now. So I can click on save now. If I click on save button, okay, there's an error here. So let me see. Recipient's name invalid, input expect string, receive undefined. So let's go back to the code. So let me go to the state, to the address session, and let me scroll up. Okay, yeah, I'm passing name. So if I look at the address HTTP, so I'm passing recipient name. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go into the index.txt. And let me scroll to where we have the create add mutation function. Then we can look at the create address input. So let me confirm that this is correct. this is correct. So let me go back, index.txt, and let me see add address value. So name. So this is just the, so I'm just going to pass, let me change this to recipient's name, and let's go back to index.txt, and then I will go into address session, and I'm going to change this to recipient's name. So I'll just copy this out. And I'm going to just change this. And the error should stop. So let's try it again and see. So let me confirm the payload is the same thing. Postal code, phone, street, state, country. So let's try it again. So I'll go into index.txt address session. So this is where we pass in the value. So everything is correct now. So let's try, and let's go to the browser, and let me try again. Let me try it again. So now we can see it went through. So if I open this now, we can see the address. And if you look at this, we can see that this is returning the address. This is to create, and this one is to fetch the address, which is retrieving the addresses here. So this is working fine. So now we have confirmed that the address is working. Now let's go and look at the payment method and the review order. So let's go to the code. So this next section is payment session. So the payment method session. So we have the type here, payment method, checkout. So which is checkout. So we have this constant here for card and cash on delivery. So here we use the radio group function to UI, and this is just basically selecting whether card or cash on delivery. So let's go straight to the index.txt, and if we collapse this this side one for address, we can see payment. We pass in the icon, the title. So if it's selected delivery, select delivery address first. Payment method we are going to show is equals to payment method, checkout payment method card. Then we set this cash on delivery, and then we say choose payment option. And this is where we pass in the payment method. So if I scroll up now, we can see the state here, which we use to hold the payment method. And so let's go back. And then if as address is not selected, you can see we are going to disable the payment method option. So this is it for payment method. Then for the checkout panel, for the review, we have the value review icon and title description. And then here we just list out the item, the order total, the selected address, the payment method, place order, and then placing order. So the review section is where the button to create order is, and you can see it here. It's replacing order with the button text and the total amount. So this is great. So we've looked at this part, the review session. So then we have the order summary. So if I go to order summary, we can see we retrieve the use from the use cards, the delivery fee, task, order total, and is cart loading. And then we get the final total here, which we defined here. So you can see the total. So this is just for the summary. So now we can go ahead and look at the endpoints for creating the order itself. So if I come over here, you can see handle place order. So if address is selected, if not address selected, or payment method is going to return null. Then we're going to call the create order method. So we are passing the address and payment method. So which is similar to what we have in the order HTTP. So create order, we're passing the address ID and the payment method. And if we scroll up to where we have this create order mutation, if I come here now, you can see if I go back into that, you can see the endpoints slash orders, which is similar to what we have here. API slash orders. So let me go back to APIs. And if we go to create order input, this is what we have here. And the response. So the response is message, order, and Stripe URL. And then if you go back to index.js, you can see here, so we invalidate the cart. So I think this should not be here. We are not using transfer query to fetch the cart, so I'm going to remove this. So if there is Stripe URL, we are going to navigate the user to the Stripe checkout URL. Else, if there's no Stripe URL, then we know this is a cash on delivery payment, a cash on delivery payment method. Then we're going to reset the cart and navigate the user into the order tracking page. And then we just toast. And if there's any error, we are going to just call the error. So this is it for the checkout. So let me collapse this. And then let's go ahead and test it out. So I'll go to the browser now. And now I'll select its address. Let's select payment method. Let's select card. And then we're going to go with this total amount is 31.21, including the tax, free delivery fee, and this amount. So let's click on continue payment and let's see. So now it's going to redirect us to the Stripe checkout URL. And now we can see it. So let's wait for it to load. Now we can see the email is being passed. So I'm going to just select card. And then I'm going to click on pay, which is the total amount. So I'll click on pay. And then this should redirect me to this page. This page. So if we call the order, this is not going to, this is going to stay replaced because I noticed within my Stripe webhook. Let me go to the webhook is not running. Yeah, you can see I'm not running the webhook. So we're going to have to test it again. So let me quickly so I'm going to run this now. You can see Stripe listing forward to locals 8000 API webhook Stripe. So I'll click on enter. And now we can go ahead and test it again. So I'll go to preview. So let me go back to the so we are still seeing 3 item in cart. So this is because since we didn't call the webhook, the cart was not cleared from the backend. So if I reload this, we are still going to see 3 item in cart. So let's go ahead and test it again. with the same product. So I'm just going to remove one. Let's try with this. So let me click on checkout and let's select payment method, card, and let's click on continue payment. And this should take us to Stripe. So let me select the card. Let me click on pay. And now we can see that the card is cleared. So it worked. So if I go back to the code, we can see the webhook was called. So this is it, guys. This is for the checkout. So we're going to go ahead and work on the order tracking. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and plug in the endpoint for the orders and the order tracking page. So for the order by ID, and we're going to also add the endpoint for address too. So I'll go back to orders. So let's collapse the backend and let's go straight to the client side. So inside the client SLC, and this time we're going to go to pages account. So we're going to, okay, sorry, not account. So account, we're going to add the endpoint for addresses. But let's go to orders first, orders. And inside orders, we're going to go to orders.txt. And there we're going to fetch all the orders. So I'm going to enable orders comment here. So this is a useful fantastic request query, the get order query function. So this is the endpoint inside the lib api.txt. This is to fetch the orders, and this is the response here. A message orders and order type, and this is it here. So I'll cancel this now, and let's go back to the orders, and let's enable this, and let's remove this too. Then save this and remove this starter data. So now we have this here. We can see loading state, and this is where we loop through. Okay, it's the empty state if there's no order, and then we look through the orders, link to the order/order ID page, and there we show the images, the order number, and the placed order is when it was placed, the length of order, and the shipping address, the total amount. So if we go back to the browser now, and let's go ahead and reload this now. Okay, so we are in the ID. So let's click on order history. Now we can see this here. We can see the order one is confirmed, and the first one we did is the placed. So now we can go ahead and plug in the endpoint for the order tracking page. So let's go back to the code. And then if we click on order tracking, so let's enable this. So if we go to get order by ID query function, you can see the endpoints here in the lib api.txt. Now in the order tracking page, if we scroll down, we can see we have the step config, placed, confirm, pack, out of delivery, and delivered. So let's enable this endpoint, the use query. So let's remove this too. Remove this starter or dummy data. So we can see we get the order ID from use param, and then we pass it into the query, the get order by ID query function. So if this is loading, it's going to show the loading state. And if it's empty, we just show this empty state. And then we normally just get the status. So if it's cancelled, we say normal status. We just make the status lowercase. Then we set if status is equals to cancel, then it's cancel. And this is just to handle the tracking progress. So if we scroll down to where we have the horizontal stepper, we can scroll down. So if it's cancelled, we're just going to show this here. We say order cancelled. This order has been cancelled and cannot be tracked. So, and this is where we track each of the step. So we can look at it here. And below here, this is where we show the items. So you can see other items are mapped here and displayed here with the quantity and images. Then we also have the status history. This is where we also show the progress to here. So just like the timeline. And then we have the delivery address here, the payment method, and then we have the total amount, subtotal delivery fee, tax, and then the total amount. So this is it for the order tracking. And here you can see we have delivery timeline components here. You can see we have the order detail sidebar, and we have order status badge. These are some components we use inside it. So let's go back to the browser and confirm this now. So if I reload this, so something is wrong. So let me go back to the code. Let me go into order tracking. So I found the error. The error is because of the history. The status history does not have weighted at the response. If you go to, let me go to the address, sorry, order, and let me try and fetch all the orders. So if I copy one ID here, and I'm going to paste it here, save this and click on send. So if I go scroll down to order history, we can see dates here. So why in my front end, the front end I'm using created at instead of dates. So let's go to the api.tx. So scroll up, click on the get order ID query function, then go to api.tx. Let's go to the response, the order ID, the order type, and where we have status history. So changes to dates instead of created at. So let's go to order tracking. So let me scroll down. Sorry. So I'll change this to dates. And I'm going to enable it now. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say if, okay. So there's another place I comment. Yeah, this is it. So I'll change this to, okay, this one is correct. Format order.created at. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say if now follow, just return empty string. So let's go ahead and test it. So I'll go to the client side, to the front end, and we can see this has moved from place to confirm, and this is the item, and we can see the status history, and this is the payment summary. So if we go back to the orders, click on this, you can see we are on the pay placed status. Likewise, this one too. So this is fine. So we are done with the orders. Let's quickly add the endpoint for the addresses. So let's go back to the code. So let's collapse this. Let's go to account, addresses, and let's just enable this. I'll enable this. So I remove this too. Then I'm going to uncomment this. I'll remove this dummy data. And yeah, this should be, let me change it. Okay, so I think what did I use? Let me go to address. So copy this, go back to address. Let me change this. So copy this, come over here, paste it here. So I'm going to copy the recipient's name, go to where we have the name, and just paste it here. And the error should stop. So I'll remove the unused data. So now we are done with this. So I can go back to the front end and let's see. So we can see the address. We can also add new address. So I'm going to save this now. And then we can see this is now the default address. So we are going to go ahead now and work on connect the endpoints for the rating and review. In this chapter, we can go ahead and plug in the endpoints for the rating and review. So this is the endpoint to the backend. So I have the get users reviews and get reviewable endpoints and then create review. So let's go to the front end. So before we go to the front end, so I want you to make these changes. So inside the validator, cart validator, please remove the default here. And then inside the service, cart service, if you scroll down here, you can see that let me scroll down to where we have valid item. So instead of throwing any error, I'm just going to remove the item, declare the cart to set the item to empty array so that the client side can send an empty array. And since the empty array means to clear the cart, so we just clear the cart here. So that is it. So now we can go ahead and let's go ahead and fix and plug in the endpoint for the rating and review. So I'll collapse the backend. Inside the client, let's go into pages, account, and let's go to reviews. So for the reviews here, we have this dummy data here. So I'm going to remove all this dummy data I have here. So let me uncomment this to endpoints. So let me scroll up. So let me import them. So import use query from Tanstack create query. And I'm going to just remove this two. So we need to import these two function. So import them. So let's just go and see the endpoint. So inside let's click on the get reviewable order item query function. And if we scroll down here, we can see the endpoint. So you can confirm this if it's the same thing. So if I scroll up, I can see / only review. And if I come here, we can see, sorry, inside the API. So I'm going to just remove this. So I think it's a mistake here. Okay, this is for create. So this is the right endpoint here. So go to API and then I'm just going to remove and just replace it with this. So now we have seen this endpoint, and this is also the get user review query function. And this is the endpoint, which is similar to what we have in the review HTTP. This is. So now let's go into the review.txt, and this is the loading state. So if you scroll down here, we're going to list out the reviewable data. So we have the tab. So here we're going to list through the reviewable list. So instead of this list I have here, so I'm going to remove all this dummy data. So let me just take them one after the other. So the reviewable data, I'm just going to, instead of, so let me come down here. And let's say constant reviewable list. This is going to be equals to reviewable data So because if we look at the response here inside the review, let's get to reviewable data. So if I click on send, this is going to give me orders and array. So I'm going to just cancel this, then go back, and I'm going to look through this reviewable dot orders. So I'm just going to set this to all empty array. So we're going to use flat map to say flat map, and then let's set order. So let me just set this to any, and then we are going to say order dot items, which is what we got here. So let me try and see items. So items dot filter. There's no need, we've already done the filter. So I'll just do map, or there's no need, let me just do filter here, just in case item. And then I'm going to say not item dot is reviewable. Sorry, reviewed. So then let me bring this down here. Then we are going to map this. So let me see. So we're going to say dot map s to I. I'll say item, or let me still add this as item here. So item is item, order is order dot underscore ID, then order date is going to be order dot created at. So this is it. So I'm going to also remove this dummy data. So submitted list. So submitted list is going to be, constant. Submitted list is going to be equals to review data dot review dot reviews, or empty array. So let's scroll to the bottom. So we have reviewable list. Let me set this to any. And then we have the empty array, and this is where we have submitted list in the next. This is the second tab, content. So I'll just set this to any. And let's scroll down where we can see the components. So we have the star rating component, we have the review prompt card. So you can see we have the state, the body, and this is where we call the create review mutation. And if we scroll down, this is the function to call the submit the ratings. So we pass in the order item rating, and then the comment. So I can collapse this too. And this is where we get the submitted review card. And this is where we just list out the reviews there. So now that is it. So we can go ahead and check this on the browser. So I'll go over to preview, and let me reload. So now you can see this is showing 0. So let me try and inspect. And let me try and reload now. So we have no data here. You can see response, no data. no data. So to test this out, let me try and log in with the other accounts I have. So let me sign in. So I think if I go back to the code, let's go to auth. So this is the email I use, John at. So I'll go to the browser now and I'm going to sign into the account. And you can see it's John has the admin portal enabled here. So if I go to rating and review, so there's an error. So let's go back to the code, review. So let's go up. So the problem is coming from this here. We are using other ID. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to comment this out and save this. So I need to make sure I add in the, so let me scroll up. Instead of order, this is supposed to be order ID, but I'm going to remove this and I'm going to instead add order number. Yeah, so order number. And then I'm going to include it in the backend. So let's go into the backend SRC. Inside the service, review service. So let me scroll down to get reviewable order, and then we're going to I'm going to show order number. Let me check if I'm correct. So inside the order model, if I scroll down, we can see okay, order number, and this is correct. Yes, so I can go back to the review and say order number here, and if I go back to the card, so instead of order ID, I will just use order number. So I remove this slice and so let me just pass it in. I think this is it. I'll just pass in order number here. So I'll copy it. I'll pass it here to order number string. And let me scroll down. So I can just pass order number here. So save this. Let me remove this unused import and this too. So I'll save this. And let's go back to the client side, to the front end. And if I reload this now, we can see the review showing up. So let's try and let me select this. I'll just select this rating. I'll just say this is a great item ordered. So let's click on submit. And now you can see if I go to review, we can see that this is added here too. So we can click here to see the product, and there we can see my name and then the rating. So this is great. So we are done with the rating and review. We are done with the customer facing side. We are going to go ahead and start working on the admin portal. In this chapter, we are going to connect the admin endpoint to the client side. So this is the admin endpoint API/admin. So we are going to go ahead. Let me quickly remove this. So let's go to the client side now. And then SRC, then pages. Then we're going to see admin. So we should go into dashboard.cxx, and this is where we're going to show the analytics and also the orders here. So I'm going to enable these two endpoints here. So I'll enable this. So let's remove this dummy data. And let's import, okay, we can check the APIs now. So let's go into get admin analytics query function. And you can see admin slash analytics. So let's check the HTTP if it's the same thing. So we have admin slash analytics, so which is correct. Then we also have admin slash orders. So if I check the admin HTTP, if I scroll down to where we get the orders, so you can pass in limits on page. So I'm only passing limits, so this is orders here. So in the API, we can see admin orders, and I'm passing only limits. So if I go to the dashboard, yeah, now, so I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to pass this here, paste this here. So this is loading. Let me remove this first. So analytics loading and it's order loading. So if we scroll down, let's look at the stacks here. So let me bring in the is loading here, import spinner. So I can ask command code to make the skeleton loader. So I'm going to add analytics total sale. So let me go back to analytics to admin HTTP. I'll click on send. So we have total order. So analytics dot total order. And then we have, so I'll just set this all 0. So for this, I will also fix this too, to like this. And then we have total product. So analytics dot total product. I'll just set this to 0. And then for total out of stock, so I'll just say analytics. And I'm going to say 0. So now for the recent orders, let me scroll up. So we have orders here. So let me do that here. So I'm going to do constant recent orders is equals to dot orders. So let me set this to any for now. And then we can go to the browser. So if I will load this, you can see loading state, and then we can see the orders here. So this is great. So in order to enable the pagination, so let me go back to the code. Okay, I think I didn't add pagination here, so it's also is in the orders.txt. So now we are done with the home, the dashboard page. So I'm going to ask command code to make this skeleton loader so it's more cleaner. So let's go and do that. So let's go to command code, and then I'm going to say, I'm going to point to the admin slash clients and dashboard. Make this to use skeleton loader, and I'm going to point to skeleton loader. I'll click on enter, and then command code is going to go ahead and do that for us. While it is running, we can go ahead and connect the others. So tx. So let me ask command code to do this already for us. So let's wait for it. So yes. So now let's click on enter. Let's see what it's going to do. So I think it has done it already because there's no error in the dashboard. So let me go to the browser and let me try and reload. Okay, it's working. You can see the skeleton loading is showing up. So this is great. So now let's try to fix the others endpoints too. So I'll just point to admin. Let's just I think this is it here. Admin others. So let's connect the APIs. So I'm going to point to HTTP think admin dot HTTP. So for others, I'm going to also point into, I'm going to just go into, sorry, let me go into the others.txt, and I'm going to say you should check the admin order query function. And let me go there for admin order. Check the I'll point to API.txt. I'll tell it to also make the pagination in the orders.txt functional. Add skeleton loaders. So let's wait for it to work on this. And I want to update this. So I'll click on enter. So it's updating the API, the method gets admin order query function. Then let's wait for it. So it's also want to update the admin. So click on enter. So the admin error is no longer showing. So let's wait for it to finish the order.txt. So now it wants to add, let me click on yes. So now it wants to update the orders table. So let's say yes. So let me make sure this pagination. So let me click on get all orders. I will send it to you so that it knows that this is what's coming from the front end, from the back end. So I'm going to add it. So I'll say remove the front end pagination implementation and use the backend response for the orders, and also enable the updates. So I have inside there Okay, it has enabled it. So I'm going to say fix the error. So let's see. So while it is running, we can see that it has, let's look at what it has done. So it has enabled the endpoint, and we can see this endpoint to update the status. So if I go to this update order status, you can see admin order, order ID and status. So if I go to admin, you can see order admin orders, order ID and status, which is similar to what we have here. So this is just the method to update the status. So let's go back to command code. Let me accept this. So I should have asked it to add this in the response. So I will go into get admin order query function. So okay, I didn't add the response here, the response type for the orders. So it wants to update this. So I'm also asked it to add the response type. So let's click on yes. So these are the dummy data I added for the starter frontend. So I'm asking to remove it so you can use the response from the backend. So command code is done with the order. So we can go to the orders now, and then we can see it has fixed everything. So this is the loading state. And now it has also, so it has retrieved the pagination from the backend. I'll just remove this limit. And then it has also added the pagination here too. So let's go ahead and look at it on the client side. So I'll go to the browser and let me go to others. And now we can see it here. So let's try and update this status, this product. Or let me go back to the storefront. So let me find the order. Okay, this one is delivered. Let's just pick any one. So I'll go to orders and let me try and make this set it to assigned. And now we can see that this has updated. If I try to set this to pack, and this is working fine. So once you set it to delivery, this the select dropdown is going to be disabled. So now you can see that this is working fine. So let's go and ask a command code to work on the products. So we're going to see all the products from the DB, from the backend. So let's go to the code and let's go to command code and let's point to the file and say let's work on the product. So I'll say product.tx admin, and so I'm going to point to the admin HTTP. So let's work on the products, admin products. So add a skeleton loader and remove the dummy data. So let's click on enter and let's wait for command code to work on the product page. Let's accept. So it is done with it. So I'll ask it to reduce the padding X in the table and while I'm padding while like in the others page. So let's wait for it. So it is done with it. So let's go into the product page, and we can see it's called the Endpoints Product Admin. So we can see admin/product, and then we get the product pagination and the total page, the loading state, and then we can see the table to list all the products. So let's go to the client side, the front end, and let's see it. So we can see how it look. We can see the product. We can see the original price, discount, sales, stock count, and status. So this is great. So now we can go to the code now, and let's look at the new product. So the new product is already plugged in. So we're going to go through it. So for the new product, so what I did here was to call the category to list all the categories. So we call category endpoints to get the categories, and then we can see the form. So we have category ID, name, description, or the original price, discount label, and then we have the original price. So we are going to calculate the sales price. So we have this calculate method here. So using the original price and discount percent, then here is the endpoint to a function to create the product as your admin/product. So if we go to admin HTTP, I will scroll to the top, we can see products. Create new product/product here /product. So let's go back to new product, and then we have for AI, it generates product AI. So we have admin/AI/generate, which is what we have in the admin. So let me scroll to where we have this AI. Yeah, AI/generate. So let's go back to new product, and then this is the method here, handle refresh title. So we're going to pass in the action title and unit. Then for handle generate description, this method is to submit um the product. So if we scroll down, we can see the form. We're using Shanty UI and the React Hook form. So if I scroll down, so we have the image uploader. So if I go into the image uploader, so we are calling the upload product image mutation function, which is admin product/upload. So this is a form data which we set here. So we're just passing in let's see, upload mutation, and this is used. So let me scroll down to where. So I'm just going to navigate to where I use this. So you can see upload mutation, we pass in the files. So if upload mutation are pending, disable the button. So this is it. Then we list out the images after being returned from the response. So if I go back to new products now, so that's it. So let's go to the browser and test it out. So if I go to the browser, click on new product, and then we can select any of the category. We can give this a title. So I'm filling the product. I'll just change this to fruit and vegetable, and we can see the product here. So the discount label, and then the units. So I'm going to click on this to rephrase the product name, and we can see this. And if I click on generate the description, so now you can see the description now that the AI has generated. Looks good. So let me select a file, so you can paste in image URL, or you can upload a file. So I'll select a file. So I've selected the file. Now I can click here to upload. So let me check why um let's try it again. I'm trying to upload. Okay, it's went through. So this is returning images. So let me go and fix it. So I'll go back to the code, and where I have product uploader, so data.images. So I'll save this. So let me go to upload product image mutation function, and I'll just set this to images here. And now let's go back to the front end. So let me try and fill this again. So I've selected the product now. I'm filling the product. So I'm going to click on upload again. I'll select my image. So let's click on upload file. And let's wait for it. Now we can see the image as upload. So you can click here to create the product. So let's click on create product. And now we can see the product is added here. So let's click on this. So something is when we can see the image. So let me reload this. Let me try and open and inspect this. So products. Okay. For some reason, this product does not have any image. So image was not passed. So let me go ahead and fix this again. So data images is passed. Okay, so it's going to be from the new product. So set images. So image, let's look at the image with lens. So image URLs. So let me check the admin HTTP. So let's see the payload. So image is not image URL. So let me go back to new product. And let me replace this with images. So I will go to create product mutation function, and I will set this to images. So I can go back and try and create a new product. So let me click on create a new product now. So let me quickly fill the product. So I've added the product. So I'm going to click on upload. So now let's click on create product. So validation failed. So let me quickly look at this. Don't know why this error. So okay, I think let's look at the validator. Admin validator. Okay, products, images. Let me try and submit this again. Let me see the error. So I will click on create product. So let's see. Okay, this can even return retrieve now. So I didn't pass any discount value. So the problem is coming from the backend. So let me go to the backend. So we can see discount percentage default to 0, and this is optional. So okay. Okay, let's go to the front end side. Sorry, to the clients. Let's go down. and the admin, new product. So where we have discount percent. Let me see. Okay, discount. So I'll just set this to empty string. And let me go to the client and let me try and submit it again. So now we can see. Okay, we can see the product now. So the image is showing properly. So if I click on this product, we can see the product now. So this is working fine. So guys, we are done with the admin, the client side, the customer side. So everything is working fine. So now let's go ahead and deploy this to render. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and deploy the application. So in order to deploy the application, we are going to be using the backend to serve the client. So we can deploy both the backend and the client in render to render. So how we are going to do this, we're going to go into the SLC folder inside the backend. Then let's go into index.txt. And once we scroll down here, I'm going to import parts from, let me import parts from parts. And then below here, I'm going to add the code. So I'll paste it here. So we can see we are going to only, this is going to only be enabled when node env is equals to production. Then we're going to point to the client part, which is inside this folder. So we're going to run npm run build for the client so we can get the this folder, and we're going to get the parts, then use app use express static to serve the static file. And then let me quickly import the request and response type. So let me do that here. And the error has stopped. So in order for us to see this in action, we are going to go ahead and change the env. So let me go into the env. I'll change this to production. I'll save this. Then before and this we need to also change the front end to the localhost 8000. So let me just duplicate this. I'll comment it out. And I'm going to change it to localhost 8000. So now we have this. I can go into the client folder. So let me just cd into client. So let me clear. So let me go into this. Let me cancel this this client server. Then I'm going to do npm run build. So make sure that there's no any error and you can get this folder. So let's wait for it to build. So now it has built completely. Now we can go into, we can just go into the backend. So any clients, the env we have localhost 8000. So this is correct. So now let's go to the backend folder, and then so we can just also build the backend. So inside the package.json, so package.json, and we can just run npm run build. So I'll do npm, sorry, not the front end. I'll go to the back end. I'll stop the server from running. Let me clear the terminal, and then let's do npm run build. And this is going to create this folder for us. So let's wait for it. And now we can see this folder now. So now we can run npm run start or npm start. And this is going to run the this slash index.js, and you should see database is connected. and server is running 8,000. So we can just go to the client side now. So instead of this path, I'll do localhost 8,000, and then you can see it's serving the client side. I can change this to dark mode and everything should work fine. So we can navigate to different pages. So everything is working fine. So let's try and add to cart. So I'll add item to cart, and this is going to save. So I've also changed the button to delete to trash icon. So I can click here to remove item from cart and it will work. So let me go back to the code. And we can see the Stripe is what is still the webhook is still running. So let's just go back to the client side and let's test it out. So I'm going to add this product to cart. I'll increase the quantity, and then let's click on go to checkout, and we can switch the address we want. Let's select card, and we can see this item to quantity with the amount. And if we click on continue payment, this will take us to Stripe, where we can see the quantity too with the amount, the delivery fee, and the tax. So I'll just put in card, and I'm just type in anything here, and I'm going to just click on pay. And now this is going to trigger the webhook, and let's see. So it has redirected me to the order/order ID, which is a tracking page with the tracking order number, and we can see this is working fine. So we can go to waiting and review, and we can see, okay, this product is still in confirm, so it's not yet in delivered. That is the reason why we can't see it in this page. So let's go to the admin portal, and if I go to orders, we can see this. I can assign this, click on pack, click on out of delivery, and then click on delivered, and now it's delivered. So if I go back to the store, let me go back to order history, and now you can see this is delivered. So I can just come over here and you can see the product. So I'll select, let's select on 3. I'll just say so I think I went submit. So this is great. So you can go ahead and look at the products, and we can see the products here and the rating. So I think everything is fine, and we can go ahead and then deploy it. So let's go. Make sure you have GitHub repository. So let me open my GitHub repository. So let me select the repository, MERN AI Ecommerce here. So I've already pushed this to the repository. So make sure you push this. So let's go back to the code, and then so make sure you've pushed this. So let me see. I need to add this. So I made changes here. So let me add this. So let me cd out of this directory. I'll say git add, and then let me just generate the commit. So I'm going to commit changes, and I'll see changes. So this is it's already pushed to the repository. So now we can go over to render. So make sure you log into your account, render.com. So I'm going to click on new, click on web service, and I've already connected my repository, so I'll select it. So I'll give this instance cart, instance cart, and we're going to change this to node. And then for the SLC, in order to add this SLC, so I'll just change this, remove this. So for the build command, I'm going to paste it. So we have npm install dash that production first. So the reason why we're adding production first is to tell render to install the dev dependencies, and we're going to add prefix. So it's going to install the client. So it's going to navigate into the client folder, and then it's going to install it. Then it's going to run build. Then it's going to then move into the backend folder, install the dev dependencies to install it, and run build. So that is it. So for here, we're going to change this to node backend this slash index.jx. So let's select free, and then I'm going to paste in the envs. So I've pasted in the env. So make sure you add both the front end on the front end origin for the backend, and you can see node env production ports and JWT secrets, expire at Stripe Webhook, ordinary AI gateway API key, and others. So I'll click on add variables. So I remove the first one. So I think everything is correct. So once we deploy, we are going to change the front-end origin and also the front-end, the Vite-based API URL. So we can go ahead and then deploy this. So I'll click on deploy web service, and they should go ahead and start deploying. So we are going to wait for it. So now we can see that it's trying to build the client. So it is done building the client side. So it should start building the installing and building the front end, the backend. So you can see it has built the backend. So it's uploading the build, and then you can see build successfully. So it's currently deploying, and then let's wait for it. So it is done. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and copy this URL, and let's go back to the env. So let's go back, edit the env. So I'm going to come over to the Vite-based URL. I'll change this to, so I'll paste it like this. Then where we have the front-end origin, I'll replace it with this one. So I think that is all. So we are going to go ahead, before we deploy this, let's go to Stripe. So in the Stripe dashboard, make sure you click on developers and select Webhook. And once you select Webhook, we're going to add destination. Let's scroll down, and then we're going to select the event. So I'll search for checkout. So we have checkout completed and checkout expired. So this is the two events we handle. Then I'm going to click on continue, and then we're going to add in the endpoint. So I'll click on continue. So we need to add in the endpoint. So I'll paste in the endpoint here. So we're going to pick the render URL API webhook Stripe, and then let's click on create destination. And now we can copy the webhook secret. So click here, I'll copy this, and let's head over back to render, and where we have the webhook secret, I'll remove this and paste this here. So this is similar to what we have here. So now let's go ahead and rebuild this. So I'll click on save and rebuild and deploy. So let's go to event. So let's wait for it. So this is already deployed. So we can go to a link. So I'll click on it, and let's wait for it. So we can see it is working fine. So let's try and add to cart. So I'll add this item now, and we can see this is working fine. So I can add this one. I can try and sign into my account. So I'll click on sign in. And we should see. So let's try and check out. payment method card, and let's click on continue payment. And now you can see that's taking us to Stripe with the fee. So we can add card here. So let me give this and click on pay. And now we can see this is working fine. So if you go to Stripe dashboard, we can see let's click on so we can see this is working fine. You can see one event being sent. So if I go to admin portal, we can see the event. So if I try to update this to assign pack, and if I go back other history, we can see this is pack. If I go back to admin and I can test with cancel, so I'll cancel this, set this to cancel. If I go back to other history, you can see cancel, and there you can see order cancelled. So this is great, guys. So we are done with this. Now we are going to go ahead and test the app with TestSprite. So two ways: we're going to test the API and we are going to also test the front end. We are going to be using TestSprite CLI to test the API, and then we're going to use the TestSprite web test to test the front end. So let's go ahead and use the CLI to make sure our deployed API is working perfectly and there's no error. And the go-to in TestSprite CLI is very easy to install. So just click at the top here, and this will open the GitHub repository because it is open source. And once you land on the repository, you can give this a star. So you can scroll to the bottom, and there you can see the CLI demo. And you can see here it said the verification layer for agentic coding error. So you can easily let your AI agents write tests for you and let it TestSprite test it on the cloud. So I'm going to scroll straight to the installation. So to install TestSprite CLI, it's very simple. We need to make sure we have Node since we are working with Node. So we have Node already. So I'm just going to copy this command, and then I'm going to let's go to the code editor. And there you can open our terminal. So I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to paste in the command here. And this is npm install TestSprite. So I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to install it globally. And let's wait for this to install. So now the CLI has already installed. So we are going to go ahead and set up TestSprite. So we just pass in this command. So we're going to use TestSprite setup. So we don't have TestSprite does not support here. It does not say support command code. So I just put no agent. So I'm going to just enter. So I'm in TestSprite CLI. So now we need to pass in our TestSprite API key. So I'll just go to okay, I have to go. Okay, I have the API key already here. If you don't have yours again, you can go ahead and create new API key. So I'm going to just close this. I'll just go ahead and close this here. And I'm going to copy the API key, which I already have here. So I'll just copy this. And then I'll open the terminal. And let me paste this here. Once I paste this and click on enter. So TestSprite, now you can see it has initiated. So I'll close this MC Markdown, and then let me drag this up. So we can see the profile, endpoints, env, email, and others. So now we have the step you can use TestSprite to list text and also agents. So we're going to go to the, let's go to the browser, and let me go straight to TestSprite here. And we can see after we set up here, we can go ahead and create a test using a project. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a project, which we're going to also see it. We're going to see the project once we create it in the TestSprite dashboard. So let's go ahead and create a test. And before we go ahead and create it, we can see some commands here. We can see setup, which we've run. We can see auth status, which you check the current user. You can also remove user. You can list out project, or you can get project by ID. You can list out test or get test. You can use test code, get test step, test result, tail fail, test field. And we also have the write test and also the run test. So we can scroll down here to see how it works. So, but let's just go ahead and create the uh, project. So I'll go to my code, and we can even go to, let me just open a file. So this will stop. So I've opened this file. So now we are going to go ahead and create a project. So let me clear my terminal. So before we go ahead and create a project, let's go back to the GitHub. So I forgot to mention that we need to add the TestSprite skills. So once you set up TestSprite, it will create a skill. So currently TestSprite CLI does not support a command code. So we're going to go ahead and add these skills here. But currently these are not the skills, so I'm going to add them for you. So we need to learn how to add skills in command code. So I'll go to command code. Let's go to command code. And if you scroll down, we can see skills here. And if you say what's agent skills, and we can scroll down to see how to add skill. So to add skill is very simple. So we need to just create a folder skills, and then we paste in the the skill.md file, and then we can just add in the code, the skills inside the file. So which is pretty much very easy. So let's go back and then let's add the skills. So I already have the skills, so you can just copy from the GitHub. So let's go to command code. Let me collapse this. So to see all the skills, you just start skills, and then you can see all the skills that I have on my system. And then to add skills, you just do cmd skills add and the repository. So currently I don't have any repo for the skills, so I'll just go ahead and create the skills. So I'll come over here and I'll create skills, and there we're going to create a folder which is going to be generated with TestSprite and CLI. So I'm going to create it manually. I'm going to just paste it here. So it's TestSprite verify, and I'm going to create this skill.md file, and I'm going to paste in the skills here. So I've pasted the skills.md file, and we can see the skill.md. So it's just TestSprite verification loop. So it has the so if I scroll down now, you can see it has TestSprite, test create, it has the everything about the TestSprite and CLI. So I'm going to just go ahead and then let's open the terminal. Let me close this. So let's first of all verify TestSprite has access to the skills. Command code as the skill. So I'm just going to do skills, and now you can see TestSprite verify. So it has found the skills. So I'll close this, and I'm going to open my terminal, and now let's create a project. So I'm going to paste in the command, which is pretty simple. So basically this means TestSprite project create name. So I call it instant e-commerce, or we can just call it instantly. Let's do it instantly e-commerce. And I'm going to set type to backend, and I'm going to pass in the URL, the target URL. I'm going to just paste in this URL. So we can paste in API, but this is fine. So I'm just going to click on enter. And let's see. So I made a mistake. Let me confirm this properly. So I just paste it. Let me try it again, because this is still the correct way to add it to create a project. So let's click on let me try and change this to instantly. So I try to remove any space that is that I added there. See. So this is also, let me try TestSprite. Let that help. And then we can see manage projects. So I've seen the mistake. So I just do TestSprite project create help, and I found URL, not target URL. So that's my mistake. So I'll scroll down. Let me clear this first. So I'll change this to URL. And let's wait for it. So now it has created a project. You can see instantly e-commerce backend. So these are just so to check the project, we are going to do TestSprite project list. So let me just do TestSprite project list, and this is going to list all the project I have in TestSprite. Okay, you can see I have 3, so you can see instantly e-commerce has been created. Now we can go ahead and now to create test and using TestSprite CLI, let's go to the client, to the browser. So if I come here over here, you can see how to create tests. So currently this is for front end where we have the test create project type frontend and plan from. So you have the plan, run, wait, and output JSON. So this is for the front end if you want to use, so you can test it with the front end flow. So I'm going to test for the back end this command here, but I'm going to test for the back end instead. So for the front end, I want to show you guys how to use the TestSprite web portal or web test. So that's why I'm going to be using the front end, the back end way. So let's just go back to the code. And if we go back to the code, we can go ahead and just let's run and TestSprite tests. So if you say TestSprite test create dash help, and let this run. So now we can see the options here. So we provide the option project ID, type, frontend or backend name, description, priority, a code file. So since we are going to be testing for backend, we're going to provide the code file. So for the plan, you have to provide like a JSON file with full front-end tests, definition, project ID, type, name, plan, step. So this is for the front end. Then we're going to use the run, wait, and then we are going to also set timeout, something like that. No, just wait and run. So we can go ahead and then run the test. So before that, we're going to be using command code to generate tests for us. So I'm just going to go ahead and just create a test. Let's create a test folder here. Test folder. And I'm going to take command code to generate the authentication tests, cart tests, and some other tests. So I'm just going to test for some. Then you can go ahead and test the remaining part of the APIs. So let me ask command code to generate a test. So I'm going to give this a prompt now. So I'll tell command code load the let's say let's first of all disable the MCP. So I'll click on it, I'll disable it. So I'm going to say let's say load the sprites skills. So now you can see loaded test and the skills is active. Want me to run TestSprite verification loop against a deployed app? I'll say yes. For the backend, I'm going to paste in the prompt. You should create the test case for the auth. So I'm just going to paste this here. So I've pasted here. You can see the prompt. So let's write a test case, a test for the auth API using fetch. You can use any type of test case here for test, but I'm just using fetch. Then save it in backend src test auth.txt, not one. That's going to just write the file. So I'll click on enter, and then it's going to go ahead and write the file for us. So I wanted to, sorry, let me do like this. Let me do auth folder. I'll do for features here. So I'll say features register login status and let's say logout. So let's see. So let's wait for it. So command code have written the test. So if I click on register, it should take me to the register file, and make sure inside the ts config, the ts config inside the backend folder. Where is it? Yeah, make sure you add in tests here in the exclude folder. And now you can see the test it has written, so generate a unique email request. So make sure you tell it to write test like the way it's mentioned in the skills, but use TypeScript. So I'm going to look at it. So we have the test register happy path, test duplicate email, test missing name, test short password, and all of this. So likewise for logout and login. So let's go ahead and create the test. So I'm going to open my terminal and let me clear the terminal. So I'm going to create one of them first. Then later on, we're going to tell TestSprite to, command code to just run the tests. So I've pasted in the command TestSprite test create project. So we're going to paste in the project ID here. Type backend name, give this a name. Code file, we're going to point to the test backend src test, alt register.txt, and we're going to see output in JSON. So just copy this and let me just quickly get the project ID. So I'm just going to do test sprites test project. Sorry, it's a test project. This, let me check if this is correct. Okay, it's correct. So I'm going to copy the project ID and then let's go ahead. So if we run this, so I'll just paste it again. And now you can see I've pasted the project ID. So let's go ahead and run this. So click on enter, and then this is going to run this in the TestSprite dashboard. So we can go over to TestSprite app to see it's running. So we can see the test is running. So if we click on it, let's wait for this to load. Now we can see a register endpoint is loading. So it's in progress. So it's currently running. Let's wait for it. So we can see the test as passed. So we can scroll down. We can see the code as generated using Python. And so it's tested for every cases the AI agent command code generated, like test short register short password and test register missing name and all that. So this is working fine. So we can go ahead and see the results. So let me come over here, see test report, and we can see API 1, and there you can see the summary of it. And we can go back to, let me go back to, sorry, let's go back to the code editor. And then to see the results, we can just do TestSprite. So TestSprite test results. So we're going to pass in the test ID. So I'm going to copy the test ID from here. And I'm going to just paste it here and click on enter. And then this should give me the results. You can see status pass, test ID finish at, and then you can see pass summary pass one field 0. So you can also test for the login. So let's do login. So I changed the name because the name was already used. So I had to cancel it and change the name. So I'm going to wait for this to run. So after running it at the endpoint field, so you can see the test result login happy. Okay, 200, expected 200 but got 400, 401. So we can go ahead and fix this. So I'll just copy this error or we can go ahead and copy test failure get or test result. So let me just copy this and let's go back to the code, or you can get the test failure summary. So let me first of all get the result. So I'll go back to the code and I'm going to just run test results. Let me copy the test ID. So let me wait for it. We can see field. Yeah, so let me see if we can get the so it is TestSprite test failure summary. So pass in the test ID and click on enter. And this should give us the summary of the error. So we can just copy this and let's pass it to command code. So let me close the terminal. So let me copy everything. So let me paste it here as a fix the login test.txt. So I need to cancel the file. Okay, that's found the file. So it was having issue with the file. So let's see. So I think the reason why it failed, so it wants to use a real email. So it's going to update it to the real email. So I was using a generated email to try to log in, which failed. So it's going to update it to use a real detail. So let me wait for it. So now it is done with it. So I can go ahead and look at the login.txt file. And let me drag this here. And it's going to register with email, register with password. And I think okay, it has the register endpoint here, which is going to give you a register email. Then we can do test login, login with wrong password, login with non-existing email. So this is fair. So it didn't use my own email. So it created a API method to register a fresh user. So we can go ahead and test this. So I can now ask it to test this. Or we can go ahead and just run the same test again. So I'll just use TestSprite code. Let's see TestSprite code. Let me do help. So we can replace test code. So I'm just going to do that here. So I'm going to say TestSprite code and put, and we're going to pass in a test ID. So I'll copy the test ID, which is this. And then we're going to pass in the path. So I've passed in the path to just put code file and the path, and let's click on enter. And this should update the code. Now we're going to go ahead and run the test. So I'm just going to remove all of this, leave the test ID, and let's do, I think, run. So let's click on it. And let's see test private skills. So let me tell you command code to run the test. So I'll say can you run the test? Sorry, the login test using TestSprite skills. So I'll click on enter. So it's going to run the test again. So as it has checked the TestSprite version and also the the TestSprite auth. So it should try to run the test for us. So now it wants to list the project. So it's going to get the project ID. So now it wants to run the test. So it has gets the test. Now it wants to run the test. So let's click on enter. So it has that's the, now we can look at it here. So after it's run it, so it asks you to check to check if the test has passed. So it said it has passed. So if we go to the front end now, so TestSprite, you can see it created a new test case, and then you can see it's passed. So if we go to test report, we can see one API test, okay, total four test case, and then we can look at it. So log the API and the endpoint that failed. So the one that failed. So we can go back. So we have four endpoint tests. So we can, this is two because we ran it two times. So I'm going to ask command code to test the remaining endpoints, then it should be done. So I'll say, okay, now let's check the tests by for the remaining auth test, and then create and run the tests. TestSprite. So once it is done, I'll come back. So command code is already done with this. So we can see, you can see here it said all tests has passed. So the logout test, API test passed status. So it went around the register endpoint test 4 times. But for now, all the authentication endpoint has passed. So we can go ahead and tell command code to create the test for other endpoints. So I'm going to quickly post in the prompt here. So let me paste it here. We can see. So say let's create test for category test, cards, and products. So it's going to create the files, and then it's going to go ahead and run the test. So let me click on enter. So it's a create a test for this. And now I've click on enter. So it's going to go ahead and create the test. So let's wait for it. So command code is done with it. So it has also tested the Cart API, product API. So it created a file and also tested it. So we can look at the files. So let me go to cart. Now let's look at category first. Category test. So let me move this here. So we can see that it just has only one test case, which is test get cart return 200, and this is the only test. So if we go to product test, let me drag this here. So for the product test, that's test to get product return. Then we have test to get product by stock for 200 has discount with keyword, and product with price sort. Test to get product review, and that is it there for cart. So we have fetch first product by ID, and then test to add cart as guest, and then test to get cart return item, test to update cart quantity, add multiple items, and also test clerk-auth. So pretty much everything it has done. So the last test we're going to do is the address. So I'm going to ask you to test for the address, which is here, address, order, and then the admin. Okay, address, order, review, and then admin. So let's ask it to test. Okay, we can see now. Let's test for address dot test dot txt, and we're going to also mention order slash order dot test dot txt, and then the last one is review slash review dot test dot txt. And so I think the last one is the admin. So it's going to test all of them. So admin slash admin dot test dot txt. So I think this is the last endpoint we're going to test. So we're going to click on enter, and now it's going to go ahead and create the folders and the file. So inside the test folder. So let's wait for it to run. So it's going to analyze the endpoint. And it's going to read through the project. Then it's going to create the file, the test cases, and then it's going to create a test with a TestSprite. So let's wait for it. I just want to write the test. I just want to create the folders. So I'll click on yes. And we should see, let me click on yes. And then we can see address admin, then order, and it's going to go ahead and create a file. So I'm going to move this from so I'm going to click on shift tab. So this is going to accept any changes. So we can see it has written the address text. So if I click on address now, you can see it's going to use a new register user. It's going to do exactly the flow, create a user, login, and then it's going to test for valid address and test for address without auth. So this is exactly how testing should be. When we're testing for API, we need to make sure every use case is actually passed. Like if the user tries to add invalid details, you can see missing field, and it's return a valid 200 status, and also test to get auth without address without auth. So this will just give you return 401. So this is exactly how we need to the best way to test, and TestSprite is giving us this opportunity to use this kind of test. So let's wait for it. So I think it is done with all the tests. We have the other test. We can see it. So let's wait for this to finish, and this is going to go ahead and run this and TestSprite is going to go ahead and run it. So it's going to create all these tests with TestSprite, and then TestSprite is going to run it. So we can see that there's a command code as test for the address, order, and review and admin. So let me go to so we've looked at the order test. So let's just review what it did here inside the test file. So I'm just going to move this here. And we can see for this is the request with the cookie. So it's register, it's set up user and add cart. So it's first the product, then add the cart, and then it creates address. So you can see test create order without auth. So this is going to return 401. We have test create order invalid address, and then test create order COD. So we have return 200. So we can see all the test cases command code as written here. We have for admin test. Let me move this inside there. So for admin, we have set up a user, then login, then we test for analytics without auth, and test analytics as non-admin, and then test order without auth, test admin order as non-admin, and so on. So we can see all the tests that command code was written here. So we've looked at address. So guys, we are done with the tests here. So we can go to TestSprite dashboard to see these two. We can see if we go to test report, we can see one test a total API test. Okay, so, sorry, total test cases 15. So 14 pass, one failed, and you can see the prompt it generated for you. So let's say the login endpoint which the failed. So we can copy this prompt and paste it inside the coding agent, and it's going to work on them. So we can see issue found and how you can fix anyone that failed. Now we can go ahead and test this app with TestSprite. So let's go to TestSprite app. So click on the web test here. Once you click on web test, you can click on create test, and then we can just give this instantly app test, and then you need to add in the PRD. So I'm going to provide the PRD in the description. So I've uploaded the frontend PRD, and I'm going to click on next, and then TestSprite is going to read it. So let me wait for it. So it has generated the cases, the test cases, so we can look at it here. So let me zoom out. So I'll drag it. So this is for the authentication and user account access sign in. So we can click here to make changes if you want. So we have select destination from menu, switch tab, count, logout. Then we have email, password, and this. So we can also remove if you want. So let me drag this up. So we have the cart, open a product cart detail, select a quantity if needed, increase, decrease item quantity, add to cart. Sorry. So we have review updated cart total. So all these are uh, generated by TestSprite. So we can just click on next, or you can click on re-extract or add new feature or go back. So let's click on next. So we need to upload the API. So let's go to frontend. We're going to test the frontend. So I'll copy my URL. I'll go back to TestSprite, paste this here. So let me add in my login details. So now I'm filling my email and password and then test file. So now let's click on next. And now let's wait for it. So it's going to start running the test. So let's wait for it. So we can see now it has loaded the page and we can see that it's clicking, it's navigating through. So we can see it. So we can see two tests has passed: the admin order management and the order tracking page has passed. So it has checked them. So we have 2 out of 10 features. So let's wait for it. So you can click here to see what it is doing in this other page. So if I go check out an order plan, if I click on it, you can see it's on the checkout page. So it's want to add address. So it's going to go ahead and fill the address. So you can see it is filling in the address. So we can see the cart management is complete. Product discovery free is complete. So we can see the summary. So we can see users browser, navigate in the home, click the sign in button, input email and password, and then user browse products. So what is only remaining is the checkout and then the authentication page. So now I want to save the address. So enter selected card. So you can see the summary and then see. So I think this failed. Why? It failed. So let's wait for it. So but the authentication has gone through. So if you look at authentication and user account access, so click on sign in register, enter this sign in button, the user avatar appears. So email, form observed email, formatted email, password minimum length, users access account and admin destination from the nav menu. So click on avatar, open order and admin URL. User logs out, users register new account, and you can see the page visited, orders, and then the admin. So we are waiting for the cart to be done. Sorry, the checkout. So checkout is done. So guys, this is great. So we can see that all the tests passed. So we can click here to continue to test plan. So we can see the test plan that was generated. So let's click on, so we can edit it if you want. You can change it to low or high. And then we can have, okay, so let's just click on generate test. So now we can see now, so it's doing an integration test now. So let's click on this. If you click on it, you can see you can chat here with AI, with the TestSprite AI. You can see preview, so there's nothing running yet. So it does not display. You can see the code. So let's wait for it to run this integration test. So this is still showing pending. So I tried to regenerate the test. Like I tried to click on this and then click on regenerate. I was able to see the display out here, which the test passed. So I can also click here now. And if I click on regenerate, you can see that it's going to run the test. So I'm going to, you can see it's in progress. And if you go to agent action, you can see all of the past test recording. So I'll go back to integration text. And I think once all of them is done, you should be able to see the test report. So I think that is all for the testing. So let me wait for this to finish. So we can see, so it has rerun the test. And this is successful. So if I play it now, we can see how the AI agents out and TestSprite it was not able to move to the checkout flow if not signed in. So I think these two has passed. So you can go ahead and rerun the test. But if you have not rerun the test, you're going to see the test report, which is going to be enabled. But currently, because I've rerun this test now, so you can see it's not yet, test report is not yet, the test result is not yet out. So I think that is all for this video. So make sure you subscribe, share this video, like, and turn on notification.